Welcome everyone to the IATL Rocket League Finals here for the month of June. Welcome everyone in from the amazing qualifiers that we had the last 3 weeks. We are welcoming you back with another fantastic week of Rocket League. Of course, this is the finals of the entire month, so everything leading up to this, powered by CMG and sponsored by Microsoft ATL. Of course, my name, Troy Pibcast Welling. Next to me, going to be the wonderful Bass from the past. What is going on, my dude?
I am very excited for this finals of the ATL Open. We've had a whole month of really great qualifiers. I've been able to cast a couple. You have been able to cast a couple. We've seen the competition that is here today that is ready to try and take home their lion's share of that $500. This is going to be a battle to the very bitter end. Every single team that is here today is extremely capable, and they all have a chance to take home that prize.
Yeah, they do. It's really awesome to see a couple returning teams from last month as well. We see a lot of very familiar teams in general going into this finals that I'm sure we talked week after week about. But we'll go into those matchups a little bit later as we get the bracket formed up. One thing we do know is that there is going to be one team guaranteed a bye, I believe, going into this set of games. So we'll see what team that is going to be. It's just random, but let's look at the pricing for everything as we led up to this. 3 qualifiers, of course, paid out $175 each, and then going into the finals, we have $450 up top. Second place taking home $200, and third place taking home $100. So out of 8 teams, you got pretty good odds to take some money today.
And a little bit of extra money there as well, a little bit over the usual 500. So these guys are really going to have a lot of money to play for here today. The competition is going to be stiff. If you do not come out the gate swinging, it is going to be difficult because in a single elimination bracket like this, every single game matters. You don't have a second shot. Sometimes there are going to be some double elimination, but not here at the ATL Open. Qualifiers have all been single elimination. They know what type of competition this is going to be and know what is at stake. And they better bring their A game here today, Pib. It is going to be a very tight competition.
Yeah, I mean, we know the level of competition with these teams in general. We know these teams are going to be insanely good. And looking at some of the matchups already from the bracket, there's some quite heavy first-round matchups that I'm looking forward to. One of those being Hoovers versus Galetti, the 2 EU teams, I believe, at this tournament. That is Smokes KR and his teammate versus Galetti, which is Bungie and Vela, which are just 2 phenomenal players we've seen week after week. Some super good performances. And then some other teams I'm looking at, obviously you have the team with Mektos, the Ghost Gaming professional player, Heavy Panther. That is going to be his team. So that is another team to look out for. This is kind of the overview of that bracket. Looks like we did get the final 8th team in, so we'll see how they perform. I actually think this same team lost to Mamari Esports in their qualifiers, so fitting that they're coming back and right into the qualifiers, or right into the finals, right against them once again.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup progresses. It's definitely going to be some familiar faces on both sides, but it may be, a different scenario altogether. The pressure's on here in the finals. It is definitely going to be a lot more at stake, obviously, with the upped prize pool. Obviously, also with the level of competition that we've got here. Not only are they going to have to now make it past Mamar in a revenge scenario for Pretty Nightingale, but they're then going to have to try and one-up Selling Bread or Las Abuelitas, and then figure out who they have to find in the finals. It just gets harder and harder from here on out. There is going to be no easy route to these finals here today. Like we said before, every single team is really strong. A couple of substitutions here and there, though. One of the teams that you were talking about, Heavy Panther, normally it is Mektos and his partner Leaks, another professional player in Rocket League who has made some larger events before. Not this time. A substitution that I am not all familiar with. Maybe he's been in a couple of competitions you had seen previously in the ATL Open, at least for the qualifiers, but I'm not familiar with Malero.
Yeah, they ran through the first open qualifier together, I believe. So that was the kind of finishing off thing here. But that, to be honest, this team is nuts. Like, I know we don't know much about Milerio, but they beat Mamar Esports, Selling Bread, and Galetti. 3 of the teams in the finals now, all in one qualifier to win that qualifier. So this is an insanely good team. Mektos obviously found a good duo here to try and carry this, because that is a phenomenal performance in one qualifier. To beat 3 of the 7 other teams into the finals just in one qualifier shows how good they are. It shows the strength of that team, and shows the strength of the competition, obviously, for those same teams who got knocked out in that first qualifier to requalify in qualifiers 2 and 3. So this is going to be a really fun matchup. But we are going to be seeing Selling Bread versus Las Abuelitas, I believe, as our first matchup to go. We've seen a lot of G Pepper and Ski Boy for sure, and Las Abuelitas went straight 6-0 through that qualifier that we were able to see, and kind of came out of nowhere. They just started storming through. They beat the Smokes Aqua team. They beat Galetti, Selling Bread, and Mamari Esports. So they have beat 4 of the other 7 teams in the finals through their qualifiers. So this is just insane matchups that we're seeing, that these teams have already beaten a lot of the teams in the finals already. So it is going to be very, very close matches.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely difficult for either squad to make it through here. Selling Bread are a team that I feel like every time we see them, they're a little bit better than last time. They've really been grinding it out here in the Rocket League bubble scene, trying to give themselves more experience no matter what the competition is, and they really have been getting better. And the main issue they're going to run into is that Las Abuelitas don't really falter from their highest level. Every time I've seen them play, they continue to just excel at what they do. So trying to knock them off of their high horse is going to be rather difficult. It may even be impossible, but if any team's going to be able to do it, it might be Selling Bread. They are a very, very strong team, and I think that they have a great shot here to, well, I'll say, upset in the first round.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, this is going to be, there's going to be many upsets in general throughout this entire finals, because these first round matchups are pretty rough for a lot of these teams. So I think it'll be something interesting. Like we were talking about, that double EU matchup with Hoovers and Galetti is going to be like, we've seen that in grand finals beforehand, like in qualifiers. So that alone is an insane matchup. And you have Mektos versus Mustu Flick, who had a really good performance in qualifier number 3, who kind of breezed by Smoke Sneaky, Mamari Esports. So the same teams that were very, very strong to go through. But as far as this goes, we'll try and figure out who is going to take today's grand finals in general. But for this matchup here, at least for Selling Bread and Las Abuelitas, who do you have taken to this game?
I don't want to bet against my boys. I know both of the players in Selling Bread are friends of mine that I've known in the bubble scene for quite some time. They follow me on Twitter and are probably watching right now, hoping that I will pick them. And as much as I really want to, I love the both of you guys. I unfortunately cannot pick Selling Bread in this one. I'm going to go with Las Abuelitas because so far no one's been able to beat them. There's just no two ways about it.
Yeah.
They are unstoppable. It's been impossible for any team to seem to corral these guys. And as much as Selling Bread are a very, very good team, they have taken a couple of losses here and there in competition. So Las Abuelitas, they just have a better record going into this one. They have had some really good results. The question really becomes, are they going to ever falter from that really high bar that we have set for them? They have yet to do so in pretty much any instance. If Selling Bread can pull off an upset here in the first round, it would mean incredible things for them. It really could carry them all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I completely agree. And obviously in the finals, it's kind of who's playing their best today. It's not a matter of which team is better. It's like you have to play your top level all throughout today. You can't like slack off in any one of these games, because these other teams will be prepared to make punishments on your or on your mistakes, and be able to try and take over the game from there. So you have to constantly be on top of it. And I'm going to agree with you on that one. I'm going to take Las Abuelitas as well. I think this team, just the teams they've beaten alone to get through that second qualifier, Galetti very, very much so doesn't lose a lot of games. So the fact that Galetti lost against this team in the semifinals, and then they beat Smokes Aqua, who is one of the strongest teams that we've seen so far throughout these qualifiers, to get to win that whole qualifier, means that this team is insanely strong. And like you said, undefeated through 6 games through that qualifier means they are a very strong team going into this one. And Selling Bread has a lot to look up to try and figure it out, because like you said, they're not perfect, but they're a great team. And they also lost to Las Abuelitas in the second qualifier. So they got through the first qualifier as far as placement goes, but trying to push through the second, Las Abuelitas knocked them out of that. So this is kind of a rematch performance to see if one of these teams can figure it out, to see if Selling Bread can try and figure out how they played last time, or if Las Abuelitas just carries it away again.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we have to keep reiterating how close these teams are in skill level. It's not like it's one of these things where you think Las Abuelitas is just straight up going to blow Selling Bread out of the water.
Yeah,
that's
right.
not going to happen. They're a very, very solid team. It's just a little bit of edge here, and that's a lot of the competition we do have in here today. It's just teams that have that little bit of edge and that don't have that edge. It is unfortunately sometimes what happens, especially in the middle of that bubble and pro scene. A lot of what the pro scene is consistency out of these higher level players. They may not necessarily be 1,000 times times better than the other guys in the bubble scene, but they can consistently stay at a high level, not making as many mistakes and not really letting that floor drop too low. Unfortunately, for a lot of the teams in here today, they do have a floor which can drop rather low. If they can try and keep it, mid-ground as possible, there's a good shot that they can make some upsets, Selling Bread included in that. But we're going to have to see. I really do wish the best of luck to Selling Bread. I think they've got a great chance here, but Las Abuelitas, like we said, not an easy team to beat, will not go down easily.
No, it'll be quite a matchup. And looking at the other quarterfinals as we go through, make some semi predictions, I guess, as we wait for this match to finalize. So Hoovers and Galetti, that is such a tough prediction for me that I have genuinely no idea what team will win that, because Smokes and his teammate have had such phenomenal performances, but they have lost to Galetti before, I believe. So it's that statement where Galetti, if they're on top of their game, I think Galetti's like the best team in the tournament by far. The way they've played, especially the way they play on EU servers, phenomenal. But the way they can transition over to NA servers, still playing with 115 ping and still beating teams like Mektos on 115 ping, it's insane to see the level that Galetti can perform at. But Smokes and his teammate can do the same. So I think, now that they're in an all EU kind of quarterfinal, I think that's really nice for them. I think they'll be happy about that. But it's really hard to predict. I would probably say that Galetti wins 3-2. I think it'll be best of 5 all the way through 5 games, but that's hard to predict.
I think part of it is just going to be the fact that Galetti have just played together on so many different occasions. They're a good duo that work together really well. And as much as we do know that Smokes can pretty much take whoever he wants onto a Rocket League pitch and do extremely well, there have been some favorable matchups for him, and there have been some, less favorable matchups for him. Certain instances, he does really well with his partner. Certain instances, he kind of has to carry his partner and seem to make up some of the losses that they do sort of sustain. I think that Smokes is going to have a really good duo here today, but the question is going to be whether or not he can really, surpass Galetti. Galetti's a really strong team who has done well on multiple different occasions. The unfortunate truth here is that we're just going to have to wait and see. We can't watch every single match all at once, and you guys are going to have to wait and see as well. We're going to go to a quick break here while we get the lobby set up, but when we return, like we said, our very first matchup of the day. Do not go anywhere. This is the ATL Invitational by Skillshot, presented by CMG and sponsored by Microsoft ATL. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the IATL Rocket League Finals here, of course, powered by CMG, sponsored by Microsoft ATL. We are back and getting ready to get into our first matchup. Had a little bit of troubles with the Rocket League custom lobbies, but we are going to be getting into it shortly. And, of course, Selling Bread versus Los Abuelitas is going to be that matchup that we're going to see. Talked a little bit about it already, but Los Abuelitas did beat Selling Bread in the previous qualifier that they got through in to get to the finals. So that is kind of the first thing you're looking at. If you're looking at just overall stats and you're looking to trying to predict, you're like, well, they've already lost to them before, and I don't think it was a close series as we would have expected. But now going into the finals, like we talked about, it's really a coin flip. You have to play your best today. If at any point Las Abuelitas doesn't look like they're at their best, that's when Selling Bread could take over the series. And that's something you always have to keep an eye out for, because yes, we both predict that Las Abuelitas is going to win this, but if Selling Bread does come out on their top A game today, then they really could kind of probably shock Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing here is we continue to press on this issue, or well, not this issue, this point of how everybody is really, really close in competition and skill level here. The question is whether or not that's really going to make a difference here today. Consistency is always king, and if consistency continues for Los Abuelitas, they might just roll through this competition yet again. But we're going to have to find out. Game number 1 underway here. T-Boy going to be the first one to try and carry for his team, but we can't quite do anything. So instead, clear out to the side where Xperia, who I believe is G Pepper's new name, is going to, I think, maybe, no, not score the first goal. Instead, T-Boy is going to take this one, but still, regardless, Selling Bread up early, 1-0.
Yeah, a shocking kind of pinch off the kickoff really let them set them up for the first goal of the game. And like we said, this is what Selling Bread needs to in this series to start spiraling out of control here. See if they can get that early lead and kind of maintain that. I mean, we've seen plenty of times where a team has won 1-0. It is definitely some of the case. So to have that early goal right away is something extremely important for this team. You can already see Las Abuelitas controlling boost pretty well, leaving Skiboy stuck at 0 for a majority of this time. His teammate also taking that one back as well, but looks like they still will be out of danger here potentially for this first 30-40 seconds of the game. Skiboy has been rough on boost so far, though. You can see Jalading and Leoro doing very, very well to stop them constantly from getting boost on their side of the field. Nice center comes through from Skiboy, but too far back is his teammate not ready for that, as like you said, G Pepper is the other one for the blue side. Didn't change his name to whatever it might be, but that is a dunk coming out from Jalading to get that first goal back for Las Abuelitas, get that equalizer in, and a nice little double touch from Leoro, get that pass through, and good speed from Jalading to get that one in.
It's a nice final shot as well. Selling Bread did their best to try and hold on defense there, but couldn't quite figure it out, how to get a clear out there and relieve some of that pressure. Las Abuelitas starting to look back into form here. The question is whether or not they're going to continue to play like this. I'm loving the changes out of both teams here. Definitely looks like Selling Bread are a little bit more coordinated than the last time we saw them. Meanwhile, though, Las Abuelitas continue to dazzle with the solo plays. Jaladin going to find a second.
Yeah, that is really important from Jalading. Nice little touch off the ceiling. Gets that one dropping straight in, and we see G Pepper cannot get to that in time. So unfortunate, they go down 2 goals right away. We were talking about how important it was for that momentum swing that Selling Bread got that first goal of the game, but immediately Las Abuelitas was there to capitalize. Great challenge from Leoro to not give any time over to Ski there as he was trying to get a good touch, but just too fast is this Las Abuelitas team. And Jalading coming up with his third in just about a minute's time. 3 straight goals from Jalading. Great speed, good touch from him, and nice redirect to get that one onto the net and in. And it's starting to look a little bit scary seeing the pace of play that Las Abuelitas has had so far.
Yeah, they're starting to come back into form here. The question is whether or not Selling Bread can slow them down. If they can get one good goal here, they might just be able to turn the tide a little bit, maybe shift some of that momentum. But considering how many goals they've given up in about a minute or so, it doesn't seem like they have that great a grip on this game. Luckily enough, though, with 3 minutes left, they have plenty of time to try and rebound here, but they can't allow another goal. Similarly, though, Las Abuelitas, you can't be giving freebies like that. Xeria going to take a second goal here on basically just an open net.
Yeah, that's really what it was. It was just a couple of two mistakes from both players in Las Abuelitas, just not realizing where their positioning was, and you saw a little bit of a whiff from Jalading meant that he kind of redirected it right back towards his goal, and Leoro was in no position to try and get that. He tried to half flip in time. Great 50-50 coming from Leoro, almost equalized or equaled to a goal there. But yeah, that is a very interesting point. But like we were saying, any mistake you make will be punished from teams in the finals today, and that is just a great example of that. Is as soon as Las Abuelitas made a small mistake like redirecting it back towards their side of the half, it was easy for Selling Bread to get that nice challenge from Skiboy to get that save in. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left, just about halfway through this first game. Of course, I believe this is best of 5 as well, so you see up at the top, and we'll see how the series is going to go. We've seen a couple teams start strong and lose 3 straight, so you have to be able to keep that momentum. We already been talking about Selling Bread, have to try and capitalize on mistakes. There's another mistake there, but bumping into each other means that they probably give up a goal here, and that is unfortunate on the counterattack, as just a little bit of close call from Xeria and Skiboy meant that there was no way for them to get back on defense.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. Selling Bread are starting to flop all over each other a little bit here. Where we were complimentary of the fact that they've been getting better as a duo over time, well, they're starting to trip up over each other's lines now. This is not going as well as we had hoped for Selling Bread after a pretty prominent start. And now as they give up, I think, yes, indeed, another goal from a nice passing play out of Las Abuelitas. Things are going from bad to worse. Xeria just kind of in no man's land, and Skiboy not prepared for the power behind this shot.
Yeah, Jalading on 4 goals out of 5 so far. Absolutely phenomenal performance from him in just the first 3 minutes of this game. Really, really scary if you're Selling Bread to see how well they're playing. I mean, we have seen a couple mistakes so far. That's the good news for Selling Bread, is that Las Abuelitas isn't perfect in this first game. But the more they start to ramp up, the more they start to play with each other. Leoro almost getting a double tap off the ceiling there, but you can see the kind of awkwardness and the struggles so far that we've seen from Selling Bread to try and get back on offense here. It has definitely been a case of Las Abuelitas on offense. Leoro with a great challenge, but Skiboy with another good touch to try and stop this one from going through. Bump almost goes through. Should be an open goal, and a miss from Skiboy, as that is not the greatest time you'd like to miss an open goal. That could have changed the momentum of this game.
Yeah, that would have been huge. Unfortunately, with a miss like that, this game might as well be over. Oh, wait, maybe not. Skiboy can all of a sudden turn the tide there. Open net, 2 goals down with about 75 seconds left. This is very doable for Selling Bread.
Yeah, that it was. If he didn't get that goal in the next 10 to 15 seconds, it was looking really scary, because we see how fast Jalading and Leoro can score on this Las Abuelitas team. They are constantly on the attack and have been showcasing that, and the score obviously proves that as well, how offensively good they are, and the way they can create on offense really, really is strong and very creative as well. The way they've been able to add a few goals here and there. You've seen some solo plays. You also see some bumps going forward as well, not actually getting that to go through, so Skiboy able to still get that out of the net, but some good pressure still coming out from Selling Bread as they push it towards the other side. They do need to score in the next 10 to 15 seconds, though, if they really want to get this back. Skiboy tries to go for a quick 50-50, does get it off the side here, but still, you can see all control in Las Abuelitas' hands here. They can kind of sit and control possession, play a little bit of their game for the next 30 seconds. As long as they don't get scored on twice, they still take game number 1.
Yeah, and I think they're going to do exactly that. With only about 20 seconds left, there's not enough time for Selling Bread to try and make a counterattack this quickly. They've struggled to break through this defense. Maybe if they can get something here, a bump in front of the net, and then Xeria is going to slam this one home. With 13 seconds left, this is technically possible. They basically need a kickoff goal, but if they can do that, we might be seeing overtime.
Yeah, it's very possible. We've seen plenty of kickoffs before, kickoff goals in general, but Las Abuelitas is not exactly one of those teams I'd expect to slack off here. Good kickoff to go forward for Selling Bread, though. If Ski Boy can have a good pass here over to center field, he does find it, but the miss comes through, and that is just the end of the game more than likely as Xeria and his teammate Leoro just bring it, or Xeria tries to get it back on defense, but Leoro and Jalading able to stop that. That really could have been the tying goal there. And it's super unfortunate because that really could have gone into OT and could have gone the way of Selling Bread, but just the pass too fast maybe for the likes of Xeria and just couldn't get and connect that in time. Unfortunate. Game number one goes towards Las Abuelitas, though, in a strong performance. They did obviously leak a couple of goals, though. So that's the thing, that if you're Selling Bread, this is totally winnable. Now that you've seen how that game went through, you're like, oh, we're down 4-1. It's down 5-2. Like, we're losing by a couple goals here. But Las Abuelitas made a couple of pretty aggressive mistakes, I would say, as they've double committed on offense and made some midfield errors that led to counterattacks. So this is not exactly the perfect setup that Las Abuelitas wanted going into the rest of these games, because they didn't look perfect. And that's where Selling Bread could capitalize on that. But that being said, we also saw the offensive momentum. Once it's in the hands of Jalading and Leoro, they are constantly on offense. So that is one thing you have to be careful about.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things, is that they're great with their offensive pressure. When it comes to possession, they are great at keeping that for a very long time, just sort of wearing out their opponents on defense. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do that, because I think everybody on Selling Bread is starting to pick up on that. Both teams are starting to play pretty efficiently here. The big thing that we're looking for is whether or not we can see Selling Bread really capitalize upon said mistakes. Like you mentioned before, Las Abuelitas are an aggressive team, and when they try to pull off these more intricate plays, it leaves them very vulnerable. The shots we've seen out of Jalading have been, well, they're impressive to put it simply, but they're also very risky. So if Selling Bread can capitalize upon said risk, really find the holes in the defense for Las Abuelitas, they're going to be able to take game number 2 and keep this series going possibly a little bit longer. I don't know if they're going to be able to, though, as already, once again, Leoro back on offense here. Pass out to the center and an open net. Jalading will score. You can see the build-up of that play develop in just a couple of seconds, and unfortunately, one missed challenge out at midfield, and Selling Bread leave themselves vulnerable.
Yeah, great angle from Jalading once again to start the spark here for Las Abuelitas in game number 2. Of course, this is one of the quarterfinals we'll be watching today. Have only 8 teams going into action. This is, of course, the Rocket League finals here for IATL. We've gone through 3 qualifiers through the last 3 weeks, and this is the end-all, be-all of the teams that have qualified through those. Good demo comes through from Ski Boy, but Xeria not close enough to be able to capitalize on that. As we tick down on a minute of this game, good shot here comes from Ski Boy, just a little bit too high. Nice redirect from Xeria, but Leoro is there in net to try and challenge for that one. Jalading going to send that upfield. No boost on either one of these players, though. Have to be careful. Just kind of stall time here for both of them. A great pinch comes through somehow. And that is another goal for Las Abuelitas.
I mean, this isn't as risky. This is more, honestly, This is luck. There's no two ways about this. I don't care what you tell me. They can try. They can have tried this play a million times in different scenarios, but most of that is going to be luck. But you know what? Luck on their side is going to be huge for Las Abuelitas here. They have all the favor in the world, and as they don't get scored upon once again, no, they do. Xeria going to find himself a goal here, going to make it a 1-2 scoreline. I thought the initial save was going to be enough, but just not a quick follow-up, and Las Abuelitas leave themselves vulnerable.
Yeah, it is. That is something that we have seen plenty of times before. They just leave themselves vulnerable, being extremely aggressive, and that is what we are looking for in this game for Selling Bread, is that they need to capitalize whenever Las Abuelitas does make that mistake on offense and plays too aggressively. That is something that we have to see if they can constantly be able to do, because once they can start capitalizing on that, I really think this could go Selling Bread's way, because we've seen how aggressive Las Abuelitas is on offense. They use all of their boosts, don't have enough boost to get back in time, and it's an easy counterattack goal time after time so far that we've seen. So that is something that Selling Bread needs to look for constantly, is those aggressive marks, those aggressive moves from Las Abuelitas. And then on the contrary, Las Abuelitas just has to keep putting on the pressure, because Selling Bread has been put in times where they're really put in awkward situations, really closely positioned together, or just no boost in the back of their nets, and has been a couple of times where Las Abuelitas can just take it off the ceiling or have good angles, and it's easy goals for them. So that is something we are going to be trying to see here for both sides. As we go about halfway into game number 2, Lost, I believe, is still in the lead at 2-1. And a good challenge is coming back and forth, but majority has been in favor of Los Abuelitas.
Yeah, it's not surprising necessarily, but we're hoping for something a little bit more competitive out of Selling Bread here. We'd love to see the series go the full distance, but unfortunately Selling Bread just coming up a little bit short here, and as they miss a touch out in midfield, Xeria is going to give away possession and allow Los Abuelitas on the counterattack. Skiboy tries to get in the way, but Jalading will keep possession. And all Xeria can do is try and push it out to the corner and then out to midfield with very little boost in the tank. They can't really contest much here. Matter of fact, they can't contest at all, meaning Skiboy has to try and recapture this one on his own side. This is sort of the pattern we're seeing out of Selling Bread here. They're trying to get offensive pressure together, but when it comes time for a well-developed team play, they just can't seem to find one. And once again, the demo in midfield leaves Xeria by himself. He tries to rush for some boost, and all he can do is back off and let Skiboy go for his own solo opportunity. And I really don't think this is the key to victory for Selling Bread. These solo plays aren't seeming to phase the Los Abuelitas defense. They need one good team play, and they need it now.
Yeah, I completely agree. It seems like Selling Bread really wants to try and get those solo plays, but Los Abuelitas is too good defensively. They just are very patient on defense, and that's the best way when you have people that are really good at taking those one-on-one situations, trying to flick over you and trying to capitalize on you making a mistake. The best way is just to play patient. You just kind of wait to see what they do. You wait to see if they try to flick, if they try to dribble it around and control it. There's many ways you can just kind of wait. Even if you're going backwards towards your net, it is still very possible for you to be able to control most of that situation on defense. And that's what Los Abuelitas has been able to do so far. Good touch from Leoro, good second touch as well, but Xeria there for the save. Redirect midfield from Jalading, puts that right back towards the net. Good touch from Leoro, but Xeria there once again for another save. Good chance here for Selling Bread, but too much speed coming out from Jalading and Leoro. As another chance here comes through. Awkward touch from Leoro. Almost leads to a counterattack, but with only 35 seconds, only one goal between the teams is actually really good news, because Selling Bread, that's all they needed.
And they will find said goal. 32 seconds left here, and all of a sudden, Los Abuelitas just fall asleep here. I'm not sure what happens. Jalading gets a good 50-50 in the corner, but Leoro apparently way too far pushed up here. We had mentioned this multiple times already, though, Pib. Los Abuelitas are a very aggressive team. The place you're going to find them caught off guard is going to be their defense. Good 50-50s like that might just be the key to victory here for Selling Bread. They've got some time left in this game. If they can take this before the end of regulation, it would be huge. But taking the game at all is going to be more important. 22 seconds left, and Los Abuelitas with a dagger in game number 2.
Yeah, that is a really great solo play from Leoro. Xeria just not going to be able to get there in time. And that is, it's basically just a dagger. I mean, you've had so much confidence, tied it up 2-2 off a small mistake, but immediately Leoro was there on the capitalization. I was scared that was a kickoff goal as well, just really putting a nail in the coffin here for Selling Bread. But Los Abuelitas is phenomenal so far through the goals they've been able to score. You see a potential chance here. Demo gets missed, though, and that might just be the end of game number 2, as this has been the case 2 games in a row now, where Selling Bread has a phenomenal chance in the last 10 seconds to score and just barely misses it, and that is the end of game 2.
I mean, the truth of the matter was, as much as it was great that they had an opportunity there, they couldn't afford to miss when they did. The fact that they not only had missed multiple opportunities previously, but also the fact they gave up a goal that late into the game, it does not bode well, to put it simply here. Selling Bread have had very close bouts against Los Abuelitas on repeat here. It's been a 1-goal difference 2 games in a row. But realistically, we should still be going on right now, Pib. This should be an overtime. This should be a game that's continuing. But Selling Bread giving up that goal late game was devastating. And honestly, it might have sealed the deal on this series altogether. Los Abuelitas have them on the ropes. They are on game point. Selling Bread have got to reverse sweep here. And against a team like Los Abuelitas, who have yet to lose, I need to remind everybody, I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, they look really strong, and like we've been talking about, we keep talking about the errors they're making, but they obviously have looked phenomenal so far on attack. They have made solo plays, but they have also made plenty more passing plays in the matter. So that's the most important thing, is that this team is connecting together. They're not just playing 2 solo individual players that are really good and just scoring off that. They're playing together constantly, trying to find each other downfield and trying to get those passes. And that's the most important thing that you could see out of this team, and out of most teams in general at this competition, at this level of competition, is if you can start connecting with your teammates and start making it more of a team game and less of a solo game, you really, really easily can start putting goals in the back of the net.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just sort of the
Oh.
meta fighting against them. And speaking of fighting against them, Las Abuelitas is going to find themselves a 1-0 scoreline here, only 16 seconds in. Skiboy with an unfortunate miss on the backboard. And, well, the pressure from the initial player means that all of a sudden Jolading has an open net. And again, that may not seem like a team play, but I can guarantee you that was a team play. 2 players were involved in making sure that one went through. And that's not really what we're seeing out of Selling Bread. Like I said, the meta in 2v2, at least at a high level in North America, is a lot of solo plays. It's playing defensively, waiting for a solo play to go through. But this is more what we need to see. We need to see taking advantage of team plays gone awry. Las Abuelitas tried to keep the pressure up there, and Selling Bread capitalized upon one good 50-50. We mentioned 50-50s being important earlier, Pib. I think they're going to be more important now in game number 3, as they really are one of the only keys to victory Selling Bread have.
Yeah, I agree that has been the case so far, is when they have those good challenges to get those good 50-50s towards net, that is really where they catch Las Abuelitas off guard, because they're both aggressively on attack, and neither one of them prepared for the 50-50 challenge most of the time. Second chance here from Lero, not able to go through. But that is a very important thing to know, is that most of the goals Selling Bread has been off those interesting 50-50s, or the strong challenges in that midfield kind of close area, to where they can immediately catch Las Abuelitas on the counterattack, because they're not ready for a challenge like that to actually go their way. So that is something that Selling Bread has to keep on working with. And see Leora with a great pass and an even better bump. That is exactly what we're talking about. That is basically a solo play from Leoro all the way through, but a fantastic turtle pass over and just bumps Xeria, or gets close to bumping Xeria out of the way. That is just, when a team is connecting like that, even if it's just a tap in from Jolading and a great play from Leoro, it is pretty scary still.
Yeah, and part of the reason that we're even seeing that scenario arise in the first place is this solo play mentality that Selling Bread are continuing to play this game with. When you go for a solo play on offense, you're basically putting yourself in a voluntary 2v1 scenario, and then the involuntary part is you're putting your teammate in a 2v1 scenario going the other way. This time, there is no 2v1, it's 2v0 as Jolading finds himself in open net. Xeria, way too aggressive, immediately goes for the second touch, and this is another freebie given to Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, it is. It just seems like the goals are not going through for the likes of Selling Bread, and the goals are obviously coming in waves from Las Abuelitas. But that being said, a kickoff goal very easily in return from Selling Bread. That's the thing so far in this series, is that there's not been a point where Selling Bread looks like they're completely out of the game. And that's in all 3 games so far. They've been down 1 goal towards the end of the game both times, and now into this game as well. So at least that's some good news for Selling Bread, is that yes, they're down 2-0 in this potential game and match points, but they really have a chance here constantly. They just have to keep hoping that Las Abuelitas plays this aggressively this entire time on offense, because like you were talking about, passing is a little bit more difficult in 2s, simply because you don't have that third man. Almost a great chance from Leoro right there. But because you don't have that third man to try and play defense while you two are making a passing play, it leaves you wide open on counterattacks if you do mess up on the pass or on the finish.
Yeah, part of the issue, like you said, is just that there really isn't as much of a backup here. There's a 1-2 rotation. There is no third that's able to just sort of contain if anything goes awry. You kind of have to switch in between. Whoever's playing second has to be aware that at some point they'll probably need to play third. And I don't necessarily think Las Abuelitas are focusing on that at all. It's really to the advantage of Selling Bread. I'll be 100% here. Selling Bread, considering the matchup they have, should be taking this one. But the unfortunate truth is that they seem to have a handle for probably about 10 to 15 seconds, and then they make one mistake. Here it's a double commit, and the difference is Las Abuelitas punish way more often on the mistakes.
Yeah, that is the major thing, is that while we have seen Selling Bread capitalize on mistakes from Las Abuelitas, it's very few and far between, into which the only goals we've seen from Selling Bread so far has been because of mistakes from Las Abuelitas. It's not like they have made great chances. We see a nice chance coming downfield there from Xeria, as I was saying that, but it has mostly been because of the double commits from Las Abuelitas that Selling Bread has scored. It hasn't been because they've made great passing plays or individual plays at all. It's really because they have, I wouldn't say gotten lucky, but they're aware of what Las Abuelitas is trying to do and playing that aggressive style, and have been able to try and maintain momentum off that. So that is something that if Selling Bread wants to try and take this game, maybe push it into overtime, there's no pushing it out of anything, as we saw completely getting pushed out of net was Xeria and Ski Boy there getting just straight up bullied by Leoro, not giving him a chance to try and come save that one, and that is now a 2-goal lead back in the favor of Las Abuelitas.
Once again, another 2v1 scenario. Selling Bread just keep putting themselves in these awkward positions. I feel like part of it is that they're kind of getting a little bit hesitant with their challenges now. They're getting into this little bit of a weird point where they don't want to make the challenges out at midfield because they're afraid that they're going to overcommit, similarly to what Las Abuelitas has just done there, as they sent everybody to try and continue this play together, and then one missed touch on the back end, and that's it. But, again, this is sort of the issue for Selling Bread here, is a similar sort of play where they get weird, awkward scenarios on the back end, don't exactly know what to do, leave their teammate in a 2v1, and then all of a sudden Las Abuelitas just punish, because that is truly what's happening. Is Las Abuelitas, if they get a 2v1, it's almost a guaranteed goal, whereas Selling Bread's still getting some difficulty finding any sort of goal aside from the errors being committed out of Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty scary. And I mean, speaking of which, yeah, it's another mistake from Las Abuelitas and another easy capitalization from Selling Bread, because there's no one back on defense constantly for Las Abuelitas. So this is the first time we've actually seen Selling Bread be able to normalize this one up in this third game and equalize it. And now they just have 2 minutes. So there's still plenty of time for these two teams to try and score. And that's the important thing that Selling Bread needs to start doing, is just once they see those two playing super aggressive on offense, if they can stop that attack, they can clearly easily score on the counter. As you see, like right here is a situation where Leo doesn't get that challenge. That is another easy goal for Selling Bread on another counter. So you can definitely see Las Abuelitas is playing extremely aggressive in this third game.
The question is whether or not they continue this if they lose this game. So far, it's been a winning strategy. It's really the reason I think that Las Abuelitas are playing this aggressively, is because they're recognizing how difficult it's been for Selling Bread to try and counter it. But, you know, they lose here, which they still could with about a minute left in a tied ball game. Selling Bread, although not having the greatest track record towards the latter half of the games, there's still a chance that they could win this one. And if they do Las Abuelitas go back to the drawing board? I would think yes. I think they're going to start playing a little bit more of a mid-game, not necessarily as aggressive, not necessarily passive, but somewhere in the middle to where they can still pull off these phenomenal solo plays, but they can also get back on defense a little bit easier. I think that they'll definitely go to a different strategy if they lose this game, but again, that's a big if right now. With 30 seconds left and overwhelming pressure, Selling Bread have not done wonderful things when the pressure is on, and they will not do wonderful things now. Leoro saw the first miss out of Xeria and capitalizes as Ski Boy in another awkward position.
And I just wanted to point out how strong Leoro has been in this series through 3 games. 5 assists and 1 goal in this game, has been 100% goal participation, I'm pretty sure, through almost the entire series. So shows you how strong these two connect. Leoro just knowing the passing moves to get Jalading in an open net, and that has been the case so far. As you see, 5 goals for Jalading. They have their positions that they're playing. The striker definitely going to be Jalading in this situation, but the playmaker, none of this is possible without that Leoro playmaking, and that looks to be the tick down once again on the clock. No chance here. Coming late from Selling Bread is actually coming late towards Las Abuelitas, but that is 3 games in a row of 1 goal a difference games, into which Selling Bread really could have had a chance in all 3 of those games, and unfortunately they lost all 3 of them in the last 15 seconds of each single game. Last 2 games, the first game and the second game, it was because they missed a chance, and that game is just because they gave away a chance. So it is a really crushing defeat in 3 games.
I mean, and I hate to say that we called it, but we mentioned it in cast. It got down to the last minute, and they really just don't seem to have that clutch factor. As much as I do love the boys on Selling Bread because they are some phenomenal lads, they just need to focus on not trying to be the hero. It's something that you and I have mentioned many different times on cast. I really bring this into almost every single cast I mention in Rocket League because of how often this is a downfall for teams at this level just underneath professional play. Is that mentality of, okay, the pressure is on, we're tied at a minute to go. I don't want to go into overtime because at that point, it's whoever makes a mistake first loses. So let's get this done right here, right now. Let's start playing aggressive. Let's get that goal in. And every single time you have that player who makes that mistake, they all of a sudden leave themselves vulnerable on defense. Las Abuelitas did the exact same thing. And it is somewhat inevitable that some team is eventually going to lose their patience, try to make a risky play that is extremely unwise, because there are wise risky plays. But most of the time when it comes to the scenarios like this where a hero comes in, it's shots, usually for no reason, and it just leaves you vulnerable. So selling bread, you guys have got to focus on playing a little bit more defensively towards the end of your games, because you have left yourself exposed in 3 games in a row and been punished 3 games in a row because of it.
Yeah, it's super sad. It's obviously a crushing way to lose all 3 games. It's not like they were. I'd rather lose it in blowouts than have 2 chances in the last 10 seconds of where we could have scored and put it in overtime or won the game, and we end up losing instead. It's so crushing. But obviously, it was a 3-0, but still a great series from Selling Bread. Can't take too many points away from that. Las Abuelitas was extremely aggressive on offense, and it led to them scoring a lot of goals. That was really just the case for Las Abuelitas, is they just outscored their opponents. That was the case of everything, is that they played to their style of, let's just only score goals. That's all we need. And like you can see on the bracket, Hoover's beating Galeti. Galeti apparently a no-show in the finals today. So kind of interesting, kind of unfortunate to see where Galeti went, but Hoover's going to advance on that one no matter what. And Mektos and Milario going to advance through in as that Heavy Panther team against Must-Do Flick. And then Mamari Esports and Pretty Nightingale are the 2 teams we're still waiting on in the quarterfinals. But Hoover's versus Heavy Panther, basically a finals matchup right there. That is whoever wins that one, that's probably going to be my winner of the tournament, whoever wins that game.
Yeah, I don't really blame you on that one. I mean, listen, Las Abuelitas have been undefeated so far here. They've been absolutely phenomenal, but the truth is that some of the competition they have faced hasn't necessarily been to the Hoovers or Heavy Panthers level. The Double H there, as it would be, that matchup is going to be absolutely ridiculous, and the question is whether or not Las Abuelitas is going to be prepared for that. Interesting thing to note, like we said, Heavy Panther coming in with a second man, or with Mektos, excuse me, who we weren't as familiar with, but I'm very familiar with who Must-Do Fluck is, and I can tell you that Must-Do Fluck has been on a hot streak, to put it simply, lately, as they did qualify for the Intel World Open closed qualifiers. It's a national competition for over $150,000, to which these guys were able to make it to the closed qualifiers. Only 4 teams made it that far of international competition to represent their country. They did not make it past the closed qualifiers. Unfortunately, they fell second to AW3 Esports, but that's not a team that they should be ashamed to fall against, and it more just shows the level of competition that Must-Do Fluck has been playing against and beating lately. And then they lose to a Heavy Panther team who we had some doubts about. So I don't know if, it's the same for you. I have all of my doubts out the window at this point. I think I have some faith in Heavy Panther once again.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, we already know how much Mektos almost brought himself and his teammate to the finals in basically a 2v1 fashion, or 1v2 fashion, I guess, in the first qualifier he played in. So the fact that he now probably has a teammate that can help him in these games against a team like Must-Do Flick, like you said, or Must-Do Fluck, they're a very phenomenal team. So to see them lose in the quarterfinals means that the level of competition in general is really high. And I can't keep thinking about Las Abuelitas and can't keep discarding them, because like I said, that Hoover's Heavy Panther matchup's insane. We know that for a fact. But Las Abuelitas has beaten every phenomenal team in the finals. Like, they beat Mamari Esports, who's still in. Selling Bread they just beat, and they beat in the qualifiers. They beat Galeti and Smoke's team in the qualifiers as well. So that is just, they are a strong team. There is no doubt about that they can constantly put on the performances through the games. And as we see right there, a little shaky throughout that series, I could say, but they still scored a lot of goals. And that is probably the better note of that best of 5, is that they were not ever lacking on goals. They scored 6, scored 5, they scored 4, I think, or 3. So they were constantly putting in goals. And so it is still paying off that their aggressive play style can get them goals.
Yeah, the aggressive playstyle is a viable one. The question is just whether or not it's going to be viable long term. It's one of these things where on a good day, you can really play well on an aggressive playstyle, but on a bad day, it doesn't necessarily go your way. If a team starts to recognize how aggressive you're playing and starts to take advantage of the mistakes that are basically inevitable with a hyper-aggressive playstyle, then you're not really going to find much success. But, I mean, listen, there are professional teams who play an even more aggressive playstyle than what we just saw out of Las Abuelitas. There are teams such as Team Queso who won regionals for Rocket League, for RLCS, with that extremely aggressive playstyle. It is the go, go, go. Do not think twice. Just hit the ball and make sure to keep that pressure up. And again, it is very viable. The issue is in a 2v2 scenario, it's a lot harder to do. And it's just one of these things where eventually some team is going to try to counter it. If you can keep the speed up and you can straight out outpace them, maybe you can keep it going. But if you can't do exactly that, you're going to have a very difficult time against your competition.
Yeah, I agree. And like you said, that play style is a little bit better in 3 versus 3 because you can have the extra person to help you out on defense. Have that anchor back towards, your net or back towards midfield that could at least allow you time to rotate back once you have those two players pushing really aggressively. In a 2 versus 2, if you want a passing play, you both have to commit to the passing play. You have to be able to push upfield, and then you have to pass it over to your striker who's also upfield. So if you mess up any point of precision in that passing play, it is an easy counterattack goal because there's no one back. There's no chance that someone on your team gets back unless somehow your playmaker gets back on rotation after the pass. But it has to be fast. It is a very difficult play style to get to work, and that's why I think Los Abuelitos is even that much more impressive is because they've beaten some very good teams through their qualifier and through this point in the finals to get here. Is that they with this aggressive play style in 2v2s can still beat teams like Galetti, like Smokes Aqua, like Selling Bread. I mean, it shows you how strong they are in general too. Even if they give up goals on the counterattacks, they can score that many more to keep them ahead in the series.
Yeah, they're just a very aggressive team, and they do it extremely efficiently. There are many teams who try to do what they do, and they don't execute nearly as well. We're saying that they're not necessarily executing at the highest level because there is always going to be bigger fish in the pond. That's just the way
Right.
that it goes until you are the world champion, basically. But they are definitely at the highest of percentages there. I put them at the point with 0-1, if that, because there are very few teams that can move that efficiently and still also score goals that, that well. They had some phenomenal goals everywhere across the pitch. But unfortunately, we're not going to see them for quite some time. We're going to have to wait to see who their competition is, and we're going to have to wait to see who that competition is in this break. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but when we get back, it will be our final matchup of the first round to see who does face that Los Abuelitas team. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the IATL Rocket League Finals. Here we are just waiting on our second quarterfinal matchup to come through Mamara Esports and Pretty Nightingale. As we see, Mamara Esports has had quite a tear through their last qualifiers. Of course, my name Troy Pipcast, Willie next to me, Bass from the past, not confused Caribou. That Trevor guy's stinky as we see the ads. We'll get that fixed. But as we've looked at the Mamara Esports team, they have played quite a few qualifiers, quite a few games, but they've beaten some pretty good teams. They lost to Must2 Flick in the third qualifier, and they've lost to some very good teams along the way. So I can't count them out of the competition because in the two qualifiers they lost, it was against Las Abuelitas, and then, like I said, the team I just mentioned, now I'm forgetting, Must2 Flick. So those are two very strong teams that you end up losing out to. So you can't really take them out of this one, and then they lost to Mektos' team in the first qualifier. So they have had a rough series of games to try and qualify through this to get here. And now they face Mamara Esports, or now Mamara Esports tries to at least advance to the semifinals here to face Las Abuelitas, who they haven't faced yet, but we know is just as strong of a team.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is as much as it is a plethora of different teams that they had faced in the past that are in this tournament, you've got to be prepared to beat any of them. There is only one winner here today, and while you can take a little bit of change home if you get second or third, you're focusing on that number one. If you're not coming here today prepared to beat everyone, well, it's time to pack your bags and go home, and I don't think Pretty Nightingale have that mentality whatsoever. I think they are very ready for this. I think they have got that killer mentality, and they are showing it already 10 seconds in the game number one.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is this same team lost to Mamara Esports in their qualifier number 3. So they only played that one qualifier, but this is the team they did lose to. So ideally, Mamara Esports is looking at this like, oh, this is another free series. We just have to get back on the top of our game. But immediately, like you said, Pretty Nightingale is already ready for the level of competition they're going to be facing and wants to try and take this chance that they were given as that 8th slotted team to try and get at least in one of those paid spots. Obviously, with the level of competition, it's insanely hard to do. But to have this chance and to start trying to take it is what they're ideally going to be looking for. So there's a lot more motivation for, I feel like, this Pretty Nightingale team. We see a KG trying to make a solo play, but gets taken away. Probably had an ideal passing play spot there, but Pretty Nightingale just trying to get this out of their side of the field. And with the pace of play so far, you can definitely see that whatever team out of this one, just in the first minute of time, I might have a bit of a challenge facing against Las Abuelitas in the semifinals. Or the quarter.
Yeah, the unfortunate truth is that Las Abuelitas are just a very strong team. They're not going to be easy whatsoever, but this is only game number one. The teams are still trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out what type of play they want to have, and I think that both of these guys are extremely capable. So far, it's looking like Pretty Nightingale is more in control of this game just purely because they got that one goal and now can play a bit more defensive and not necessarily have to be too concerned. But we're going to see. Mamara Esports haven't pressed the issue too heavily yet. If they start to get a bit more aggressive, we might really see what Pretty Nightingale are made of.
Yeah, we probably will see how this develops and see if this is a really low-scoring game. That is a great challenge, though, in midfield for Pretty Nightingale to get their second goal to come through, as we see just a great 50-50, a great challenge there in midfield. KG's not able to control that one, gets out of touch a little bit, and his teammate not able to make that rotation. So that just means a second goal going forward here for Pretty Nightingale. And like we have been saying, this is even more of an important game because this same team has lost that matchup previously in the qualifiers to get here. So this would be a huge redemption arc, and Mamara Esports just kind of looks lost. There's no one back on rotation. The ball just goes straight over the midfield defender, and it's just an easy third goal here. And it's very interesting how the series is playing out, or as this game is playing out. No, not exactly what I would have predicted.
Yeah, not exactly the scoreline we were thinking about going into this one. 3-0 most likely would have gone the other way, but 3-0 just a surprising scoreline in general, especially considering the first minute of play was so close. And then all of a sudden, the second minute of play, and Mamara just completely fell apart on defense. There's no two ways about it, and they're still not necessarily finding that defensive pressure necessary. A miss on the wall there is going to leave them vulnerable. I think Pretty Nightingale are going to be able to continue their offense, unless they can't get a follow-up touch out here at midfield. No, indeed they will. And the 50-50 in front of the net. My, oh my, Mamara Esports really getting back down into a corner right now. They have very little control over the ball. Ooh, but one solo play, and Kabak will put this one through. Mamara finally on the board.
Yeah, nicely done from them. Like I said, Kapak with a great touch after that landing and able to get that one past. Means that Mamari is back in a chance here within 2 goals, still about halfway through this game. 2 minutes and 27 seconds left on that clock. So this is where Mamari would like to switch up the economy and try and get a little bit richer here. Try and see if they can develop any attacking opportunities. Got to be a little bit careful now that your teammates demoed, but good challenge. But ooh, an even better challenge from Keplok, but back in net was Ring as he was able to get that save. Seeing a little bit of server instability here. Will hopefully be all right after this one, but we can see they're just now dealing with it. It seems like everything is fine. Just a couple of seconds, they're not too bad. But if that leads to a scoring challenge, that's a little bit rough.
It is what it is. Unfortunately, they're going to just have to play through this one. And Pretty Nightingale, well, they do take the most of it. They really get a great dust out of midfield and get a 50-50 in front of the net that I don't think has much to do with ping, more just the angle at which they were trying to approach. Mamari Esports, no matter what excuse they might have right now, they're just not looking together. The rotations don't look great. The defensive plays, just in general, 50-50s and such, not looking great whatsoever. And they're down by 4 with about 2 minutes left after putting them as basically the favorites in this one. Mamari Esports have had a very difficult game number 1.
Yeah, and there's good reason to put them as favorites because they already beat this team in a previous qualifier. So it seemed like that all chances were likely for Mamari Esports just to kind of breeze through this one. But maybe, we don't know the exact scoreline, maybe it was extremely close games and they just barely brought it out in a best of 3 against this same team. But it really does seem like Mamari's a little bit lost on the rotations. Good challenge and good finish from Kapak there. Gets a second goal for him and his team, but it's still a long ways to go in 1 minute 30 seconds to score 3 more. Good speed from Kapak and obviously a great finish right into the bottom corner. Means that they are slightly bringing themselves back a chance here, but I'm wondering if this is just an offsetting kind of game where Mamari Esports wasn't really expecting the kind of pace that Pretty Nightingale has had so far, or if this might just be how the series goes.
I mean, this may just be what it is. Listen, Pretty Nightingale are not a team to mess around with whatsoever. Well, they might not have had the result they were hoping for last time. They're a very lethal team, and if you give them enough time and space and give them the confidence, they will all of a sudden start to pop off. And my Johan doing exactly that. A pre-jump coming all the way from midfield, but still interrupts enough that Mamar have yet another offense interrupted. And then he goes for a dribble as well. Johan really feeling himself right now, doing a great job of keeping this offensive pressure as well as defense. Wow. Pass out to his teammate who misses it, but he will be there for the 50-50 to at least keep that offensive pressure up. Ring, that was definitely not the miss they were looking for. Now they've got to be the hero, though, because if this goal goes through, I was going to say Mamar still have a chance, but as they clear it out to the side and Cap just can't really do much with this one with only 1 boost in the tank, it's looking like this game number 1 is indeed going to Brit Nightingale.
Yeah, such an awkward series of plays here. I know Mamari Esports kicking themselves in the butt right now trying to figure out what exactly happened to leak 5 goals very quickly to a team that they have beaten previously. It's something that they weren't expecting, obviously something we weren't expecting. Good passing play setup right there, but Ring not going to be able to get that over to his teammate just in time. This is where you'd like Johan to be able to get the demo on the goalie rather than the player on the side, but nonetheless, still Pretty Nightingale here with that lead. They're going to keep that into game number 2 here as that first game goes their way. And very interesting game number 1, obviously. We already talked about how they were definitely, Pretty Nightingale is the underdog here. That is obvious. They lost a series already to this exact same team to get to the qualifiers. They're the 8th slotted team that were given an extra chance because the team dropped out. So on top of that, the Pretty Nightingale team is already that one team that didn't exactly qualify the way the rest of the other teams did. They were kind of given that opportunity because that team dropped out and they were kind of that next runner up. So they are very happy to be here. And obviously they're very, very happy in how that first game went in general, because it's not like that game was insanely close. That was heavily in favor of Pretty Nightingale that whole time.
Yeah, and you could tell just from the way they started that game that they were coming out the gates firing. It was probably a surprise to Mamari Esports. It was a surprise to you and I in the booth, so I have to imagine on the pitch they were not expecting that. But the unfortunate truth, like we said here today, if you can't get past the competition in the first round, what are you doing here? You got to be ready for every single level of competition at this point. And Mamere Esports, if they were not prepared for Pretty Nightingale at this level, they're going to have to rethink their strategy at this point, because there are going to be a lot of good teams here today. And if you are struggling to adapt in your very first matchup, that really does not bode well. A lot of Rocket League, especially in a best-of-5 series, is being able to adapt and figure out how your opponents are going to play and trying to make counters to that. I think that they still got a great shot here. If they can try and have a bit better of a start in game number 2, it might give them some confidence and might make them play a little bit better. But the other truth of it is that Pretty Nightingale are also playing pretty phenomenally.
Yeah, it is. It's the case of them, not playing up to their standards, but the other team also playing up to their top A game. And that's kind of what we're talking about today is if you're that team that's on top of their A game, you can beat everybody into this tournament, even if you're the underdog, because if you're feeling it today and you're hitting everything that you should be, you will definitely be on top. But there was some moments on both sides in that game where I was like, if either one of these teams goes up and keeps playing and makes those slight mistakes against a team like Las Abuelitas, they might get crushed. So that's kind of what I was expecting. Like when you miss an open goal chance on the redirect, that not being able to score like something like that, when Las Abuelitas is going to score 5 or 6, and if you can't take those opportunities and score them right away, it is going to be rough. But focusing on this game and this series, I'm really interested to see how game number 2 goes, because that will be pretty telling to me. If that was a fluke, if that was just Pretty Nightingale having a great game and they had some good chances, or if that really is how this series is going to go.
I'm very interested as well. I think the second game is going to be pretty telling here. If Pretty Nightingale come out the gates just firing again and all of a sudden there's just no response out of Mamere, I have a feeling we might just end up going down with another 3-0 sweep. But I don't know. There's something about that first game that felt off. It felt like Mamere weren't quite at their top level. It felt like they weren't really to where they wanted to be, at least in terms of overall play. But again, I don't really know. Only time will tell what type of Mamere we're going to see here today. If it's the same Mamere as the previous qualifiers, there's definitely still a chance against Pretty Nightingale. But if they come into this one a little bit slow to start, if they aren't as hot as we had seen them previously, I think that they don't really have much of a shot here. This is all speculation, though. This little bit of break we get in between time while we switch over servers, because it is an EU versus NA matchup, it's great for the team to sort of readjust and reassess what they just saw. If they can go back over and, if they have a third party, some sort of coach that's watching the stream and is looking over everything and can give them a little bit of advice, or even just listen to what you and I are saying right now in the break, right, I think that they really are going to have a viable chance in game number 2.
Yeah, I agree. And we obviously just have to see if they can improve on those slight mistakes that we have seen. It wasn't anything crazy realistically from both sides. It was just a couple of small mistakes, maybe a couple of whiffs that is just happens in Rocket League in general. It's very difficult to be that consistent the entire time, because this game really will kick you in the butt sometimes as far as angles goes, or deflections off the corners where it goes a different angle than you thought. So there's a lot of different ways that it could go, but we are just, of course, getting the second game soon underway. Looking at the rest of the bracket, of course, Hoovers versus Heavy Panthers. I'm really excited to see that matchup for sure. That is going to be phenomenal. That is also going to be the EU-NA switch, so we'll see. Mektos did struggle last time when having to switch over onto the EU servers. I do remember that. So that is something that we have to keep in mind, that Hoovers might have that chance to capitalize on their EU games in comparison, because it is very difficult once you constantly play at a certain amount of ping if you're not used to switching back and forth.
He has gotten a little bit more used to it, though. I will give him the credit of playing enough of these events now that he started to see what it's like when he plays on an EU ping. And last time that was not much of a difficulty, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that they did play a lot of their games on EU, and they still dominated. But again, there's still a little bit of an asterisk next to everything that Heavy Panther do here today, because they are not playing with the usual duo here. Leaks was not able to make the event, so instead they have Malero, like we had said. And that's not much of a downgrade, as it's very evident considering the team they beat to start the day, because Must-Do Fluck is Must-Do Fluck. But the question really now becomes whether or not they're going to be able to do the same thing against Hoovers. Hoovers, as we mentioned before, they're just a really good team. They continue to take wins here. I believe that Smokes has actually won one of the ATL Opens, the finals before this. It's just, he's a good player. He's a really good player. There's no two ways about it. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do something against what is a pro player. Heavy Panther do have Mektos, and no matter how you look at it, Mektos is a professional player. He is extremely solid at what he does, and now we've got to see really what everybody on on Hoovers is made of. As much as Smokes is a great player and has played well in the past, pro level play is just a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, it is. It is a complete different pace of play, especially realizing that there's fast players for sure. There's SSL fast players, and then there's even faster of players that know every single angle that they need to hit. So that is something that's we'll be looking forward to in that game. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket of everything of how it's going. Of course, we're trying to get that game underway, but Hoovers and Heavy Panther in that semifinal. Then Los Abuelitos waiting on Mamari Esports and Pretty Nightingale here to try and advance to the semifinals. And we'll see which one of those teams can take the top final spot. Of course, prizing goes to the top 3 in this tournament. So $450 up top is what these players are currently playing for.
Yeah, and that's a good chunk of change, especially with the competition here, giving out money every week anyways. The fact of the matter is that the invitational as it is right now is from some open qualifiers where teams had to battle it out and still got paid for those matches as well. So there's a lot of money being thrown here by Skillshot and CMG, and we really do appreciate everything that they're doing for the competition, because there's so much going on right now for the Rocket League scene, and to have a 2v2 scenario like this is awesome to see, especially as a guy who's been around a lot of these different competitions. Seeing this 2v2 and seeing what it's led up to, the competition, the level at which we're seeing here today is absolutely phenomenal. But we're going to have to take yet another break in order to get that competition back on screen, setting up the lobbies here. But when we return, we will have more Rocket League action. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a couple of moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the IATL Rocket League Finals here as we get into the other quarterfinal that we are waiting on. Of course, Rocket League pushed a fantastic update right on us as we are trying to set up all these custom lobbies and wondering why there were so many mismatches and why the lobbies weren't being created as fast. That is exactly why Rocket League pushed an update as soon as this competitions go through. So hopefully, everyone, if you haven't already, update your game as of now so that we can get these games pushing throughout this series. But of course, Mamari Esports Pretty Nightingale 1-0 if you did miss that game, 5-2 the final scoreline for Pretty Nightingale, who is definitely the underdog, has already lost to Mamari Esports, but very convincingly won the first game.
Yeah, that's almost putting it simply. Convincing is insane considering the fact that Mamar, like we said last time, won against them. And Pretty Nightingale just coming out the gates firing, getting 3 goals within about 2 minutes, and then getting a 2 additional on top of that. They just looked really good. There's no two ways about it. Pretty Nightingale just looked on top of their game, whereas Mamar did not look like they had gotten to form yet, to put it simply. I think that this is still going to be a close competition, and especially considering that they've had a little bit of time to digest what happened in game number 1 and come back into this one. I think this is going to be a really close game number 2. I think that Mamar might come in with a little bit more of a strategy, to put it simply, but we're going to have to find out. If it's the same as game number 1, I don't know if they're going to win this one, but it looks like we do have competition. Game number 1 underway here. First team back on offense, though. It's again going to be Pretty Nightingale here. If they get an early goal, I'm definitely going to say they take game number 2.
Yeah, really, if they can keep that level of competition, this is what we were talking about before that break, is that game number 2 is kind of going to be telling. Is that game 1 a fluke, or is game 2 really where everything kind of folds in? If Mamari Esports can figure out what was happening in game 1, learn how to fix that, going into this next one, decent flick coming out from KGs, but not actually going to lead it to an attacking chance here. I say that as a miss goes through, and a whiff equals a goal here from Mamari Esports, but this is a very important game to tell you how this series is going to go in general, because now we can see if these teams really did have a weird game number 1 where Pretty Nightingale just was on top of it, or if Mamari Esports is going a little lackluster into the series. But as of right now, current lead in favor for them after a small whiff from Pretty Nightingale, but one goal in a minute, still plenty of time for both teams to figure out what the plan of attack here is.
Ooh, a good solo play, though. Open net. Can Johan put this one in? No! He flicked a bit off target, and unfortunately, the follow-up wasn't there as well. Pretty Nightingale starting to get back into form here, but Mamar getting an early goal is starting to look pretty crucial, as it's been very difficult for Pretty Nightingale to find that type of pressure once again. But an open net here, which I thought would be converted. No, the interference from Mamar is not going to allow Pretty Nightingale for an easy transition. A huge opportunity for Pretty Nightingale, but it has gone awry. And with 90 seconds gone now, they've had multiple opportunities to try and tie this one up, but can't quite do so. Speaking of opportunities, though, Mamar, again, on offense, looking a lot better than game number 1.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's looking like a much different game, which is kind of what I was expecting out of both teams in general, is that game 1 really was just a crazy fluke in the Matrix, as we see there's a much better pace of play from both teams going into the second game. Decent chance here, but nice save coming out as Johan going to recollect this one in midfield. Good challenge showing up from Kapak to delay some time, but another good challenge here. Good bump, could go through, but didn't actually get that bump to work, I don't believe. 0 boost here for Ring as he tries to recollect some boost and go back on defense, but a very passive game from the two teams so far as game number 2 plays out. Decent chance here as nobody's back in net. Johan doesn't have to hit that one, thankfully, as no one was back on defense, but goal going to be given towards Pretty Nightingale here, equalizing the chances now. Good speed, a good touch from Johan, and a decent enough chance there to just finish that one off without any real speed on the back of that one. But 2.5 minutes left in this one. Only 2 goals. This is the lowest scoring game of all 4 we've seen so far.
Yeah, by far the lowest scoring game, and I have a feeling it's going to stay this tense. Like you said, a little bit more passive out of both teams here. They're trying to focus on their defense a little bit more, which I think is going to be beneficial for Mamar here. They'd much prefer a more methodical game where they can try and play to their own pace and really dictate how the game operates just overall. And an open net's going to do them wonders, as well as KG is going to find themselves a second goal. Mamar Esports gifted this one, no two ways about it. Pretty Nightingale, they needed a touch somewhere here on the backboard.
Yeah, that really was just an easy chance to go through for Mamari, and nothing for Pretty Nightingale to really answer that one quickly. So now they have to answer it quickly on the score sheets, trying to get a second goal here in their favor. Good touch comes through, though, as Kapak leaves that one over for KG's to save. Back with 100 boost here as a boom goes downfield. And we'll see if the recollection here for Pretty Nightingale can go through, or if Mamari can keep their pace and momentum here. Dribbling it not as effective there. Miss on the redirect here, but a good chance coming through. Didn't take enough time, though, to get a really powerful shot. So Ring going to try and redirect this one off the wall and to try and see if they can get that second goal here to equalize this one. Boost taken away from that player here for Mamari. So good chance once again, but some awkward dribbling from Johan means a ball given right over the other side. Luckily not boomed towards the net, but still a chance being created here for Mamari, and they definitely have seemed very, very much different in the second game.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better than game number 1. Pretty Nightingale here have definitely looked solid as well, but like you said, Mamari just looking a little bit stronger right now. With about 75 seconds left on the clock, I think that Pretty Nightingale still do have a chance to force in overtime, but they need a better offense right now. There's no two ways about it. The solo plays are not working out, and because of their passive plays, they just aren't as quick on offense. They don't seem as electric, unfortunately, and with only about a minute left, they really have got to find that electricity, find that jolt of life somewhere here. Maybe they can get something together as this offense is starting to click, but no, a good 50-50 out of midfield, and Cap is going to turn this one the other way. Mamari, again, good on their midfield presence here, not allowing any sort of opportunity for Pretty Nightingale. Okay, though, going to have to try and get a little bit of security. Goes up, wants the flip reset. I think has it, but no, does not indeed. It looked like they might have gotten it, but it's not going to make much of a difference as they are forced back into their own half, and will have to stay stable on defense for at least another 30 seconds.
Yeah, that is all they need to do. Well, this is a low-scoring affair. It is a much more precise game from Mamari Esports, and just playing some good defense. Nice bump. Gets that player off the ball there. We see a recollection here. With 10 seconds left now, pass goes by, though, and Ring is able to get that second goal as a missed timing on the jump, it seems, or not fast enough to get to that challenge. Ring was able to get there in time and get that right over the defender. Maybe just the angle of that was kind of awkward, but that does equalize the game now, 2-2 apiece, as Pretty Nightingale looks to try and take game number 2 now with the last 10 seconds. Momentum definitely in their favor. Midfield boost to go Johan's way. But recollection here looks like it's going to overtime unless KG has a good dribble. Does not. Ball still a chance, though. Kapak here going to take it off the corner, but bumps probably mean that is the end of that attack. Another boomer goes downfield, but no one's going to be there in time. Looked like it could have been a Pretty Nightingale goal, though, but it will not be the case as we go into the first OT of the IATL Rocket League Finals.
And this is going to be a tense one. It's going to be an important one as, whoa my word, as well as Mamario is going to say need this in order to equalize the series, and they'll do exactly that, okay, with a ridiculous flip reset, perfectly positions it off the bar and in, and only 7 seconds in, Mamari equalize this series.
Yeah, that was a really, really good chance from KG's to be able to slot that one in. And obviously, looking like they were the better team, I would say, through that game number 2, I would say deserved to get that in overtime. But a really great finish on that flip reset to be able to get that, because he was awkwardly, it wasn't like a straight on, head on to the goal. He was kind of coming in from the side and was able to still flip reset into the top corner. And luckily didn't hit the crossbar or anything to get that chance taken away from them. But that is now equalized in the series 1-1. So we'll see how that plays out. I definitely thought that game number 2 would go a bit differently than game 1 did, just considering how these teams have matched up previously. That is why Mamari Esports is more favored in this, because they have already beaten Pretty Nightingale in a series beforehand. But it definitely wasn't as up to speed as I thought it would be in game 2. It was very passive from both teams, not as many attacking chances as I would have thought.
Yeah, a lot more passive of a game. A little bit different than game number 1 for sure. Seems like that little bit of a break that we had where Rocket League Updated really did benefit Mari, as they had a just better overall game. Part of that is also that I don't think Pretty Nightingale, though, lived up to the expectations we had after game number 1. They looked very aggressive. They looked really efficient on offense, and apparently that little bit of life they had in them in game number 1 has started to fizzle out, and in game number 2, they don't seem to have that same sort of quickness. They aren't as quick to the draw here, which has made them a lot less lethal of a team. Can they turn this one around, though, in game number 3? It's the big question we've really got right now. Mamari have answered the questions we had after game number 1. They are a lot better of a team in game number 2, and I think are back in form. Now the eyes are on Pretty Nightingale. If they can try and make the adaptations, I think we see a series which really goes the distance. If they seem to play as passive as they did in the last game, not so confident in this one going the distance.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this could be that turning point in the series where we see Momari Esports try and pick up the next 3 games in total and try and just carry this one to the semifinals. We, of course, are getting into game here shortly, though. And the winner of this, of course, is going to face Los Abuelitas, who is currently undefeated through their 7 games so far, including the matchup against Selling Bread today. And they have beaten great teams into the past. We already talked about that previously. So there is quite a skill level, a bit of competition difference in that semifinals in comparison here, because obviously these are 2 great teams, but probably I would say the bottom half of the teams in this tournament, obviously Pretty Nightingale getting slotted in at the very last second. Mamari Esports kind of that team that has beaten some good teams in the past, but is looking to kind of make that redemption arc, especially through, I would say, the easier half of this bracket. And being on the opposite side of Smokes and Mektos is pretty nice. You have a good chance to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, they've got a great chance to at least secure themselves a good chunk of change here. They've definitely gotten the better luck on the draw when it comes to just, oh my word, the seeding, because the seeding is random. And, well, Pretty Nightingale probably not as favored in the seeding here, probably not as happy with their seeding, because they've got to go through Mamar yet again. And I don't know if they're going to be able to. Mamar starting to heat up on offense as well. They're up 1-0 within the first minute.
And now we see if they can just carry that momentum. Like we said, game 2 is a much better performance than we saw in the first game. And why I was kind of thinking it might have just been that off performance, that they weren't really ready for that first game and now are back into motion here, trying to see if they can just close out the series in the next 3 games in total. Decent touch from Ring, but doesn't have full control of it, so his teammate's going to take that one away from him. Decent challenge there in midfield. It means that attacking chance is created here from Mari Esports, but KJ's going to get challenged there as Kapak is going to go right back in. But 0-1, neither one of them having any boost means kind of awkward here for the blue side, but KJ is going to get that midfield at least and try and do what he can, giving some time over to his teammate to capture some boost. Backward miss, though, really important that they could have effectively scored off of that one. And those are the kind of opportunities where we've been talking about constantly. If you're going up against one of the better teams, one of the top 4 teams going after this quarterfinals, you have to score those. Otherwise, you will lose the game, because if you don't take your chances as they come, you will be the loser at the end of the game.
Yeah, there's no 2 ways about it. You're not going to get many opportunities when the competition is this stiff, and if you're not able to capitalize when the time comes, similar to what I think Pretty Nightingale are doing here, they are indeed actually going to capitalize. The initial shot was nowhere near target, but luckily enough to follow up was Johan going to find himself his first goal here in the game. He's going to tie us up with just about 2 minutes gone.
Now with 3 minutes left, plenty of time for both teams to try and see if they can make something work. We'll see if that is going to be the case, as Mamari Esports looks to try and continue the momentum, but Pretty Nightingale looking to try and continue what they did game 1, where they had a shocking amount of goals, 5 goals to the 2 on the other side of Mamari. Johan with a good touch here, nice angle as well, but a miss comes through, and he wasn't exactly prepared for that. So that is what we're talking about in general with both of these teams have had chances like that, where it's like maybe that really should be a goal every time, and if you're not able to slot that one in, it really could put you at a disadvantage, especially in this series, let alone in future series. But Joanne's going to have a nice touch off the wall here, trying to get an air dribble in. It gets challenged early, so not going to have any chance there. But 1-1 still going to be the score case. It's still be the score showcase as we see 2 minutes left on the clock. Another one of those passive games where neither team has had insanely crazy chances, but there's just a passive amount of shots, probably 5 or less for each team. And this is a great chance here for Johan. Save does come through, though, from KG's able to get that one out of net.
Yeah, like you said, a very passive game here. Neither team really showing their full hand yet, and honestly, this favors Mamori by far. I don't think that Pretty Nightingale, when they're playing a passive game, are nearly as lethal as their offensive game. When they play aggressive, they do really well in just keeping that pressure up, waiting for their opponents to make mistakes, but they might have been lulled into a full sense of security. After getting game number 1 under their belt so confidently, they probably thought, okay, maybe we can hit the brakes a little bit here and just try and play a game where we don't let them get into it as much, but I think that was by far the wrong decision. All of a sudden, Mamari are back into this game. They have a lot more momentum on their side now that they can control the pace of play. And Pretty Nightingale seem to have no answers for that strategy. With about a minute 20 left here, Mamari look poised to take another goal, but not if the defense of Pretty Nightingale has anything to say about it. Overwhelming offensive pressure here out of Mamari, but they still can't find the back of the net. How about now? Indeed, they will. Cap gonna finally put in the second goal, and with only about 70 seconds left, Pretty Nightingale really stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, unfortunate for Pretty Nightingale after a couple of great saves, but that does put Mamari Esports up in this series now. If they could take this game at number 3, 2 games in a row would definitely boost their confidence and bode well for this team, as they were already that team that was more than likely slotted to win this one. But after a really weird first game, it really looked like Pretty Nightingale just had their number immediately. So that's what we've been talking about. What we constantly be talking about is if you are playing your A game, you can beat everybody into this tournament, no matter what rank you are, no matter what seed you are. I guess rank would be a little bit different. If you are a gold player trying to beat some SSLs, it's probably a little bit different on that end. But KG's going to find a second touch off of the wall there, off the backboard, and get that third goal over from Mamari, and it might just be that finisher here for game 3.
I'm always a big fan of, not necessarily always judging players upon their skill, but what they can do when competition comes. And apparently Mamari know what to do when the competition arrives here, because Pretty Nightingale, they had a great game number 1, and where many teams would get deflated and not really know how to bounce back here, it's very clear they know how to do exactly that. Mamari up by 2 with only about 30 seconds left. As long as they do not throw away their defense to end this game, I think they've got this one in the bag. But unfortunately, as we've seen multiple times today, that is very easy to do, and I think Pretty Nightingale actually might be the ones throwing away their defense here, as they get a bit too aggressive, try to retreat, have no boost, and, well, own goal to indefinitely give this game to Mamari Esports.
Yeah, unfortunate. They had some good defensive plays here throughout, but Mamari Esports is just going to be able to take this game. Hopefully not leak 3 goals in 17 seconds, but we will see, of course. It has happened before, and this would be the start 2-1, but Kabak's going to be there to stop every chance of that happening. As soon as I saw that kickoff, I was like, oh, do not give up 3 goals in the next 10 seconds off of the kickoff here. But it looks like it'll be the finisher here from Mamari as they find a good 4-1 victory in game 3. And find 2 games in a row as well in this best of 5. So definitely have found their pace and found a way back into this series. And I couldn't exactly pinpoint what that might be, but they do seem to be playing a lot more coordinated, and the solo plays are coming out. But you can see on the other side, it's just the fact that the other team, Pretty Nightingale, is just not getting shots. They had 4 shots total, one of them having 0 in that game. So it is one of those things where if you're just not on offense, it's very hard for you to create. And they having a 30-45% chance-ish of conversion on your shots means that they are only slotted to get 1, maybe 2 max there in that game with 4 shots total. So it is one of those places where you have to be able to find some more offensive creation. If that means you lose more goals, you do what the last team did, Las Abuelitas, start playing more aggressive and just see if you can at least start creating more offensive momentum, even if you leak a couple goals in defense.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing there, is that was what game number 1 was, is that Pretty Nightingale just got off to a good lead. They had a lot of goals in their favor, and then even though Mamari Esports all of a sudden got back into the game and they did start getting some goals for themselves, they just kept outscoring them. At a certain point, if the defense isn't working for you, like you said, the best defense is an offense at certain points, and while that is not always true for every team we see, it is definitely true for Pretty Nightingale right now. They were by far the best we saw them when they did have that offensive play style, when they were aggressive, and as they're starting to play passively again here in game number 4, I'm looking a little bit worried. Maybe one solo play out of KG's here is going to change this one up, but as it's denied, and Cap all the way out at the outside is looking like they're just going to contain this. Pretty Nightingale once again forced into their back half and don't seem to have much of an answer.
Oh, good touch. Ooh, good defensive save there. But yeah, like you said, while it's a great save, they don't have much of an answer for the attacking prowess that we've seen. Another great save coming out from Ring once again, but a miss from Johan at least was able to recollect there on the back end of that, but still got boost. Kapak's just going to try and be awkward and make some challenges. That way his teammate can come in with some boost and try and get the ball back towards their side of the field. But chance now in favor for Pretty Nightingale, but right over Kapak, going to find that touch and the second shot towards net. Johan with a great save as well, but you can see the clear difference in the last few games is that it is literally just Mamari on offense, and Pretty Nightingale's trying to find some counters or trying to find some chances like that. Great chance to come through, and Pretty Nightingale's going to find the lead here off a nice demo and a good challenge in midfield.
Yeah, some surprising physicality here. I don't think anybody was really expecting this. Not us in the booth, nor on the field. And Pretty Nightingale might have found another key to victory here. The truth of the matter is, we said that they had to be aggressive, but there's two types of aggressive. There's keep the pressure up on rotations on offense, and then there's just eliminate your opponents off the field. They might be sticking with option number 2 here because they found a goal early in game number 3, game number 4, giving themselves a little bit of a chance here, but they also have to survive on defense. Mari back to their usual thing on offense, got the pressure up, cap up in the air, wants the flip reset, gets it, but is interrupted, rings in the way, and then another 50-50 from Johan means this should be an open net, and indeed it will. Johan gonna put in a second for his team, and Pretty Nightingale on top by 2.
Yeah, this is looking like what would happen against Las Abuelitas, where they play really aggressive, take some shots, and you're just able to find a counterattack twice in a row. And that's what, I mean, that's perfect if Pretty Nightingale can play like that against the Momari and get the advancement into the semis. They have a good chance of taking down Las Abuelitas here, too. But like we've said, no one has been able to take Las Abuelitas down. So the winner of this one is in that tough situation where they have to be that team that has knocked the king off their thrones, get that undefeated record out of their way and out of their belt. But a miss here from both sides means that Kapak cannot get Momari back in this one. So that is a pretty crucial moment in this game. If they got that first goal, to at least have a couple of minutes to score a second would be very easy for Momari. Miss to come through by 1, but Ring is there once again on the save.
That is unfortunate for Mari there. They really needed that goal just to give themselves some confidence that they can finish this one right here, right now, because with about 2.5 minutes remaining, we are only at the halfway point. So theoretically, there's plenty of time for Mari to get back into this one, but when they're missing open nets like that and they are getting very few opportunities in comparison to their last game, it's not boding well. It's looking very in favor of Pretty Nightingale right now. The change-up in strategy is absolutely phenomenal from this team. They are playing way faster than before. They are playing much more aggressively, and they are creating opportunities for both players. And speaking of creating opportunities, Johan really doing the most in this game. He's got 2 goals, and he is absolutely on fire. A solo play here out of midfield, and that's all it takes. Mari down by 3.
Yeah, that is not exactly what you're expecting in this one after Momari takes the last 2 games pretty decently well in their series 4-1 in the last finish, and now just can't figure out what to do in this one to score some goals. Like I said, that one goal that Kapak ended up hitting the bar in was probably that decider of where if they can come back in this one easily. Kapak just making a whiff there as well. Just everything, kind of pressure, whatever it might be, just not connecting here for Momari. Good chance here, though, as a miss comes through on the net, and that is going to be that one goal they needed to try and get back into this one. But like you said, a 3-goal differential, now bringing it to 2, is still quite a bit. You still have to make a lot of more chances, and we have seen Momari be the better offensive team so far, but Pretty Nightingale has found those good counterattacks to get some goals. So if Momari continues to play very offensively to try and get this last 2-goal gap to close a little bit, it could extend even more if Pretty Nightingale finds a good counter.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing here, is that Marty have to recognize that when they broke down the pace of play and they didn't allow Pretty Nightingale to, well, dictate how they move around the pitch, they really did do a great job of keeping themselves in this one. But if they start to fall into this pace of play that Pretty Nightingale want to play with, this really fast-paced gameplay, I'm not so sure if they're going to have a key to victory here, or even any sort of victory at all in game number 4. That being said, though, Pretty Nightingale, they're getting some, I'd say, weird touches here and there to the point where they are leaving themselves kind of vulnerable to a counterattack, but in order to do so, you've got to make a challenge at some point. K all the way out of midfield there decides not to dive on what was a very awkward Pretty Nightingale defense, and with only 50 seconds left, at a certain point, you've got to start taking risks. Not only is the other team against you, but the clock as well. It's now or never. Mamere, you want to try and close this one out in game number 4. Can you do it here? No, the follow-up shot is not on target. Cap with a very poor redirect. And that could spell trouble unless this shot goes in, but no, it's off target. But where's the follow-up? Pretty Nightingale got gifted a freebie. This should have been a save, but no follow-up. Johan, why did you challenge so early, my friend?
Yeah, even a great bump, but like you said, just an early challenge means completely open net because Ring wasn't even close to being able to get back on defense. So now with 30 seconds left, they have a good chance here. Kapak almost gets that one past Johan, but a nice touch from him means that he will be back on defense with 100 boost here. But Mamari looks to try and find the next 2 goals to try and take this game into out of regulation time into overtime. We hear some awkward defense coming out, but good demo comes through. KG doesn't have a whole lot of time to work with, though. Gets challenged and demoed by Johan. Now there's left to Kapak in the short amount of time he has, and this might just mean that the game number 4 goes the way of Pretty Nightingale if you can't control that one. Oh, awkward hit up. If that went towards net, would have been really bad. But that is game 4 going to Pretty Nightingale, and now equalizing the series, putting it towards game 5.
And I think we're going to have a Game 5 that just exceeds all expectations at this point. This is absolutely insane how both teams have been making phenomenal adjustments. Mamare did exactly what we were hoping for. They were much more aggressive. They looked way more similar to game number 1, and that's really the reason they won there, is the fact that they had aggression, which worked out in their favor. As much as Pretty Nightingale are a very good team, it's one of these things where when they have this much pressure against them, they don't seem to sustain it and really keep under, I'd say a watchful eye and really do things on their back half that are beneficial to them. Their defense, when it was being paid attention to, was phenomenal, but when they start to get into this fast pace of play, they kind of put it as an afterthought and they don't really go into defense as quickly. So Pretty Nightingale, you guys have got to focus on your defense in this game. I think that you guys played really well, but the truth of the matter is that Mamari just coming out on top.
It is, yeah, that's the case. And now we got to see if Pretty Nightingale can continue this swing into game 5. See if that ping has anything to do with that as well, if it is switching servers. But that is, last match is confirmed as it is going to be on EU. So that is going to be in favor, I believe, of Kapak and Mamari. I believe they are the EU team. So that is going to be beneficial for them, because I think that's the 2 games they have won was on their server. The 2 games they lost was on the NA server. So that also could be the case of, if that was that freak game 1 of that 5-2 scoreline, was because they weren't used to the ping and weren't ready for that kind of switch up in action. But now going into game 5, now heavily in favor for them. We will see how it'll pan out in this series. Of course, game 5, this is the last game for the quarterfinals. And from here on out, we move to the 2 semifinals and then the grand finals to see who ends up taking that $450 up top. First semifinal, that Hoovers vs Heavy Panther matchup, which is going to be a phenomenal watch if you want to watch some good Rocket League. That is for sure going to be there. And then last, I believe, is facing the winner of this game in the other semifinals. Like I said, this is the easier half of the bracket. The other half had Galetti, Must You Flick, Heavy Panther, and Hoovers. Like probably the top 4 teams in the tournament. I wouldn't even doubt it. Las Abuelitas is definitely trying to make a name to put themselves in that top 4 as well. But that is a rough side of the bracket. So to be on this side means you have a good chance to advance yourself into that grand finals.
Yeah, you really do have a great chance. It's most likely going to be Las Abuelitas, like we said. They're really that team that sneaks into that top 4 there and has a good shot at this one. But what you can do is you can give yourself a shot at least winning some sort of money here. Getting to the semifinals means that you are guaranteed to at least play for that 3rd place matchup and then possibly get yourself some good money here, take some prize winnings home. But regardless, a big thing that we've mentioned every single time that the competition comes around here is that you have to have that mentality that you can take first home. And if you want to gain that mentality, practice in spaces like this and events like this are going to be crucial. You have to start facing competition that is better than you and knowing how to play against them. So as much as it is also about the fact that they would like a little bit of money to take home here, some prize winnings to show for their efforts, just having that experience, I think, is going to be extremely valuable, especially to teams like Mamare and Pretty Nightingale, who aren't necessarily the highest threshold when it comes to competitions like this, but are very good teams who just need that little bit of an extra kick in order to get to that top level. And playing in games like this and playing in competitions like this are exactly how you do so.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like getting that slot in, like we were talking about for Pretty Nightingale, to have a chance now in game 5 to try and take this series and advance farther than they thought they'd ever would, because they didn't think they'd be in the finals in the first off. So now that they have this chance, they have to make it count, especially considering they are on the weaker servers for them. So they have to make sure this might be one of those passive games where we don't see a whole lot of shots out of them, and we might see a little bit more on the counter attack. But you also have to remember that ping has a heavy effect on 50-50s and challenges in general, to where you are playing a little bit less aggressive and less fast because you don't want to accidentally miss the ball, because, just slight ping issue was the one thing that could have mattered there. So that is one thing that we might see change up in this 5th and final game. But we'll, of course, get to that as soon as possible, as we are going to be seeing if or who will take this matchup. But I really, like I said, I'm very interested in the semifinals matchups. That's where I'm seeing the top tier quality games that might also go 5 games, but really, really insane matchups here. And of course, that Hoovers versus Heavy Panther matchup, that EU versus NA is going to be back and forth between those two teams, and we have to realistically in matchups like that, where it's same with this matchup, NA versus EU, is that if you drop a game on your servers, that you basically lose the series.
Yeah, that's just the truth of the matter here, is that if you have any sort of advantage whatsoever, you've got to do the most with it. We've mentioned this so many different times today. It doesn't matter whether or not it's going to be defensive mistakes, offensive mistakes, or having, just an opportunity in general. Ping is an opportunity in itself. The fact of the matter is that you are less likely to win a 50-50 if you have bad ping. You are less likely to hit those more intricate shots, those power shots, those flip resets, stuff like that when you have the worst ping. If you can start to take note of where your opponents are really struggling because of their ping disadvantage and do something with it, it's going to do you wonders. It is not necessarily going to fully sway the game in your favor, but if you can start to just sort of pick apart the other team and see where their weaknesses are because of their ping disadvantage, it really is going to give your team the greatest shot at winning said game. The question is whether or not these teams are going to be that acute, whether they're going to notice these little differences between the two teams and between the ways that they played in between games and do something with it. I think that both of these squads are very knowledgeable in Rocket League. They have the Rocket League IQ to notice things like that. The question is whether or not it's going to be impactful here in game number 5. Regardless, I think game number 5 is going to be an absolute banger of a showing. We've got two teams which have been battling this one out. The question is whether or not who strikes first, and I think indeed, no, it's not going to be Mamari. I thought that they would get the first goal, but as they overcommit, it's Pretty Nightingale who are on board.
Not exactly how you expected that to happen. That should have been a good chance for Mamari, but a midfield challenge goes astray, and Johan is just able to connect and push that one through into the net to get Pretty Nightingale that lead here as we see it. This is going to be the start that Pretty Nightingale wanted in Game 5 on their weaker side here. They have to make every chance matter. And speaking of which, that is not exactly what you wanted. Good, decent enough challenge here. Just able to push Kapak away from that one to be able to get that challenge wasted, or that chance wasted. But this is still heavily favored for Mamari. Good challenge there. That is almost a wide open net. But Johan once again back in time to make that save and to take that boost. So Pretty Nightingale, while they might be stuck on defense most of this game, good passing play to go through, good redirect, but in the defense, Kapak was waiting. This still is a heavily in favor Mamari matchup here, though, for Game 5. Still a lot of offensive pressure for them in general. If there was boost here for Johan, it could have been another counterattack goal, but it is still going to be a rather aggressive game from what we've seen so far in this first minute of action.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty aggressive game. The question is whether or not Pretty Nightingale are ready for that type of game. If they can rely on counterattacks like they're doing so far, I think that they might just be okay. Why would you? Wow. All right, never mind. Pretty Nightingale are not okay in any way, shape, or form. They're apparently just trying to make that as difficult as possible, as Johan, for literally no reason, just threw away an open net.
Yeah, not the game you want to do that in. I mean, in general, you don't really want to miss open nets, but in the last game of your quarterfinal series to try and advance yourself farther into the tournament to get some good money overall, that's an overcommit once again from Amari, and the second goal for Pretty Nightingale, a very odd situation here. That is not panning out exactly as I planned, as Johan missed an open net, and Pretty Nightingale still getting that second goal on top of everything said and done. This is a very weird game, number 5, to see for both teams, as KJ's and his teammate Kapak has had some good chances, but it's definitely just been Pretty Nightingale so far. Good chance here, but on the backboard, Johan makes the save. And another weird miss from Kapak there almost leads to another goal. So I wonder what is the case here for Momari to kind of lead or once again be on the disadvantage here in Game 5.
I think the pressure is starting to build up against them as well. Just understanding that they're in a Game 5, they're really trying to pull out all the stops. And we've seen this from many teams in many different scenarios where they go too fast for their own good. And I think that's what's happening here. Mamari tries to challenge all the way in their opponent's final third. 2/3 of the field left uncovered, and no wonder Cap can't get back there. That is just not a good challenge in front of the net. Mamari trying to basically match the pace of play of Pretty Nightingale, and we had mentioned this earlier. Mamari, you can't be giving into your opponents and playing into their hands. When Pretty Nightingale set the pace of play, they almost always are in control and end up winning the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting that this has been the case so far through 2.5 minutes, so just halfway through this game. But it definitely seems like Momari should have a couple of goals, but Pretty Nightingale also should have a couple more on top of this. On top of the 3 they have already, good demo coming through, or try at least. Ball goes right over both of them, double demo from Johan, and that is just a free goal for Pretty Nightingale. Somehow they lined up for a perfect double demo, and that is, I mean, that's rough.
Nothing you can do there at that point after the double demo. You just kind of have to sit there and go, well, all right, guess we're going to have to endure yet another goal, and that's exactly what happened. It's 4-0 here with just over half the game gone. I'm wondering if Amara even have a shot to try and get back into this one. Obviously, we have to say yes because you never know. Rocket League, I've seen crazier things done, but considering how difficult this has been and considering they're getting scored on for now a 5th time, it's looking very unlikely. Mamari, what happened in between games here? I know you guys didn't necessarily win the last game, but it was not a 5-0 blowout.
Yeah, I have no idea what transitioned here on out. Looks like the restart for Johan's PC made him cracked at this game. And now we see Pretty Nightingale with 2 minutes left. A really, really difficult situation for them to find a loss here, giving up 5 goals. And now it's just straight up been Kapak and KG's just whiffing. It has been the fact that Pretty Nightingale has had some good chances, but also Omari just not connecting. I've seen multiple chances where they just completely miss, aka that again, but that is also missed from Ring. So this is just a very weird game 5. That almost just drops right in. Kapak on a decent save there, but shots going back and forth into this one. It's such an awkward game from both sides because both teams have been missing. We've seen an open net miss from Joe. Kapak just gave up. It's 5-0, and he just was like, all right, that's going in. I'm not even going to try it. You are in the game 5 of the quarterfinals. You have to put full steam ahead, and when you just stop moving, it's not good signs, but Momari is going to find one back.
Oh my word, this is quite a game number 5 here. It's a little bit chaotic, or I'll say a lot of bit chaotic here, as Momari will find their first goal. I don't know if it's necessarily going to make a difference on the outcome, though. They found this goal very late into the game with only 75 seconds left. They've got to score a goal in less than 20 seconds apiece. This is not going to be easy. It's almost not possible at this point. If they can maybe score something here, I'll have a little bit of faith that some kickoff goals could go in their favor. But as this one pinches across, and I think Ring is just going to be able to control this, or well, he should be able to control, except for the overly aggressive K there out of midfield, which leaves his opponent in a very awkward position. I appreciate the aggressive out of you, or the aggression out of you right now, K, but I'm gonna be honest, you guys have got to develop something a little bit more methodical. Yeah, that was not the winning strategy there, and unfortunately, Pretty Nightingale, after giving up a 6th goal, have sort of spelled their own doom. That's gonna be GG's. Pretty Nightingale, 2 games in a row here to finish this one off, and an impressive game number 5, to put it simply.
Yeah, I just couldn't even tell you what happened to Momari Esports. They actually just fell apart in this game. Couldn't connect on anything. It was straight up just Pretty Nightingale just scoring every chance they had, and just really awkward. This game was just awkward. That's the best way I can put it for both teams. Just open net misses from Johan. We saw Momari just missing constantly. And then you also saw Kapak just give up when it was 5-0 and the shot was towards his net. It's just so confusing for a game 5 that this is the case of how this is played out. But yeah, like you said, this is certainly going Pretty Nightingale's way, which is not exactly what you would have expected going into this one, because Momari did beat them to qualify here in the first place. So we see Johan being nice and giving them an extra goal, but that is definitely it for this one. And now just leads me in some good fashion over towards the next semifinals, in which we will see Smokes and Star against Mektos and Milario. We'll figure that out, but we'll see. We'll figure it out.
I'll call him Millie for now, because I think that's what I saw Mektos calling him earlier in chat.
Great.
And that's yeah, easy enough. You know, we'll take that one. And similarly, easy enough. Speaking of which, I think that game number 5 was an easier road than they were expecting. Pretty Nightingale gonna just absolutely dominate their opponents here at the end of this series. A 6-2 routing of their opponents. And after we had a lot of question marks about what type of Pretty Nightingale team we were gonna see, they've completely answered all of them. It's a very clear team that is ready to play. The question is whether or not they can find consistency in their next series, because there were ebbs and flows to the series, to put it simply, Pib.
Yeah, it was a very awkward 5 games in this series. There was not one of these games that was like, oh, both teams are playing really well. It was just like there's something happening on both one of the sides that has been really awkward. We'll go take a look at the replays of that as we kind of explain everything that's happened through the quarterfinals. But it was very, very weird how that played out in general. A lot of open nets for both sides, a lot of really easy counterattacks for the likes of Pretty Nightingale. And like we've talked about, it Pretty Nightingale going into the semifinals against Las Abuelitas is probably good. It probably might be the better team to face Las Abuelitas, because if you're good at scoring counterattacks, Las Abuelitas is the perfect team to go up against.
Oh, 100%. And as we can see with the replays here powered by Microsoft ATL, you just notice how many different times it's an open net that ends up being the downfall here. There are some occasional plays where there's some good defense and they're just kind of breaking that down, but I think I've counted at least 5 at this point where it's just an open net and just someone scores. It was awkward all around, and the truth of the matter was that one team did better to take advantage of that and one team did not. Pretty Nightingale, like you said, this is definitely the matchup they're hoping for here. Las Abuelitas are a very aggressive team, and if you're going to play very aggressive, that means the other team's going to most likely play aggressive as well. So it's going to be a battle of the offenses here in that next matchup for the two of them, but we're not going to be seeing that one. We're actually hopping over to the other side of the bracket for a matchup that you and I have been talking about all day. It is Hoovers versus Heavy Panthers. In my opinion, the winner of this one ends up taking this whole thing home.
I really think so too. I mean, we can't. It's hard because Las Abuelitas has been so good throughout their games and undefeated, obviously. But these are two of the top teams, and if you knock one of the top teams out, you are the top team in the tournament at that point. So it really, realistically, the winner of this one, it goes to win on the whole thing from our point of view, because we kind of already have that feeling Las Abuelitas is probably going to 3-0 that next series as well, just in pace of play and the ability that we've seen so far out of them. I think that one's going to be a quick one, but this one actually should be very close and be very skilled. We'll see how it goes through for both sides, because it's really hard to predict this one in general. I mean, like you were already talking about, Mektos and Millie have performed a lot stronger than we thought they were going into this tournament. And then Star and Smokes, we already knew that Smokes, with his 9th teammate in 3 games, 3 tournaments, is going on with another teammate in this one. So it's still impressive, though, that he's made finals almost every time with a different teammate.
Yeah, he continues to do this on repeat. It just kind of shows you the skill at which this player has and how difficult it is for anybody to stop him. But again, if there's someone who's going to stop him, it is going to be Mektos. There's no two ways about it. Mektos is Mektos. He's just had really good results in almost every competition that he has played in. I actually got to see Mektos and Leaks playing a different 2v2 competition a little while back, and they won that as well. So it's just one of these things where Mektos kind of takes wins wherever he can go, and it really doesn't matter what teammate he's got. He's going to be a lethal opponent no matter what. The question is whether or not he can really carry his team to victory here today, and I say carry for a very specific reason. As much as we do think that Millie is going to be a very strong second to Mektos' number 1, we don't know. This is just nothing confirmed at this point. We know that they're a very good team, but when it comes to teams like Hoovers, we don't know what they do against teams like that. We are much more familiar with Mektos and Leaks, and while there is a Mektos and Millie combo that has appeared before, they have not played to the same degree as Mektos and Leaks. So I wish the best of luck to Heavy Panthers here in this matchup, because this really is going to be a test of your, not only the duo, but really what Mektos can do when he's in an odd scenario, because we know what Smokes can do in an odd scenario. He can do whatever he wants. Right. He does this on repeat. Pretty much weekly.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we've already seen how well he can perform on both servers, how well he can do in 1v2 situations, and that can obviously be flipped to Mektos, who we saw basically 1v2 an entire qualifier earlier on in last month's event, and now we see now that he has a more suitable teammate. We were talking about is probably good friends with the last one. It wasn't a bad player, but it was a high champ, not exactly what you want going into this one, where you probably need an SSL teammate alongside of you to actually match the ranks and the skill you're going to be seeing on the other side, especially going into the finals. So Smokes and Star, I haven't been able to see them play together just yet, so I'm excited to see how they're going to perform in this one. And obviously, for Galetti to no-show is pretty important for them to not have dealt with an early exit potentially, but they have beaten them before, so it was in favor for them in general. But let's go and take a look at the bracket as both semifinals are matched up here. Hoovers and Heavy Panther, that first one we're going to see, and then Las Abuelitas and Pretty Nightingale going to be that second semifinal.
Yeah, Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle from here on out. At this point, it really is any one of these teams could win this one. Pretty Nightingale have a good enough start that they really could just all of a sudden find themselves in the finals if they do well enough against the Las Abuelitas. But again, it's Hoovers, Heavy Panthers, and Las Abuelitas by far the 3 front runners right now. Pretty Nightingale, the underdogs that we are rooting for to maybe give us a dazzling show. But when it comes down to those top 3, really no idea who comes out on top.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how these games go through, and obviously the finals is going to be something exquisite. Probably see Las Abuelitas versus the winner of this one. It'll be I expect high-scoring games for sure in comparison from what we've seen in the last few games. And obviously now pushing into the semifinals, this is where that kind of skill level difference probably pushes through as well. You're going to start seeing a really, really close and really high level, fast paced Rocket League in general. I mean, Smokes in chat was saying earlier that it was champ level gameplay now that we're going into the semifinal, but that's not the case. These are all very high level SSLs and obviously Mektos, who's a professional player. So this in general, this game is going to be in a very good fashion, very high Rocket League. So it is much change of pace. And the other semifinal, I don't know if I have that same feeling about. I think Las Abuelitas might just kind of steamroll right through and go right to the finals, but we will see, of course, as everything plays out. I mean, we expected Mamari Esports to beat that same team as well and going through 5 games, so we will see if that's going to be the case for the semifinals. But speaking of semifinals, we have the first game of the semifinals about to be underway. Of course, Smokes and Star against the other 2, Mektos and his teammate Millie. So this will be the matchup of the century, the matchup we've been looking for this entire time.
Yeah, this is the one. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the first game here in a best-of-5 semifinals here at the Invitational ATL Open. This is going to be quite something, and oh my word, are the shots already flying. First shot going to Mektos here. Heavy Panther right out the gate doing a good job. The question is whether or not Millie, or Mill as they have now renamed themselves, are going to be able to live up to the expectations that we have. We know that both Star and Smokes are good players. We know that Heavy Panthers have a good player in Mektos, but the question marks right now are all going to be on Mill. And I think they're going to do a good job. So far, they're keeping up with the pace of play at minimum. And not necessarily to say that this is a guarantee whether or not they're going to play well. Something you usually notice if a player has alpha boost, usually they're pretty solid. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how solid you are. Getting out of the way of this bump is near impossible.
That was a really, really impressive solo performance from Star right there. Obviously, Smoke's just a tap in from him, but to get that past Mektos originally and then fly down and get the bump onto the next defender was really impressive. And what I was going to say before that goal happened was games like this, every goal is very much so earned. There's not as much wide mistakes or open goals in games like this, is where you have to really work hard for your goals here in this situation. You have to go for demos, you have to find bumps, you have to find flip resets. Like they are hard-earned goals throughout, and that will be the most fun to watch in general, is being able to watch these teams perform at the top speed. Star barely missing the side of the post there, trying to get that one to go through, but Mektos and Mill trying to find their first attacking chance of the game so far. They have been heavily on defense through the first minute and a half.
They have so far, but again, it's a best-of-5 series here, and now that I've had a little bit of time to watch Mill play, I've got some more confidence in this one being a close competition, and I did find out a little bit more research. No wonder I couldn't figure out who Malero was. That's not normally what he goes by. He actually does go normally by Mill, and this is a player for Stromboli, a bubble team here in RL, or in RLCS and in Rocket League in general in North America, and that team's been doing really well as of late. They dropped their 3rd player. Mill used to be the substitute, but he's been playing in place of that 3rd lately. And, well, they've won over $3,000 within the last month. So, yeah, they're doing all right now with this new 3rd. Mill has been taking down a lot of competition, but unfortunately, they can't seem to take down Hoovers quite yet here. 3 minutes remain. One poor 50-50 out of midfield, and Hoovers up by 2.
Yeah, and I believe the format for this one is EU first and then switching, alternating back and forth. So this is definitely, I think, should be in favor for Smokes and Star, just in general, as the ping difference is something we're always going to talk about, just something in Rocket League that is very important. In most games in general, having good ping will set you back or set you forward quite a bit. But we'll see if Mektos and Mill can try and get some more attacking chances. We obviously have seen them be a little bit lackluster in chances so far in this one. Good chance there from Mill as he tries to demo, and Mektos tries to flick it in, but nice save from Smokes and leads to the other side of the field once again. Good counterattack potential here from Star's just going to knock that one up and not give any chance over to Mektos and Mill. And even better challenge there in midfield leads to an open net on the other side.
All right, well, we're starting to have some more questions answered here as we were wondering whether or not this was going to be the smoke show as per usual, but I don't think it is. It's looking like Star might also have a good run for his money as all of a sudden Hoover is up by 3. 2:22 remaining. There's plenty of time for Heavy Panther to technically get back into this one, but I'm not so sure if they're going to. This has been a very difficult game for them, and the biggest issues have been rotations. They don't seem to have the same sort of sync as their opponents. Hoover's doing well as a duo. Meanwhile, Heavy Panther, both players trying to be that solo carry, trying to be that hero like we like to talk about on so many different occasions, and it's kind of getting in the way of them really finding any sort of goals.
And listen, I'm not going to flame anybody, but Smokes, you had plenty of time to restart your PC. I just checked chat. You restarted PC after this game. I'm going to flame you a little bit because you have plenty of time to do so, but it's fine. Everything's fine. They are still looking for a very strong game one performance, at least. That is the upmost thing here from Smokes and Star, is that they look phenomenal through this game. They have Mill and Mektos has maybe 2 or 3 chances total. That's a good chance from them, and it is going to be equalized or at least scored on by Mektos. But there has not been some crazy chances for Heavy Panther until that chance from Mill right there, an easy slot in from Mektos. So that is something that Smokes and Stars should be proud of in game number 1 so far through 3.5 minutes, is that they have left Heavy Panther pretty much unscored until that goal, obviously, but they've left them in the dust for most of the time, and they've had a heavy possession on the other side of the field.
So far, so good here for both teams. The truth of the matter is that Heavy Panther, aside from having a couple of good solo plays, haven't necessarily been in this one, but they are also not out of it at all. With about 1:20 left, there's definitely time for them to try and tie this one up. All they need is one good play in their favor, and this could be the one. Awkward position for both Smokes and Star here as they've been pressed into their own half for quite some time, but Mektos is deciding to play a little bit more defensively, going to allow this one into his own half. I can understand why if this game was a little bit closer, but with only about a minute remaining, it's time to get aggressive, Mektos. You've got to get yourselves back into this one. Losing on game number 1 is not going to be devastating, but it's definitely not going to help you guys whatsoever. Hoover's a 3-1 result on EU servers is not unexpected, but Heavy Panther definitely aren't out of this one, or at least so I thought. With the 4th goal going in, that might actually just be it. Hoover's up by 3 with only 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this was the case where I talked about Mektos struggling a little bit last time we saw him on EU servers, and might be the case so far. I'm not saying they're playing poorly. Mill and Mektos still obviously playing really well, but this might just be the case of Smokes and Star playing extremely well in this game and trying to prove to everyone that they are the top team going into this one, because like we said, whoever wins this game is probably that 1 seed going into the rest of the tournament. I mean, technically that's how that would work. You're in the grand finals, there's only 2 teams left, but we see Star and Smokes, a good slot from Star as well to get that one top left corner. Just insanely impressive performance out of Smokes and Star, because obviously we talk about it, EU and NA pings wise, it's fine, it's a little bit of a difference, but to make it this effective in the first game of the semifinals really shows how strong this team is.
Yeah, this is a very strong team in Hoovers right now, and Heavy Panther, unfortunately, just don't seem to have much of an answer. And again, a lot of this is rotations. They just don't seem like they're working well as a duo right now. A lot of awkward positions where it just could have been an easier duo and just an easier rotation overall. But Heavy Panther really making this as difficult of a run as possible. The unfortunate truth is if they can't get past Hoovers, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get past Las Abuelitas or whoever comes out of the other side. Again, Pretty Nightingale, they looked even stronger, in my opinion, than what we're seeing right now, as Hoovers 5-1 in game number 1. And Heavy Panthers leaving a lot of questions up in the air for us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that was an insanely crazy shot total for either team. I think it was 7-6 or something like that at the end of that one. But the fact that they had 7 shots and scored 5 goals is very impressive, and really showcases what I was saying, is that these are hard-earned goals. You don't get freebies too much in games like this. So it's something that Smokes and Star were able to effectively showcase, is that they worked very hard for some of those goals, and that it's not easy to get that past Mektos and Mill on the other side. You have to really be able to have a good shot and be able to slot that in. So let's go and take a look at the replays, though, out of that first game and try and see what Mektos and Mill could do in game number 2. Of course, a lot of powerful possession and a lot of powerful shots coming from Smokes and Star.
Yeah, some really good plays out of Smokes and Stars so far here, and a lot of this was the pressure that was just being applied against their opponents. Heavy Panthers really didn't know what to do when it came down to their defense here. Well, they had some good offensive plays and definitely felt more comfortable on offense. When it came time for the defense to really step up, they just couldn't seem to do so. Unfortunately, things really did go from bad to worse on the second half of this game as well. After one goal going in favor of Heavy Panther, they couldn't find really anything else, and then 2 goals came to their opponents. A 5-1 scoreline, it's about what you would have expected if you had seen the first 2 minutes of this game, because after that, it was pretty much the same thing on repeat there. Heavy Panther trying to figure out some sort of offense, can't figure out that duo, can't figure out the rotations, and all of a sudden they give up an easy goal that was somewhat inevitable.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's something that we're kind of expecting halfway through that game. We're like, okay, there's a lot of possession, a lot of shots being in total in towards the favor of Smokes and Stars. So that game one definitely made sense to go over to them, but I'm still expecting this to go 4 or 5 games at least in this case, because obviously both teams are phenomenal with all 4 players being insanely good at the game, and obviously team wise has been good so far. But something I'd like to see more throughout this series is a little bit more teamwork. I mean, we've seen a lot of demo plays really work out, a lot of bumping plays in general. And that's, you don't even have to start passing plays, just being able to coordinate with your teammate to go for a bump or go for a demo while you're trying to make a solo play, even is that case of having good teamwork and having good coordination. So that's something we see a lot of in a more professional play, is a lot just kind of putting the defense out of position, just trying to make it awkward for them to try and get back on net and trying to see if they can get that second or third player to come back in general. Obviously, it's 2v2. So once you demo or bump that first guy, is really easy from that point to try and get that into the back of the net.
Yeah, this is one of these things where physicality in a 2v2 scenario is going to be extremely important, and if a team can start to recognize that, they might just be able to walk away with this thing. I don't know if Heavy Panther are necessarily going to have to rely on demos. I think that they do have some other options when it comes to their offense and their arsenal of strategies here. But I definitely think it's something they should be focusing on at least a little bit more. Not a lot of physicality in game number 1, which resulted in some lackluster plays out of Heavy Panther overall. But I don't think we've seen the most out of Heavy Panther yet. I think that there's still a little bit left to be shown out of this team. Like we said, it's rotation errors. It's just errors to where they did not link up to the correct degree in game number 1. If they can fix those, the mechanics are there, the skill is there individually, I think these players really can do some damage against Hoovers, but it's not going to be easy. Like we said, rotation errors are not something that you can always fix overnight. Some of them, if you just start calming a little bit better, can be fixed, but it is not an easy change whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not. And obviously positioning and rotations is one of the most important things. The higher you get into this one is being able to constantly be back on rotation, especially in twos, when it's even more challenging to have a strong defense, considering you don't have that third man to help you anchor a little bit. So it is even harder to try and make sure your rotations are on point, because teams like both of these teams, realistically, if you get caught out of rotation or out of position, they will immediately try and capitalize on that, whether it's trying to push you away from net or just trying to demo you in general. They will make sure that you don't have a chance to get back towards that ball. So that is something that you have to be looking forward to in the rest of the series. But of course, game 1, going over to the Hoovers side, Smokes and Star in a dominating performance. Interested to see if they can continue that in game 2 and see if Mektos and Mill have a lot to go on, a big burden on their back to try and figure out how to attack this team. Because like we already talked about, we know Smokes and now Star very strong on their own servers, but can Mektos and Mill take it back in game 2 to try and equalize this one and try and bring that momentum a little bit back in their favor?
I think that they're going to have a good shot at it. I really do think that this is going to be a competition which we see goes the distance, but it's not going to be easy. There's no two ways about it. If we see the same sort of performance as we did in game number 1, where Hoovers just sort of come out the gate swinging and Heavy Panthers kind of just dawdle around trying to figure out how to run again as they sit there flat-footed, I don't think we're going to see that long of a competition. But, again, I don't want to underestimate Heavy Panther. As much as Heavy Panther are a duo that is not necessarily as succinct as some of their opponents, they're still a really good duo at that. Mektos, obviously, as we've mentioned many times, is a professional player for Ghost Gaming, and while Mill is not necessarily the official third four-strong bully, and he is actually their manager as well, so he's just a high-level player who is sort of stepping in for the time being. He's still, again, a high-level player. He may not be pro, but he is still close enough that this is going to be a good run for their money against Hoovers. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to really live up to the expectations that we are now starting to develop for them, because Heavy Panthers, if you guys want to get past a team like Hoovers, you've got to be playing at your ceiling. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that this will be an interesting matchup for these two teams. And obviously, looking at the semifinals, other semifinal side, Lots of Bolitas and a Pretty Nightingale, as we just try and stall because Smokes has to restart his PC because he sucks. But we'll see, of course, as this goes through. I mean, realistic, Lots of Bolitas is like, it should be a 3-0. Like from how the pace of play that we saw through that, even all 5 games in that first best of 5 with Memorial Esports and Pretty Nightingale, and what happened with Selling Bread and Las Abuelitas. Like Selling Bread's a great team, and Las Abuelitas was still able to outscore them heavily. I wouldn't say heavily because obviously they lost 3 games very little, but the fact that they scored that many goals in general is kind of that indication of where they will be heavily on attack through most of the time, and so that will be seen going forward here in this one is that Las Abuelitas has a much better chance to get to the grand finals to face one of these two teams that is looking really strong. And something that just keeps impressing me week after week is Smokes, because while he's been on different teams and been with different teammates, he still is able to perform at top level against some of the best teams that we've seen. So it's really impressive to see the run that he's been able to do. And obviously Star did very, very well in that first game. So really impressed to see this team and see how far they can go.
Yeah, it's a very impressive duo in its own right. But again, like you said, Smokes is really the player that we've had to watch week after week and been impressed by. The crazy thing, and I always have to mention this, is the fact that Smokes is not a professional COD player, as he does not like identifying himself as a professional COD player, as he says he can't play in most of the leagues because he's not yet 18. But he still won $25,000. Like, that's ridiculous.
Right.
How do you win literally so much money in professional play in COD, but not actually be a professional, and then go over and do the exact same thing in Rocket League, where you play at the highest level against a professional player? It's wild. There's no two ways about it. Smokes is a very good player. He's a really solid player, and the question really comes down to whether or not there's anybody that can stop him in any game on this planet. Smokes, there's a lot of good esports you should be trying out for, my friend. I think that you've just got an act for this, and if you can take down players like Mektos, you might be able to take down anyone you want.
Yeah, it's true, especially in the Rocket League senses, being able to go push through this one. But we'll see, of course, what is going to be the case. I believe they are finally joining now. So game number 2 will be shortly underway. Of course, first game won by Smokes and Star 5-1, a very convincing fashion in that game, and trying to see if they can perform the same in the second game, because we've been able to see that Smokes and his teammates usually have been able to kind of carry momentum if they start to get it. So that will be seen in this one. But obviously against a team like we've been talking about, Mektos and Mill, it's not an easy way to carry momentum against. It's not an easy team. You could just kind of be like, oh yeah, we got him in the first game, now we can just win the next 2. It's not at all how that's going to work.
Yeah, this is one of these things where it's just sort of not going to be an easy path no matter what. This is going to be a battle, to put it simply. I think both teams are really going to have to fight for their goals, or at least so I thought, but apparently not. Hoover's already up 1-0.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened here. Mektos just trying to get back in time, and the 50-50 challenge just goes in favor for Star, and that is once again a lead for Hoovers as they start to push into game number 2 and try to just hold this lead for the rest of the game now. Even better of a chance going forward now is that you already have that start. You already have that goal to go in favor, so now you're looking really good to try and keep momentum and keep that pace throughout the rest of this game. Mid boost, good spawn timing, but nice bump comes out from Mektos right there to be able to push him off of that second air dribble, but dropping right back down to Mill off the backboard is a little bit of a miss, I believe, in the back net here from Smokes, as just kind of awkwardly got fried right there and was not able to get it back in time. But that is a 1-1 now in the scoreline.
1-1 here, only about 30 seconds in. This is going to be a battle, to put it simply here. I think Heavy Panthers are starting to awaken a little bit on offense. The question is whether or not they can start to hold themselves on defense here, because that's been the big issue so far for Heavy Panthers. When they go into their own half, the rotations don't look as complete, to put it simply, and they just don't really know what to do. It's awkward all around. If they can start figuring out the defense and figure out some counterattacks that are a little bit more efficient, I think that they're going to have a pretty good chance here in this game. But again, it's going to be a test. If they can get a good 2-man rotation, this game most likely will go in their favor now that they're back on North American servers. But about a minute 10 into this one, and it is an even ball game, and oh my word, Hoover is almost coming close to getting a 2-1 in their favor. They'll at least be able to get some offense together here, though. A 50-50 in the corner does not go in their favor, but Smokes is waiting in the wings, has the follow-up, tried for a flip reset, but Mill will deny it. And now Star are going to have to try and contain out at midfield. I think he will do exactly that, but with only 20 boosts left in the tank and he's on the ceiling, can he do something with it? No! Just a bit too high, too much power on the ball, and a huge opportunity for Hoovers has gone awry.
Yeah, that was a great chance for them to get back in the lead here, but just that shot went through. I mean, you had the perfect bump setup from your teammate, just couldn't exactly get that one to fall in the net, just hit above the crossbar and wasn't actually able to get that one in, which is unfortunate because that really could have been that deciding goal here. As we now see on the other side, Heavy Panther brings this one back in favor for them on the counter. So we see Smokes with an awkward touch here, Mektos with a better touch, and Star kind of just stuck on the side of the backboard there, trying to see if he can recover what was happening in that scenario. But now the lead for the first time in the 2 games going over towards Heavy Panther in a 2-1 fashion, and the only goal that we have seen so far from Star and Smokes in this one was that immediate kickoff kind of factored goal. So now we'll see if they can create a little bit here in the second game, or if they are going to be stuck, and if Heavy Panther has their number for this second one.
So far, though, it really does look like the latter. Heavy Panther just on repeat putting this pressure on offense. And again, this is their highlight. We knew that their offense was going to be solid. This isn't really that surprising to see that they've ironed out all of the issues from game number 1. It's going to be whenever they're forced into their back half that I'm really going to keep a keen eye on them, that I'm going to keep a close watch, because I'm wondering if this is just one of these things where they're going to play similarly to some of the teams we've seen earlier today. Las Abuelitas were almost all offense, but when it came time to their defense to really step up, we just never saw them step up. Heavy Panthers here have not necessarily broken down on defense as heavily as teams like Las Abuelitas, but we're going to have to find out. So far, we're only about 3 minutes into this game, and while they haven't had a bunch of pressure against them, there have been some opportunities. They've held together so far here, but a 1-goal difference is not enough for me to think that this game will go in their favor. 2 goals, though, going to give me at least a little bit more confidence that Heavy Panther might just even out the series.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here, as Heavy Panther looks to just keep on pushing forward here and trying to at least just win this game convincingly. That way they have a strong sense of their skill, and obviously we know how skilled they are going into that 3rd game in total here. So we'll see this, of course, semifinals. The winner of this one gets pushed straight into the grand finals for a chance at least $200, I believe, through the top 2 teams. So that is something we want to be looking at for these 2 teams. What a flick coming out from Mill as he finds that one past the defending side there in Smokes, I believe, and is able to get them their 4th goal, or past Star, I should say, but their 4th goal, probably that nail in the coffin. And it's interesting that both games so far for both teams switching servers has been quite convincing on their sides.
Yeah, the server is seemingly playing a big factor so far here, which is rather surprising because, again, I don't really feel like the gameplay we've been seeing previously was due to the factors of ping difference. Right. I felt like it was more Heavy Panther just couldn't get an offense together. When it came time for the rotations to work out in their favor, they left themselves vulnerable. But maybe it's just the confidence of being on your own server. Maybe there's some mental difference here that we're not quite seeing. Excuse me, mental fortitude is a very important part of Rocket League, and if you don't keep yourself in the game for the full 5 minutes, you're most likely going to lose. So at this point, I'm wondering whether or not Heavy Panther have just sort of given themselves the confidence necessary. They couldn't find it on EU servers, but they found it here on NA. When they go back to EU, though, I gotta hope they keep this confidence, because if they want a shot at winning this one, they've got to play like they did here on North American servers.
Yeah, they do. They have that 45 seconds to try and recollect and try and figure it out, because something has to go through for this team. They need to figure out what exactly is the case and try and see. I mean, we already talked about it. 2nd goal comes through for Hooters, which is not too bad. But this has got to be the case where can one of these teams take a game on one of the other servers? Because that's what we're already talking about going into this series, was if they can take that other game on one of these servers, that will probably shoot you into the lead and shoot you into the series and be able to win the series. So if Hoovers can somehow manage to get 2 more goals in 30 seconds, very unlikely against Mill and Mektos, but if they somehow can, put them on a great track here to try and win the series. But as of now, tying it back and forth might just be the case going into Game 5 in this series.
Yeah, I think that's most likely what we're going to see. It's just a back and forth here. If Heavy Panthers take the next game, which I do believe they can, as they're going to score a 5th goal here, basically equalizing the score line from game number 1, it's going to be interesting. If Heavy Panthers take the next game, which I think they can do considering the turnaround after game number 1, I think they're just going to take the series outright there. But if Hoovers have, a response that's similar to what we saw in game number 1, where they just kind of dominate on their own servers, I'm not so sure if we're going to see that type of back and forth that we had really been expecting. I think that Hoovers might just figure out some strategy on NA and close this one down in 4. But again, I really do feel like for some reason this Heavy Panther win in game number 2 was a lot more convincing than the win we saw to Hoovers in game number 1.
It did seem that way. It definitely felt like, obviously the score lines are pretty similar in both sides, but it definitely felt like Mektos and Mill really clicked once again in this game, tried to click in this game, that they couldn't find that synergy in the first game. So I think that was an important game too. And now we see, look into the game 3 and on, what team is going to be the one to take that kind of off server difference, as we're going to take a look at the replays of that second game. But obviously a lot of goals in favor for Mektos and Mill, and Smokes at Star less so on their side. Immediately started off the action though with that first goal, but couldn't really find a way back into this game.
Yeah, that was the big thing, is that they never really seemed to recover. Despite having the first goal of the game, that was pretty much their only spark of life that we saw. From there on out, it was absolute domination out of Heavy Panthers. And as you guys can see by these replays brought to you by Microsoft ATL, it just is on repeat. No matter what it was, it looked like Heavy Panthers were in favor. Aside from a couple of defensive errors, which we knew were going to happen because we had mentioned how offense was by far their highlight and defense was their low light there. This was just sort of what it was on repeat. Whether it was a solo play, a team play, a interesting play with some sort of mechanics off the backboard, there was always a way for them to score. They figured out their efficiency, and now that Heavy Panthers have done exactly that, it's going to be eyes on their opponents. As we get underway here in game number 3, the question is whether or not we get some sort of response here, because this is a game that we expect to go back and forth. This is a series which we expect to go the distance, but I've just got to wonder what type of response we see out of Hoovers.
Yeah, it's got to be on both sides. Obviously, both teams have to play up to their top game every single time. It doesn't really matter what server they're on or what game they're in. They have to be making sure they're top tier, top performances. Mill with a decent chance right there over to Mektos, but not exactly getting a shot onto target. Start with a good challenge here. Mill have a chance on goal, but Smokes easy enough to save that one out. And now, just about 40 seconds in, a couple of first chances coming in from Team Heavy Panther, but nothing really crazy for either team just yet. Smokes has a chance here, but nice touch from Mektos, gets that out of danger. Mektos going to maybe try and take this solo, going to try and flick this one over, and gets that past Star, but can't actually get it to go in. Just goes crossbar and down with a minute in. That would have been a great start to this game for Heavy Panther.
Yeah, it would have been huge, but I will say this, they're still on offense here, and they are forcing Hoovers into some very awkward positions on repeat here. Their defense definitely still not 100%. It's definitely not foolproof here, but considering the pressure they're keeping on offense, I think they've found a strategy they want to go with here. Hoovers looking very awkward. As long as the recoveries are quick enough for Heavy Panthers, I think that this is going to be a really, really good strategy. With about 90 seconds gone here in this game, it's been in favor of Heavy Panther for sure. Uh-oh, and a bump on their own teammate is not going to be useful whatsoever. Hoovers, awkward position, trying to break out and maybe relieve some of that pressure. But as it's popped into their half once again, and a double commit on the backboard, leaves them vulnerable. Mektos has a free shot, but no, not so free. Smoke's going to get in the way. And after a lot of pressure against them, Hoovers will somehow survive.
Yeah, I don't know how that went without a goal, but luckily enough for Hoovers, they are still 0-0 for the time being 2 minutes into this one. Did look very scary for their side there, so we'll see if that is going to be the case, if that's going to be a scary rest of the game for Hoovers, or if they can try and recover a little bit here, try and start being a little bit more on the attack. We'll see if that is going to be what's happening. But Star and Smokes pretty much, shotless so far. I think maybe 1 in total for Smokes, but 0 for Star. Mektos and Mill have played really well into this third game to at least even limit the likes of the other team. It's not so that they've scored any, but if you can stop the other team from scoring, you get one decent chance. It is fantastic for you. Mektos drops that to Mill, but Star there for the save. And yeah, it looks like 0 shots for Smokes and Star. So 0 shots in total for Hoovers through 3 minutes.
Yeah, they're playing very passively. It's not exactly what you would expect against a team that's playing so aggressively, because when you have a team that's wanting to play aggressive and you give them time like you just did, they'll do whatever they want. This isn't even that surprising is the unfortunate thing, because look how much time Mektos was given. It's Mektos. How are you going to give him that much time in the air?
Yeah, no kidding. That's something you have to be ready for. You have to be constantly challenging. You can't give any time to any four of these players, really. It doesn't matter who it is. Any four of these players, you have to be aware of the fact that if you give them any simple amount of time, they will carry it away and they will go make a solo play on you. That is just what is going to be the case, and is what Heavy Panther has done so far. And I would say deservedly so. Heavy Panther have the lead in this game because Smokes and Star have not been able to create anything just yet in this third game. It has been heavily in the favor of Mektos and Mill here, which is not something we were expecting considering the stark differences in both the first and second game for both teams on their servers. It has been quite different in game number 3 so far.
Yeah, this has been a very different game number 3. Oh, but one misplay here. This could be bad. Mill doesn't make the touch, and Hoovers are right back into this one. This was unfortunate. Mektos really thought he had a lot more time to try and dribble this one out at midfield, and when Mill just recovers and can't make the touch, it's going to lead to an easy goal for Hoovers. This is the gameplay Hoovers have been looking for. They've been waiting for that aggression to finally bite Heavy Panthers in the butt, and it did with about 90 seconds remaining, and that could spell disaster because all of a sudden, it's another Hoovers attempt. They have a good kickoff in their favor, but that's all that it was, a kickoff in their favor. Now they've given Mektos time and space, and he almost slots one in. But Heavy Panthers back on offense, and this is a place they are familiar with, and they are comfortable. Hoovers have got to shut this down with 60 seconds remaining. It's looking like a golden goal scenario. The next team to score most likely is taking this game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. 1 minute left especially is not a whole lot of time to recover once you get scored on. Awkward touch from, that is not exactly what you want. Awkward touch from Star, drops down off the ceiling, or awkward touch from Smokes, drops down from the ceiling, and yeah, it's not really what he was expecting. Mill just immediately there to be happy about that goal, just straight up given to them in the third game here. Exactly what they wanted, and obviously for Smokes and Star, that's a bit of a morale buster as they try and figure out how to get back in this one, because they've only had 2 shots maybe total this game, and to try and get another goal here on Heavy Panther, who has been so strong in this third game, it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be almost beyond difficult at this point. It's almost going to be beyond possible considering how little time they have left. But I'm not going to count them out of this one yet. The unfortunate truth is they really have played into Heavy Panthers' hand completely as Heavy Panthers were expecting. They're going for overwhelming offensive pressure, waiting for some sort of mistake out of their opponents, and then they would capitalize. And once they did see that mistake, they pounced like no other. Well, they pounced like a Panther at this point. And with 13 seconds left, it's looking like the Panthers are going to indeed take game number 3 and do that coveted win that we had spoken about. They get a win on their opponent's servers. But I'm not going to call it quite yet because Hoovers have kept this one up. They won in overtime. The miss in the center leaves them vulnerable, and Hoovers will force it. Heavy Panthers just show their hand a bit too much. Mektos with a pre-jump here, and usually if you are Mill in this scenario, you kind of just want to wait and see if a mistake arrives, but early challenge, not the wisest decision, and it will cost them. Overtime we go in game number 3, and an important one at that. Heavy Panthers look like the heavy favorites, but on EU servers, you never know what would happen.
Clock's at 0, and they were able to get that one in, and only their probably third shot of the game to get a second goal is quite impressive. Smokes doing a little bit of solo play there. Mill with a good stop, though, able to stop that momentum, but a 0-second goal coming out, exactly what we were kind of expecting from these kind of games. Is some very, very close calls, and you can already see there. Mill with a nice touch and a nice bump, but nothing to be created off that one. Trying to get that one back towards Mektos, but both of them kind of in awkward situations here to control it. Star with a good chance, but gets challenged at midfield, and no one back. Smokes a little bit late on a challenge, but still got there nonetheless. Now we see Star flying up for this one. Mektos at only 10 boosts, so now it's up to Mill to try and get this downfield and try and create something. Not getting the challenge there on Smokes. Maybe a decent challenge here for Mektos. Still has a decent amount of boost, but Smokes with the speed, able to get there in time. Star doesn't exactly have the catch he would have wanted there to get that one in. No pinch either from the ground, so meaning that chance shifting away, and Mills tries to bring this one back. See what the case here, over 1, but Star is of course going to be back in time to stop that one from going through.
Demo Amectos, though, means that Heavy Panther should not be able to continue this play, or they'll get a free shot. Mill's shot is barely off target, but I don't know what's going on here. Hoover is just allowing all this pressure. Heavy Panther going to take all of it. I don't know how Hoovers are still alive here. I don't know how Hoovers have just won the... No, it's off target! The shot isn't on target, and what should have been the win for Hoovers will not be that. A 50-50 in front of the net. Mectos makes the save, and we continue past the 100-second mark at... I mean, both teams should have finished this one off, and Hoovers will indeed. Star finally going to find the back of the net after a very elongated overtime.
And game 3 somehow going to Hoovers after what seemingly was a dominating performance from Heavy Panther in that one. I'm very shocked to see that's the way that game went, but Mectos and Mill are going to be pretty sad about that one going into the next game, looking to probably try and take this to game 5 back on NA servers. But that would have been the deciding game, or the series deciding game, is if that was to go in favor for Mectos and Mill. I think with how dominant they looked on the NA servers in game 2, this would have just been that third game they needed, and that would have just been it. That would have sealed the series. But that, for momentum and the morale swing of things for Smokes and Star to get 2 goals back and get that in overtime at 0 seconds, I mean, that's a huge game for them.
Yeah, it's an absolutely massive game for them. The fact that they never gave up on that one, the fact that they got the overtime win, it really does show that Hoovers, despite the fact that they are on their own servers, are going to really have to battle this one out. If they take themselves out of the game at any moment, that could be the end of this one. The North American servers are going to be quite something special, but we're going to have to see in this next game. Before we get to that one, though, we do have some replays of that last game. Game number 2, brought to you by Microsoft IATL. These replays are really going to show you why this was such an intense battle. The first goal for Mectos was absolutely stellar, and it set the pace for the rest of this game. Every goal we saw in this game, Pib, was very hard fought. A couple of mistakes on defense, but really, if there was a defensive mistake, it was forced from the pressure.
Yeah, and a shocking, really shocking performance. I mean, from both teams to be able to keep that equalized throughout that entire series. But Mill, unfortunately, had that whiff, and then Smoke, same on the other side. Like you said, there was a couple of defensive laps on both sides, but it was due to a lot of the pressure, and you have to just get that out. Otherwise, they will score on you immediately. So that was what that case was and what had happened throughout that game. And it definitely seemed like Heavy Panther should have won that game, but Smokes and Star, got to give props to them to be able to come back in that one and be able to still score in overtime, not let any of their morale go down throughout that game, even though they were seemingly pretty much shut out on offense through most of that game. Could not find shots on goal, couldn't really find the possession out of their side of the field. So to be able to win that one was even better showing for them, because they did not have the chances to win that game, in my opinion. So the fact that they are still able to take that really showcases their skill and showcases their strength. And kind of going into this next game here, we'll see if Mectos and Mill will be as strong as they were previously, but they now are on game point. So even if it's a 1-0 scoreline, they still can take the series here.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be very difficult for Heavy Panther to try and pull this one back, just because if you have a lead like that and you throw it away at such last second, it's going to be absolutely demoralizing to try and come back in the next game and suddenly turn that one around. If any team's going to do it, it's going to be Heavy Panther, though. They're a team that is very used to these type of scenarios, and while we've mentioned many times that, Mectos has played in pro play and understands that, Stromboli has made it into pro play before. They have done RLCS events before, and they have played at that high level. And while Mill in specific may not necessarily play in many of those games, his team has. He knows the scenarios. He knows what it feels like to be in those high-pressure situations. And I've got to imagine that he's not necessarily panicking here like some other players at this level might. I think he's going into this next one with a pretty level head, or at least I'd like to hope so, because if they don't have level heads going into game number 4, like you said, this is Hoovers to finish off.
Yeah, and it really is. I mean, that's the scary part now if you're Mectos and Mill, is you're now on game match point. Like, you cannot mess up this game. Obviously, everything is in favor for you this game, so it's even better of a chance for you not to mess it up. But now is where we have to see if they can take control of it or not, and if they can really perform like they did in game number 2 to put on the action that we've seen so far. Mill with a great chance early, but not actually able to get anything to go for himself just yet. But Star and Smokes melee on that one, but nice bump from Mectos to stop all momentum here. Smokes with a great challenge at midfield. First 20 seconds already looking fast. Mill with a good demo should equal a goal. Star almost got there in time, but Mectos and Mill off to the races once again.
And unfortunately, this is just kind of inevitable. That demo on the side was absolutely phenomenal, and even though Mektos messes around and goes for a musty flick, the power which he gets from that is almost unstoppable, and, well, it was unstoppable that time. Star just not getting the touch necessary. Hoover's down by 1 within only about 20 seconds here, and Heavy Panther don't seem to have slowed down after that last loss. It is seemingly just same amount of confidence as in game number 3 here. The question is whether or not they'll be able to take the win here and then carry that into game number 5, because I mean, we've seen this now already once. The clutch factor for Heavy Panther is not necessarily non-existent, but it is not as solid as some of the other teams here. They've got to figure out a way to try and just shut this game down. A couple of goals in their favor, giving themselves a safety net, I think is going to be extremely beneficial. To a degree, it might also even be necessary.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we'll have to see how this game goes through. Heavy Panther almost with another chance there. This is a very, very controlling game, and it's controlling series so far from Heavy Panther, which is why I think they're even more sad in the last game to not be able to take that one out, because this really could have put them on the series point here and would have advanced them to the finals. But now they have to push through that extra game to see what might happen. Mill with a great flick over one. It's going to hit the top of the backboard though, and Star going to be there in time to get that one through. Mektos with a pass over to Smokes though, makes a slight mistake and it ties this game back up as Mektos passing to the wrong team here.
This was unfortunately just Mektos in the wrong position, and Smokes, well, he knew it. He saw how aggressive Mektos was there. When that one pops just barely over his head, he's going to have to think twice and maybe try and do something for his team, but cannot do so. This is going to look a little bit scary for Heavy Panther if Hoovers figure out a way to counter their overwhelming pressure. The biggest benefit that Heavy Panther have had in this series altogether has been the speed on their offense and how they've been able to just completely subdue Hoovers when it comes to their back end. If they can't do that, it's going to be very difficult for them to win this series. So Heavy Panther hoping that they can keep the pressure up, hoping that they can keep their dreams alive, as it's about 2 minutes gone here, and they do have another chance on offense. An open net, but Millie can't get quite past Smokes there. That was a huge opportunity for them to take a goal in their favor. But good defense out of Smokes. He's starting to interrupt, which is something we also mentioned before. The time and space that was given to Heavy Panthers in that last game was inexcusable.
Yeah, it really was. It gave them so much time, and they had every chance in their grasp. Like, they really, and we already talked about it, once you give any of these 4 players a lot of time, they will clip on you any given day of the week. So, good chance here from Mektos. Even better of a save from Smokes, and Stars is somehow able to carry that one out. If that was me, I would have owned goal almost immediately. But Stars able to get that one out and drop it through. But what a save from Mektos back on the other side. This game has no slowing down from either team, as now we're starting to see the crazy chances come through.
We're going to have to see if someone can take advantage of said crazy chances, though, because despite many opportunities, still Heavy Panther have not pounced. They're going to try one more time here, going to try and play it out of the corner. Mektos wants to center this one down. He sees if he can get a pass, and indeed he can. Mill going to finally read one of these plays, and the duo that have been struggling to work as a duo all day are starting to click.
Yeah, it's starting to look really nice for this team. Obviously, like we said in the last game, they were looking really good on that server as well. So Heavy Panther looking to try and keep momentum here going into this one. We'll see if that's going to be the case. If they can keep this lead, there's still a couple minutes left on the clock, so not exactly an easy way for them to get out of this game with still a lot of time, because Smokes and the Hoover side, Smokes and Star can definitely create something going forward here. We obviously saw them get shut out last game, but they have been back on the offense here a little bit as far as their creations going. One past Smokes a little bit here, but Star going to try and get that one back through, but Smokes is going to find the angle and drop that one down. And once again, Hoover's tying this one back up.
Oh my, this is not an easy angle, and yet he makes this seem all so easy. Hoover just slot that one in underneath the bar. With only about 100 seconds left, it's looking like Hoovers want to clean this one up right here, right now. They want to end this series altogether. It doesn't matter what server they are on. They want to finish this right here, right now. As they take possession yet again, Star are going to try and do exactly that. Interruption from Mektos, though, means a little bit of ping pong where they just go back and forth all at midfield here. But Mill tries to just get it 50-50, wants to set this up for his teammate, but instead Smokes gets in the way. And again, this is sort of this passive back and forth that we're not really expecting or hoping for, because all it means is one defensive error and the game ends. No defensive error there. Millie actually stepping up entirely. And now maybe they can get an offense to show for it. No, very short-lived. Smoke's going to go the other way with this one. Flick up high. Mill has the touch. But again, Hoovers, they're looking like the offensive team here. And after a very strong start at Heavy Panthers where they were just all aggression, it's a very surprising turnaround.
It is. It's kind of crazy to see how this gone through. Good chance here. Mill able to slot that win in as well. So that is going to be the lead back for Heavy Panther. So putting Smokes and Star back on the defense once again. Just a nice challenge there. Able to get that off the backboard, and Mill easily there to slot that one in. It's good, looking crazy a little bit for both of these teams, constantly scoring and then getting scored on once again. 49 seconds still is a decent amount of time off a kickoff like that, especially. Star has a chance here, tries to fake out Mektos, but Mektos reads it nonetheless. That really could have been a chance to get them back into this one. As you see, Mektos and Mill back on offense once again. Star just trying to get this out of their side of the field for now. Good 50-50 coming through, but can Star and Smokes get a goal in the next 30 seconds to try and put this on a game point?
They're going to try their hardest. They really do want to get this one to at least overtime, force some sort of scenario where they can finish this off before going into game number 5, because Heavy Panther, well, they haven't necessarily had the clutch factor before this one. Game 5 always brings out something special, and I know this for certain. Pros really love Game 5 more than anyone else because it gives them a chance to shine, and I think they're going to get that. Mektos shines one more time here in game number 4, securing game number 5, in my opinion. If we see some crazy kickoffs and Hoovers take us to overtime, I'm not really going to be disappointed, but, you know, I mean, I don't think it's likely.
I would have given it the chance. Maybe it was 2-3, but at this point, yeah, with 5 seconds left, 2 goals needing to come through here. Mektos and Mill have looked really strong through the last couple of games. Could have been a chance there, unfortunately. Not going to count anyways, so that is going to be it for game number 4, tying it back up 2-2 in the series. We will see what will happen now going into this one. Game 5 is on the line, I believe, back to EU servers potentially. We'll see what the case is. It started on EU. I don't know if it rotates all the way back through the series, but we'll get an update on what might be it. It looks like it is going to be NA last potentially for what it might be. We'll see though, as we'll get confirmation for sure, because that's obviously going to be huge to see what is going to be the case here for the last game.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand if we went back to EU, but at the same time, I feel like part of the reason that or part of the benefit is that you get game first. You get the servers first in your favor. So if you get the servers first in your favor, then you should be able to get it done in 4 games is the theory here. So if they're heading back to NA, this is going to be a difficult one for them to finish this one off. But Hoovers, they still had a good game nonetheless. And as we can see from the replays here brought to you by Microsoft IATL, this is going to be a battle nonetheless. Even though Heavy Panthers came out on top, they had an early goal to give them that little bit of benefit and had a late goal to close this one out. Either way, though, both teams really stunting in this game. That save on the side of Hoovers was phenomenal. Similarly, so is the follow-up save from Heavy Panthers. It really is going to be a battle to the very bitter end. This game number 5 is slated to be a classic here for the Atlanta Open.
Yeah, and it's literally what we were saying. There was like no doubt in our minds that this would be pretty much the grand finals matchup. That this series was going to be phenomenal. We were expecting, I said 4 to 5 at least games, and you kind of have to expect 5 games because both teams have taken each game on their server so far. But it really was insanely close for Mektos and Mill on that last game, on game 3, to be able to kind of, or game 4. Or 3 on the EU servers to try and get this series back in their favor, because they were winning the entire game until the last second, until they hit zeros on the clock, and then the tying goal went in. So if that goes through, Mektos and Mill move on right now in that case. But now we go to game 5, see if Mektos and Mill can perform like they have been, because they've looked really good through the last couple of games.
Yeah, they have looked really good through the last couple of games, and I think we're getting some confirmation that we are going back to EU for game number 5 here. The usual way that it seems to be dictated is based on who has more goals, but goals are tied. So, as a result, we're going back to EU just because of the way that it is. The seeding, although randomly generated, still does favor everybody off of Hoovers. So, you know, it is what it is. They're going to have to try and take this one back, and I think that they might be able to do so, because all of a sudden we're on EU, and the same problems as before. All of a sudden, Heavy Panthers give up a counterattack.
Yeah, really unfortunate setting here for the Heavy Panther side, as they kind of lost the coin flip. Goals being tied is insane, obviously, going into this. Unfortunate, but Star and Smokes are going to take advantage of that every day of the week, and now lead this game in the game that they should be winning. Now leading this one in the first 20 seconds. We'll see if they can keep that momentum. Mektos with a decent pass to Mill here, but speed from Star able to get back there in time on defense. That's what's been phenomenal on both sides of the pitch here for both teams. The defense has been incredible. Good chance here comes from Mill, and he scores it, sliding that back in and tying the game right back up.
And this isn't really that surprising. You could see Mektos going up for this one immediately, and as soon as he dusted his opponent, it was almost inevitable that Heavy Panthers were going to slot that one in. Like we said, there were issues with the chemistry in game number 1. The duo was not rotating correctly, but after that, Heavy Panthers have figured this one out. It has been nothing but a great synergy from here on out, and question whether or not they can finish this one off here in game number 5. A game number 3, which did not go in their favor last time they were on EU, but game number 4, a completely different story. A much better performance. Can they carry that momentum, though? So far, it's a 1-1 scoreline, only about a minute in. But as Hoovers are back on offense, they have a chance to try and put themselves back ahead yet again. And they might just do so with a shot like this. No, Mill gets in the way. Both players picking up a save there in that stand. Now at 50-50, that, I thought was inevitably going to force a follow-up touch, but no, Mektos just gets the flip. No 50-50 whatsoever. This is just a great flick.
Yeah, it is. It's just straight past Smokes. Smokes wasn't expecting the speed of that and couldn't get up there in time. So goal lead back once again for Heavy Panther as they look to try and see if they can finish this off from here. Even keeping the 2-1 score, that would be fantastic for them. But they are obviously a very aggressive team. They have some good chances so far in the last few games, and I definitely would give them the lead in the last 2 games as well. As far as chances or created and chances go, they have looked very phenomenal in the last couple of games here. So to be back on EU, to be in the lead, this is what Heavy Panther is looking for. Now a double commit though comes through, and Smokes going to capitalize on every day of the week.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what it is. One mistake is all that it takes here, and a double commit like that is absolutely going to get punished. This is the issue. We've said this before. Heavy Panthers, while they are not a bad team on defense, it is by far their weakest half of the pitch. They've got to try and focus on keeping this on offense as long as they can, because every time they're on defense, they leave themselves vulnerable, very vulnerable after that kickoff, but luckily enough, the shot was off target. This shot not off target at all. Mill with a solo play that is absolutely phenomenal. What on earth?
What even is that flip right there past Star? That is unreal to get that angle and to get that challenge back on the Smokes and net. Just unreal to be able to get that to go through. And now we see Heavy Panther once again back in the lead. There's only 2 minutes gone in this game. We have 5 goals already. Quite a difference, quite an opening for all of these teams now that the kind of tension was maybe let loose a little bit going into game 5. Weirdly enough, kind of lose a little bit of pressure going to game 5. Game 5 is a little bit less stressful than the other games were, because now Heavy Panther was on series point. They had to win that one. Great drop down, hits the bar from Smokes and couldn't actually get that one to go through. Another chance here. Mill just knocks out Star, and they knock out Smokes as Mektos slots in the 4th.
Oh my word, Mill just absolute demolition derby on the field here. Goes after Star and then just gets in the way of Smokes as well. He tries charging from behind but just can't get there. And Heavy Panther, they are up by 2. Last time the issue was they didn't have that much of a safety net and gave up a late goal when they were on EU servers. This time, even if they do give up a late goal, they're still going to be in the lead, but it's not really going to actually be late because we're still in the front half of this game, Pib. This is quite crazy. This is a shootout indeed. The question is who comes out on top. There can only be one Cowboy in this town, and I think it might be Heavy Panthers if they continue to play this way. Oh, wait, or maybe not.
Great chance.
Oh, the shot is on target.
Great chance comes through. Maybe the game decider. Try and get back into this. Try and get back within 1 goal, but Hoovers can't get that to go through. That might even be a chance for them. Get it off the post. It Smokes it in. Finds that 3rd goal. Now they get redemption on that one going just a little bit wide, but Smokes is able to find that one past Mill and get this one to go in. Now with just in 1 goal once again. Crazy that this has gone 7 goals in just 3 minutes.
This is absolutely wild. This is just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I really don't know what Heavy Panthers need to do here if they want to try and secure this one. They've got to, I don't know, pull out all the stops to make some sort of offense work. We've given them as many advices as we can at this point, and they just kind of have to get it done at a certain level. Oh, my word, and I think that they might Mill with a freebie because, wow. My oh my, Mektos just bullied the entire defense of Hoovers.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Mektos bullying and Mill with a great shot. Gets that perfectly in the top right. These two, I really have to give the series to them. Obviously, Smokes and Star played great, I think, in the first 2 games, but the last 3 games, I really would have given all of them to Smokes and to Mill and Mektos, because they have played phenomenally through those 3 games. And even in the game they lost, obviously, we're winning the entire game until the very end. So I really think Mektos and Mill has picked it up in this series to try and get this one, be the comeback kings that they are, and try and take this series in general. Now being up 2 goals with a minute and a half left. And Mektos pass 1, tries to get past Smokes, and he does! Mektos with a great fake originally. A great touch on the way down as well. Get that past Star. Star with maybe a miss there, but nonetheless, that's a 3-goal lead for Mektos and Mill.
I'm going to give a quick shout out to one of my friends in the Rocket League casting scene in Lars Nude, who loves to say past the 90-second mark is really where you see which team's going to come out on top. And with a
Mektos
4-goal lead in favor of Heavy Panthers with 90 seconds left, I think that this game indeed is going in favor of Heavy Panthers. Hoovers, you had a chance to finish them off in game number 4 when you were not on your home territory, and as crazy as it seems, that was probably your best opportunity. You go back to your home turf, and apparently Heavy Panthers brought their entire nation with them. The support of everybody has seemed to propel them to this win, as all of a sudden they're just representing NA in a whole different degree. The aggression, the defense, the overall attitude of this game is absolutely ridiculous. Heavy Panthers, unless you throw away the end of this game, there's almost no way you can lose this one. A phenomenal turnaround after a heartbreaking loss in game number 4.
Yeah, it is. It's insane to see this is how the series ended up going. And like you said, to bring this back from that game 4, which they lost in overtime after pretty much securing an entire EU win on that one, it was their series to win at that point, and to lose that one, to go into game 5, especially figuring out that it's also on EU servers in the end. Like, this was all out of favor here for Mektos and Mill, but they were able to come back and able to score a lot in this game, obviously, to get this up to 10 goals total in this one. Smoke's gonna try and get one in redemption, but 30 seconds left to get 4 goals on Mektos and Mill. Likely impossible at this point. So now we see Heavy Panther going to advance themselves into the grand finals, deservedly so, after the saves and the speed and everything that they've been able to do.
I mean, how many shots did Hoovers have to take there in order to get this goal through?
Right.
Mill with a ridiculous save, and eventually they do find something, but this just goes to show you, if you can have overwhelming pressure and still not penetrate the defense of Heavy Panthers, they have found that flow. A part of this is also, I think we didn't really mention this when we were going into game number 1, and why Heavy Panthers might have looked so out of sync, is because of the fact that they had waited about an hour to play their second game of the day. So they maybe really weren't as in sync as we might have thought, and once they did find that synchronized gameplay, they all of a sudden just started dominating. A great game out of their opponents. Really, Hoover should be proud of their performance. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and that will be Heavy Panthers. Heavy Panthers secure this one in 5.
Yeah, an incredible best of 5, and like we expected, it went every single game in that one. To have that be wide a crack opened by Heavy Panther, though, I was not expecting that in game 5. I was expecting it still to be a very close game, back and forth scoring like the other games have been, but they just found their lead and they kept going. They found ways to score, and the defenses, like I said, on both sides were fantastic. It was really, really difficult to score that many goals. That's why it's even more impressive to be able to score 7 in game 5 against the team like Smokes and Star, which were phenomenal throughout this entire series and throughout the entire qualifiers. They just looked very, very good, and obviously beating Galetti, who no showed, but still being able to get past that team in this case to get to the semifinals, very impressive. And now we'll look at the other side. Las Abuelitas and Pretty Nightingale looks to be a much simpler semifinal than that one was.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think that we might have a little bit easier of a time in this second or in the other side of the bracket here. I think Las Abuelitas, like we said before, are going to take a 3-0 sweep. It would not be surprising. It's just, we're going to see. We're really going to see at this point. There may be some sort of surprise at Pretty Nightingale where they can turn this one around, but if this goes as expected, Las Abuelitas are most likely going to take this.
Yeah, and apparently it is all on EU, so all of these games in this semifinal are going to be all played on EU, so that is at least good news. And even worse news, I guess, going into the grand finals for Mektos and Mill is that they have to play on EU servers once again at the end of this one. But EU really showing out in the grand finals here, in the IATL Rocket League finals, having a lot of teams being able to make it this far. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replays of that insane best of 5, though, with Mektos and Mill against Smokes and Star. just, I mean, phenomenal games. There wasn't a single game in this entire series where I was like, oh, this is boring, or this shouldn't have been won that way. Every single game was really well played. Maybe the first couple of games were like, what is happening? Both teams just dominating randomly on their servers. Then it really, games 3, 4, and 5 were fantastic.
Yeah, games 4 and 5 were really where we started to see the highlights of the two teams. A really good back and forth here. And the question is now whether or not someone's going to be able to stop the winner of this matchup. Considering how close it was, Heavy Panthers definitely go into the finals the heavy favorites. But who knows? Maybe Los Abuelitas can show us something special. And aside from just the domination we expect, they just absolutely pop off. And we all of a sudden think that maybe not even Heavy Panther can handle them. But we're going to have to find out. So far, it has been an incredible day full of really good Rocket League action. And again, as we said before, any one of these teams can take it. As you can see, it was so close in this matchup. So if these two are this close, I've got to hope that the other matchup is even half as entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, the grand finals now will be very interesting to watch to see from Mectos and Mill's perspective who they're going to go up against. Now, obviously, have to look at that semifinal matchup. Las Abuelitas and Nightingale with a turnaround performance in their first best of 5 against Mamari Esports. We'll have to see if they can do that kind of same thing here, because they are definitely the underdog in this case, where they have already lost that series against Mamari, but brought it to game 5. And this one, it's going to be much, much more difficult in this scenario for Las Abuelitas to even drop a game. Like, realistically, this is a 3-0 in my eyes, simply because of the goal scoring prowess from Las Abuelitas. Just being to constantly put on that much pressure, it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to deal with. This is going to be almost impossible, in my opinion, for Pretty Nightingale to try and, live up to the speed at which Los Abuelitas play at. But the unfortunate truth is that they have to. When Pretty Nightingale played at a very fast pace, that is when they looked the best. When Los Abuelitas played at a pretty fast pace, that's when they also looked the best. So as much as I think that, a breakdown in pace of play here is going to be beneficial for the team, I don't think they can afford to do that. I don't think that they can try and slow this one down. I think that they just have to try and play to their peak. There's no two ways about it. If they play as well as we know they can, I think that they can take this matchup pretty convincingly. But it's going to be one of these things where the floor for Pretty Nightingale is pretty low, the ceiling is very high as well, but we need to find where they're going to be playing in between that range. If it's their middle ground, I don't know if they're going to be able to take down Los Abuelitas, but if they are at their peak and they play like they did in Series 1, there is a chance.
Yeah, there is. I mean, they have to make sure they're on top of the game, like you're talking about. There's no chance that Las Abuelitas can drop a game here if they're not playing at their top potential. Like, if Nightingale has some chances, it has to be on the counterattacks. It's what we've already been talking about this whole time against Las Abuelitas. Clearly, their most easy way to beat them has been on counterattacks because of their over aggressiveness on offense and being able to double commit a lot of the time on their attacking side of the field, where it leaves them for a huge gap in defense. So that's something we will see in this case. If that will be what happens in this best of 5. If it goes 5 games, that'd be pretty incredible. See if Pretty Nightingale can take a couple games off of them, because like we said, Las Abuelitas has gone undefeated, beating Smokes Aqua, Selling Bread, Galetti's, Mamari Esports. They've beaten a lot of very good teams to get here.
Yeah, they've beaten pretty much everybody under the sun at this point. It's going to be very difficult for Pretty Nightingale to be able to slow this team down. I think there's a chance. I really do think that there is a chance, but the biggest issue is going to be whether or not they live up to the expectations of what they can be, not necessarily what we expect. If they can, like we said, play to the highest level, they really do have a great shot here. But it's going to be difficult. Los Abuelitas are a very good team. There's really no two ways about it. They have been on a roll, and it's very hard to stop a team with this much momentum. The good thing is there's been a little bit of time in between games, so maybe Pretty Nightingale have had some time to try and look back at what Los Abuelitas have played like. Maybe Los Abuelitas have been able to do the exact same thing. It's a little bit of a reset that we have had over the last hour or so. It's actually probably going to be a benefit to Pretty Nightingale, as they will have a bit more time to really feel out their opponents, because they might not be coming out of the gates firing.
Yeah, that's the case of having that small break in between games. So larger break, because I went 5 games, but we are trying to get the lobby back in favor here as we try and see what happens. But semifinals to go through, of course. It'll be interesting to see how this matches up. Las Abuelitas, like we said, we're on an absolute tear, undefeated so far through all of these games, and looking to find the winner of this one, facing Mectos and Mill in the finals after a very, very crazy 5-game series against Smokes and Stars. So I think that grand finals might also be similar, but I think Las Abuelitas is like, if they do advance through the semifinals, I think it's still close on what happens in the finals. Like, could be similar to what happened in the Smoke Star matchup, where it is heavily reliant on the EU-NA switch and see if teams can take out one of those games between those deciding server matchups. So that's kind of something I'm interested to see going into the grand finals. But I mean, both of these teams are EU, so no matter what, that is going to be the case for the finals, is that it is going to be back and forth.
Yeah, it's going to be back and forth. But at this point, we're starting to see that it's not as big of a benefit for the EU team necessarily as much as they might think, as it's very clear Heavy Panther are able to play on EU servers and still do pretty well. It's very clear that they are very capable against almost any opponent that they have at this point. And the question is whether or not Las Abuelitas are prepared for a team like that. Certain teams can recognize that a team's going to play on EU pretty much the same as NA, and then they'll make the adjustments. Certain teams are not. Las Abuelitas, I think, are a very capable team, but it's going to be interesting. So far, like we said, Las Abuelitas just haven't necessarily had that sort of resistance that they've been waiting for. When the resistance does come, do we see them crumble? I would be surprised, but we're going to have to find out. Game number 1 underway here in the second semifinal. Las Abuelitas versus Pretty Nightingale. And at this point, it's going to be a battle, to put it simply, but we definitely have a heavy favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be the case. We'll see if Pretty Nightingale can go off to a lead early. That might be the case to where we could see them playing to their topmost potential. Right now, a little open goal here for Leoro. He's able to just slot that one in. And that's the first goal going over to the hands of Las Abuelitas as they look to continue their fashion here in this tournament. Try and advance themselves to grand finals where they guarantee at least $100 in the top 2 spots. And of course, different payout structure that we were talking in previously is $350 for first place. Second place gets $100, and then third place gets $50. So payouts differently than what we were talking about earlier, because this is the normal payouts for the finals we had last month. So had a little bit of a mistake there, but nonetheless, $350 up tops. Second place getting $100 as well to play a few Rocket League 2s games. Not too bad in my books. So we'll see if Leoro and his teammate can advance themselves to the grand finals, get a chance at that.
It's some good money being thrown around here. It's a really good prize winnings to show for the efforts that you have put out here. And again, these guys have both taken money before. This is one of these things where there is money being thrown into the qualifiers. So it's just good competition. It's a good amount of prize for these players. And so far, this has lived up to every single expectation of what we could have hoped. And similarly, Las Abuelitas living up to the expectations of dominance so far here. But the Cat's Curse might have shown its face, but where's the teammate? Johan gets a pass out to the center, but Ring just lackadaisically driving cross court. This isn't a Sunday drive, my friend. You've got to be quicker than that. If Las Abuelitas give you an opportunity, you've got to pounce. Otherwise, they're going to make it a 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, and this is expected. I mean, Leoro and Jalading are fast. We know that for a fact. They are constantly going to be there for each other, and they're going to be attacking most of the time. So if you're not prepared to take that counterattack, to take the chance to knock them off their throne temporarily, you are going to be punished immediately. It is going to be something they are very good at, and something we've seen them be very good at so far. So that will be something interesting, as Pretty Nightingale can even get a goal in this game because of the pace of play we've seen from Las Abuelitas. They have had some good challenges. We see Ring up here. Johan with a demo as well has a chance there, but right now it's looking like Jalading favorite. Johan gets a decent clear, but no boost means it's still a very hard defensive setup here if Nightingale can get that off the backboard at least.
And they are not really able to get it out of their half whatsoever. They might have gotten it off the backboard, but that is about the least of their worries. Oh my word. As a flurry of shots comes in there. Somehow, though, they're not going to get scored on. Yeah, I just kind of felt that in my bones. Las Abuelitas got back on that one way ahead of time, and if they had missed that save, I would have been more surprised than them getting the save itself. Pretty Nightingale don't seem to have the same sort of efficiency as they had before. Like we said, when they play fast, it's when they are the most beneficial, at least to their own team and to their own chances of success. They're playing a little bit of an in-between. They're not necessarily aggressive. They're not necessarily passive. They're in this weird mid-ground that is doing them no favors.
Oh, Leoro just drops that one in. And this is obviously looking like we said, very favored for Las Abuelitas. Leoro getting a great flip reset, but just drops that one in between both defenders. An unfortunate defensive clearance. So what we're talking about with the offensive pressure Las Abuelitas creates, you're pretty much stuck on defense most of the time. It's very difficult for you to get out of that scenario. So that is something that we have to see if Pretty Nightingale can fix going into the rest of this series. Otherwise, it might just be that quick 3-0 that we've been warning about in this one because of how good Las Abuelitas have looked.
Yeah, this has been This has not necessarily been a surprising turnaround, to put it simply, but Pretty Nightingale, my oh my, they are really falling apart at the seams here. What would have been solid touches that we would have expected out of them earlier are just not arriving. With 2 minutes left at this point, it's going to be whether or not they can stop the bleeding here, because Las Abuelitas look poised to put in even more goals than what they have. Speaking of which, they are going to put in yet another one, a 5th goal now. Pretty Nightingale, listen, we said that you guys had to play at your peak if you want to keep up with this team, and unfortunately, you have shown us your floor. This is not the type of gameplay needed if you want to beat Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's something that has to be figured out, but it just looks like it's a pure just pace of play kind of thing. And in Rocket League, you can't really fix that overnight or over one game. You have to be able to already have that going into a game like this. As a nice passing play comes through, Leoro just going a little bit wide there, but a good reflection back towards net, trying to keep pace here in this game. But it definitely does seem like what we expected, where it's just Jalding and Leoro on offense pretty much the entire game so far, and their speed is just getting them free goals.
Freebies are almost an understatement at what we're seeing here, because it's small mistakes that you don't expect out of Pretty Nightingale, and it's just unfortunate. There really isn't much else to say. That Pretty Nightingale are a fast team, but they look slower than a snail's pace right now, and it's just not what we would have expected. Pretty Nightingale are a team that can definitely get 50-50s, that can dust you in the air, but they've yet to do that a single time against Las Abuelitas. Part of that is the fact that they are not necessarily as warm as they needed to be here, as it's very clear that they're still trying to get themselves back into this game. But part of that is also the confidence is gone. Las Abuelitas came in here and absolutely stomped out their opponents very quickly, which makes it very difficult to continue challenging balls that you know are going to be a risk. So what was a 50-50 turns into an 80-20, and that 20% is barely a 20% at that. Pretty Nightingale have got to try and go back to the drawing board here, because a 7-0 start in game number 1 is not boding well.
Yeah, it's really not. It's been really much of a struggle for them. Make that almost 8, but luckily enough able to stop that one from going through. But it has been very much so a struggle in general to try and even get the ball out of their side of the field, or try to even create attacking chances so far. So it has been quite a difficult thing to see. And for them going forward in the rest of the series, that's just a miss there, coming out on defense at 8-0 for Las Abuelitas. This is what we were expecting, and that's the unfortunate thing for this team, is that they have not found a way to try and stop all this aggression coming out from Las Abuelitas, and which no one has. I mean, they're undefeated for a reason. They are phenomenal players and have showcased why they're so good so far.
Yeah, they really have done exactly that. And if you wanted any proof at how good of a team Selling Bread are, and how they somehow consistently draw the short straw on pretty much everything, this is evidence enough. They really are a good team. And Las Abuelitas, while they are up 9-0 here, couldn't really get a good lead against Selling Bread the whole time. I'm just waiting for the day where Selling Bread doesn't end up going against the number 1 or 2 seed like 3 rounds before the finale, and they actually make one.
Yeah, right. That's a fair point. We'll see if that is gonna be what happens. But as of right now, not looking too hot here for Pretty Nightingale. 9-0 going to be the case. Props them, maybe props to them for trying to keep going here. But probably just want to throw in that surrender, go next kind of vibe here. 10-0's not really comebackable in the next 40 seconds. So it has definitely just been the case, and probably will be the case for the next couple of games here. It is unfortunate you're one of the teams watching this from the other quarterfinals that lost out, because this could have been you against Las Abuelitas potentially to try and get another chance at the grand finals. But as the seeding went, randomized, this is what is going to be the case. And of course, Pretty Nightingale, this was just going to be a random team or an unfinished team. So the fact that we've got an 8th team in this one as a replacement was good enough. And unfortunately, they tried their best. And through game number 1, their best just was not good enough to beat this Las Abuelitas team.
And the unfortunate truth is that this isn't even really their best, as much as we want to call it that they tried their best. They tried to find their best, but never really found it. Pretty Nightingale are a very efficient team, and to see them go down by 10-0 here like this, it's unfortunate. They really are a team that deserves to be represented a little bit better than this, and when they did not get represented to the degree at which we know they can, all of a sudden, it's just absolutely them falling apart. There's really nothing else to say besides that. Things went from bad to worse there, and while they started off the game not necessarily the hottest, by the time that they walked out of there, they were freezer cold. It was ridiculous. They just could not seem to get anything to work in their favor. But The good thing is this is a best-of-5 series, so where the first game was definitely not in their favor, Pretty Nightingale, please take some notes after game number 1 because you absolutely can come back in game number 2 and make this a lot closer of a series.
Yeah, hopefully they could find some way to get back into game number 2. As we take a look at the replays, just a scoring reel basically from Leoro and his crew. I mean, this was just a Jalding Leoro show. Obviously, you're scoring 10, 11 goals a game. It's more than likely always going to be in your favor all the time. But we'll see if that's going to be the case for the rest of this series as they try and figure out what to do going forward. I mean, and like we have already been talking about, it's very difficult to figure out a way around this because you pretty much had no attacking chances and they had all of them. So to try and figure out a way around that, to try and stop their scoring, considering we've seen much better teams not be able to stop their scoring, it's going to be very difficult to try and find your way through the semifinals.
Yeah, I don't want to say impossible because again, every single
Right.
team here really is good, and when at the end of the day, if we see the Pretty Nightingale that we know is there, that we know plays confidently and plays aggressively, then I think they can do this. But again, it's that aggression that they're lacking here. They had the confidence drained out of them very quickly, and after that, all of a sudden they got very passive. They didn't really know what to do. They found themselves flat-footed in a multitude of instances. If they can find that confidence again, I absolutely believe that they can get this one done, that they can even out this series and all of a sudden give us a real game 5 that just is worthy of the semifinal. But it's going to be interesting as game number 2 is underway here already. You can see that I think there might still be some passiveness. Pretty Nightingale, despite giving, oh my word, a lot of time, unfortunately still give up an early goal here. Not even 11 seconds into this one. This was not the aggression I was hoping for. A pre-jump at midfield. Not exactly what I mean by aggression.
Yeah, not exactly what they were expecting either to try and continue with this one. It has been a rough showing for them so far. And I mean, props to them for still trying to push through this. But of course, it has been a very hard matchup. Lots of Bolitas is undefeated, so it's not like they're facing an easy team at any point in this series. But I think to get past Mamari, they're pretty happy with that to be going through into the semifinals here of this entire tournament. Obviously, they're going to try and play for third place, but considering how this is going against Las Abuelitas, to go up against Smokes and Star, who, almost beat Mektos, who's a professional player, and is Bubble Scene player in Mill, to try and beat them would be an achievement in itself. But Johan just barely going wide there on their first attacking chance in this game. And another shot going wide. This is what we're talking about. If you can't capitalize on those chances, you will have zero chance, basically, to take the game.
Oh my word, this is just so unfortunate. Pretty Nightingale with a chance to really bring themselves back into this game, and when it's 2 shots in a row that go off the post, you can tell that they really are not feeling confident. A normal day, they probably would have been nailing that one to the back of the net, but considering how deflated they are here in game number 2, and considering how much Las Abuelitas are straight up messing with their opponents right now, you can tell that Pretty Nightingale are not nearly as in this as they should be here. Leoro just taking this back and forth right now, trying to bait out a mistake out of Pretty Nightingale, and part of this may also be that they don't want to score as many as they did in the last game. It was 10-0, and that took quite some time. At 2-0 with about a minute 30 gone here, this is already a very out-of-hand game for Pretty Nightingale, and I feel like Las Abuelitas could have had this even further out of hand already.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it could have even been farther than this. They're just kind of trying to not exceed the scoreline limit, as obviously the more you score, the longer the game takes. You know how it be. So they're just trying to breeze past this one, scoring a little bit. While Jonathan goes right past one there, and it's just gonna keep going here, as it seems to be the case. We'll see if Pretty Nightingale can find one back. I guess is where they're more than likely to be trying to find, but we'll see if that is going to be what happens. But like we've been talking about, Leoro and Jalding just kind of go back and forth with each other in their side of the net. Good save, at least coming up from Leoro. Decent chance from Johan, who's had all the shots for this team so far. But a booming clearance gets us out of their side of the field. Just about halfway through, we will see how this game might end. Is Leoro and Jalding colliding to each other in midfield.
Yeah, this is just Las Abuelitas are straight up taking this back and forth. They're looking for some fancy goals. They went for a couple of pinch attempts, a couple of weird shots here and there. That shot, oh my gosh, barely off target. Yeah, this is just absolute and utter confidence out of Los Abuelitos right now, and I can't necessarily blame them for having said confidence. No matter what Pretty Nightingale do to try and get a clean shot on target, it is either off target or there is an easy save being made out of their opponents, and as Leoro is just straight out dribbling around every player on Pretty Nightingale, they are really struggling to find a wait. Maybe they do. No, I was going to say a single goal, and they do indeed still continue to struggle to do so. A huge opportunity, but the shot is saved, and even when it looks like almost inevitable for a 2-1 scoreline, somehow Los Abuelitos hold on to the shutout.
Yeah, it is impressive, and obviously, like we've been saying, it is very much so Leoro and Jalading being kind on the other side of the field, not trying to constantly score, because this obviously could have been a much different setting than what we've seen in the last few minutes here. A 2-0 scoreline, considering the last 10-0, 11-0 that we would have normally been able to see. They're definitely taking it easy, and I don't know if that's given hope to Pretty Nightingale or if it's demoralizing them a little bit more, considering the fact that they know they can score too. They just are kind of being nice about it, not scoring too many.
Yeah, this is just, they're trying to be kind. They're trying not to have this game go on forever. I believe, I don't remember which one of the qualifiers it was, but a while back.
23-1?
Yeah, exactly.
We had that game, yeah.
23-1. How long did that last? 15 minutes, I want to say? 15 to 20 minutes for just a single match?
It was a long time.
Yeah,
and the only time that
excessive.
one team got a goal was because they scored on the other side. It wasn't because they got that goal. It was because the other team scored an own goal. So yeah, that was a similar case here. But this is like playing with your food at dinner time, basically, is what Leoro and Los Abuelitos are doing here. Jalading just carrying this one out, and that should this pretty much just capitalizes the end of the semifinals, really. You're not expecting anything to change going into the third game. If it were, that'd be absolutely insane. But Los Abuelitos looking to advance themselves to the grand finals in some back and forth games between Mektos and Mill. I'll be interested to see how those games go, because Mektos and Mill looked a lot better on the EU servers. That's a goal. There we go. Okay, they're immediately spamming. What a save. They were waiting that whole time for that, to get their one goal.
Maybe
of the
that's how they
series.
get themselves back into this one. Maybe all of a sudden they use the mental game in their favor. Pretty Nightingale are going to tilt Los Abuelitos out of this game. Listen, boys, it's an interesting strategy. I don't think it's viable, nor do I think it's going to happen. But hey, interesting strategy is it does seem like it nonetheless, despite their overwhelming manipulations on the mental game here, they're not going to take game at number 2, unfortunately. Pretty Nightingale trying their best, but I'm not sure if they can keep this one up. Just going to dribble it into their own half. Maybe they can get something set up off the wall. Question is whether or not they even get a chance. No, instead, Leoro is actually going to get themselves a goal. No! At least there's a save on the side of Johan, showing some confidence. So, hey, you know what, Pretty Nightingale? You only lost by 1, and you did actually earn the goal that you got.
Yeah, I just find it hilarious that they spammed what a save. You have to try and attack the mental game. If you can't get them on the pitch, try and get them off the pitch. But they obviously still ended up losing that one. So unfortunate in that case, and that's being said. But they still do have this third game here to play through. So we'll see what the scoreline of that one just might be, as we'll be very interested to see how this one will go. If it is going to be a 10-0 game, if they're going to be kind and not score as much. Now, if you're Jalading and Leoro, though, and you're like, these guys just would have saved us on their only goal in the series so far, do we just punish them for it? And it looks like, that's a wide open goal to start the game. Leoro's saving that already for them. It seems to be back to the way the game 2 happened.
I think the best I've ever seen is that when we were first talking about that 23-1, the reason it came up in the first place is because the team had heard me commentating and talking about how I had done a cast previously where I believe I saw a 22-0 or a 21-0 or something similar. And the team basically at that point had just sort of dominated, and then they realized that, oh, maybe we shouldn't do this on repeat. And what they started doing is they started doing 3-0s and then just cutting it there. They'd be like, that's enough of a security. Yeah. Even if we mess around, give up a couple of goals, we still are most likely going to win. Los Abuelitos, I think that probably would be the strategy for them right now. Get goals like that because you can score goals like that. Give yourself a little bit of buffer room and then just wind down the clock, because seriously, if you can pull off a play like this, it's almost inevitable you're moving on to the finals.
Yeah, and they obviously know that that's going to be the case here too. Pretty Nightingale just delaying the inevitable here to into this one, trying to see if they can find some way to get back into this series, but of course La Bolitas can score at will when they want to, and they have done so far in this one. So I'm sure they're going to look for that 2 or 3 goal lead once again, and then kind of move on from that point. Just start doing some crazy stuff like you've been talking about. Johan and his teammate just have not and can't realistically can't play up to the pace that we've seen from Geraldine and Leoro, and that's kind of what we're expecting going into the semifinals in comparison to what we saw from that first best of 5 quarterfinals with Momari Esports and Pretty Nightingales, that either one of those teams, whatever team went through, would not have any chance going forward. As we see a goal coming through Pretty Nightingale, no what it saves this time though, as they hold that one for the series.
Ooh, this is an actual really well-earned goal as well. They keep the pressure up, get in the way, and use some physicality. So, Pretty Nightingale, they're actually still kind of in this one. Maybe that's the confidence they need. Maybe that's the little boost of life that they've been looking for. If it is, that's going to be huge. They've got 3.5 minutes remaining, and if they can take this game, it would be quite an upset, to put it simply. But it's still possible, especially considering it's an open net, and they're up by 1. Las Abuelitas might be rethinking their strategy now. Before this, they were playing very aggressive and messing around. Not sure if they have that freedom anymore.
Yeah, now they're going to go try and score as much as possible, realizing they put themselves in a not great situation here to try and just mess around for the rest of the game. So they do have to figure out a way back into this one, but I'm sure they have that under control. They still, of course, are going to be at a deficit for the time being, though. So if they realistically can't get another goal here, it'll be quite rough for them to try and get back into this one. But decent chance here. Geraldine on 0 boost, so not going to be able to get up there in time. No chance for him, as they do need to create something here in the next couple minutes to try and keep themselves back in this one. Leoro with a decent chance. They're going to slot that one straight back in, but Geraldine just going to knock that one past some defensive laps there in judgment. They thought that might have been going in, so they stopped trying to go for it, but nonetheless, that is the equalizing goal back for Las Abuelitas.
I've seen this far too many times in Rocket League, and it really is the downfall of many different teams where they go, okay, that's inevitably going in, so I might as well give up. Never give up. There's a reason we say play every single second like it counts, because it really does count. If you're not in it for the full 5 minutes, you might as well just forfeit to start off the game. And Pretty Nightingale, they really shouldn't be forfeiting in this scenario, because they are so close. They can't score on that one, and they do get scored upon on the other end. But I got to think back to what this could have been. Las Abuelitas, they were only down by 1 goal about a minute ago here. And then Pretty Nightingale, they took themselves out of it in a very inopportune scenario.
Yeah, they did. It was interesting, but we'll see. I mean, now that the goal scoring commencement has gone through, they're probably, I think the 2-goal limit is where we're realistically, Leoro with a great air dribble, by the way, just on top of everything that's been going on. Leoro with just a nice air dribble to control that one, get that off the ceiling into a flip reset as well. Showing the skill case, obviously, or the skill of this team in general. Very good team, Las Abuelitas. I mean, now undefeated through, at least today, through the qualifier they've played through, and faced some insanely good teams, of course, to get here in the first place. And we already talked about it. Selling Bread looked really good in their games, but still couldn't perform up to the level that Las Abuelitas had. And that just might be the case in general going forward. But if there's a team, there's 2 teams that I think that could beat Las Abuelitas and getting insanely close, if not beating them. And of course, is probably the third and second place team and the first place team in the tournament. Between those 3, Smokes and Star, and of course Mactos and Mill. Those 2 teams have a great chance because they can capitalize on the mistakes that Las Abuelitas have made. We haven't already talked about it. They're not a perfect team. They have made quite a few mistakes in the past, and it led to counterattack goals, but they are still a phenomenal team, and their coordination communication definitely seems really strong in general.
Yeah, they're a very good team just overall. The question really is, and we've had this question for quite some time, what happens once they find real competition? And that's not to insult Pretty Nightingale in any way, shape, or form. It's just, it's the truth. There's no 2 ways about it. Pretty Nightingale is not as much of a competition as some of the other teams we have in here, and that's evidenced by the fact that they have really struggled to give a real competitive game against Las Abuelitas. So the question is once we do find that competitive game, how do Las Abuelitas perform? Because I think this is going to be the most telling game so far as we get into this next series, because there is about 2 minutes left here, but considering it is a 4-goal deficit, Pretty Nightingale really don't have much of a chance to come back here in this game, especially considering I think another goal is almost inevitably going to get scored here. No, Johan with a good clear out to the side, but it's not really going to make a difference. They're almost just delaying the inevitable at this point. Las Abuelitas poised to go into the next series, and it's going to be very difficult. I'm not exactly sure if there's going to be, a Los Abuelitas where they all of a sudden just crumble, but it's definitely going to be a different team once they face Heavy Panther.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it's really hard to go from a game like this, a series like this, to go into the most competitive series you're going to have the entire tournament. Like, you have to flip that switch and immediately kind of turn it on. But that being said, Leoru and his team of Jalding, they still have made good connections, and they're still making really good individual plays to where they're not like, it's not like they're downplaying themselves in these games. While obviously they could have scored a lot more and could have stopped a lot of goals from going in. The fakes coming through from Jalding, he just keeps going back and forth, but they're still playing up to their skill level and still playing really well when they need to be, that is. So that's something that they're going to be looking for going into the future here of this one, is that they are trying to make sure that they aren't going to drop their skill level down at all, because they're going to be in the most competitive series that they're going to find going forward. So it'll be something to see how they go up against Mektos and Mill, because like we said, this is an EU team going up against the NA Mektos and Mill. Is Mektos and Mill going to take that first game on the series switch, or is Las Abuelitas going to look good on NA2?
I think the Los Abuelitas are going to look good on NA. I don't think that they're going to look bad at any point in the series, but I do think that they are going to actually take game number 1 no matter what. NA or EU, I think part of the issue we did see last time with Heavy Panthers is that they really do have a very extended warm-up period. They're a team that takes a second to figure out when they're going to work well as a unit, and once they do work well as a unit, it's almost impossible to stop them. But they took a second to warm up, like we said. So, if Los Abuelitas come out the gates firing and do what they did in this series, which was a 10-0 start, I just think that this is going to be a battle for their money. I think the Heavy Panthers really are going to have to play through the best of these 5 games and really play to the best of their abilities. If they fall asleep like they did at the beginning of the last series, it's going to be really, really bad for them.
I agree, because I think this is a very heavy momentum kind of team. Las Abuelitas, once they start scoring, will start scoring a lot. We know that has been the case for their game so far. And then leading into the finals, obviously Las Abuelitas versus Heavy Panther is going to be the matchup. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that kind of pace, because it's Mektos and Mill. Their defense was phenomenal against Smokes and Stars. So it'll have to be that case of which team can outscore each other, which is always the case in Rocket League, I guess, but it is really going to be a case of a lot of goals, in my opinion, going back and forth with these two teams. But we're going to go to a quick break right before the grand finals of the IATL finals. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. To the grand finals, of course, we've had some incredible games today, and being able to see some probably the best series of all into the semifinals right before the last one. So it'll be really fun to watch the grand finals go, because Los Angeles are still finalized as undefeated. So they have gone through all of this still without losing a game, and now they go into the grand finals against what is probably the best team in the tournament now in Heavy Panther.
Yeah, I would very much say that. It was really between Hoovers and Heavy Panther in this one, and we were wondering which one of the two of them would come out on top, but just because of the random seeding, they ended up facing off against each other in the semifinals, and that was a heck of a semifinals, to put it simply. The other half of that one, Los Angeles absolutely obliterating their opponents, finding their way here to the grand finale. And it is this question that we've had this entire time. Los Angeles has been a team that has dominated every single competition they have seen so far. But what happens when they finally go up against the great ones? This is going to be against a team which we knew was strong. We knew almost could take this entire thing without a second thought. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do it once again. Heavy Panther are a very strong team, considering the fact that it seems like Mektos and Mill have found that flow, have found that chemistry that was necessary. I don't think that Los Abuelitas have it within them. I think this is going to be a game that goes the distance. I think that we see at minimum 4 games in this series. I think it's going to definitely go back and forth. I don't know if I can bet on Los Abuelitas, though. I think I'm going to have to say Heavy Panthers take this one.
Yeah, considering how I saw Heavy Panther play on EU servers, that's where I'm kind of leaning as well, is because I know how well they just performed in the last 2 EU games they just played. They were phenomenal, especially obviously in the game 5 against Smoke Star. They are looking really good going into this series. So I'd also say it at least goes minimum 4 games. I might give it a 3-1 to Heavy Panther, but I still easily think it goes 5. I still think there's obviously easy chance Los Abuelitas could take a couple games and maybe take 3, obviously, to take the series, but it is still very up in the air on how these teams are going to perform. But based on what the current standings have gone and the skill levels that we've seen so far from Heavy Panther in the last few games, I think they're bringing that momentum into this grand finals. Of course, game number 1 of the grand finals is going to be starting here shortly. Of course, Heavy Panther, Mektos, and Mill. Never mind, lobby is getting resetted. But Heavy Panther, Mektos, and Mill, fantastic team going up against Los Abuelitas, Leoru and Jalading, who have looked really strong so far through their series. Obviously, they've had a much easier way in, though. So that has to be talked about a little bit, is that they've had a much simpler way to get to the grand finals than someone like Heavy Panther has so far.
It is very true. They definitely have had a less traveled road here. But I will say this. I've got to mention Selling Bread again, because I feel like Selling Bread, you put them pretty much anywhere else in the bracket, they really do have a good chance of getting all the way to the grand finale. But it's just they faced up against Los Abuelitas round number 1. So Los Abuelitas has had some pretty solid competition here today. While their semifinals was not as competitive as the one that we just saw out of Hoovers and Heavy Panther, it definitely was still one of these things where they've had some tough competition along the way. And even if the competition wasn't necessarily in this grand finale, they also have had competition in the qualifiers for the ATL Open as well. So the question really does become, when it's all said and done, when the pressure is really on, when there is money on the line, can they perform to the same degree that they had previously in qualifiers? Again, it sounds like we're both on the same page here. We're not necessarily betting against Los Abuelitas, but we've got a little bit of money riding on Heavy Panthers in terms of thinking that, yeah, they're most likely walking away with a win here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And now we get the kind of overview on the servers. So it's double NA games to start. So Mektos and Mill, look, I mean, if you can start with 2 games in a row, that'd be huge for them. Then it goes to double EU and then NAEU to kind of finish everything. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, how everything's going to play out. If Mektos and Mill can take this series, would be phenomenal. This would be the ideal start that they're looking for going forward, and is that these 2 NA games to start with would be a lot. It's a lot of momentum, but if they do drop one, Los Abuelitas is now in a much better favor than they probably would be expecting going into the next half of the EU games.
Yes, indeed. I think that this is going to be an interesting one, like you said, because of the fact that there's going to be differences in the servers here, but that also makes it this is a best of 7. I think previously we had both been predicting based on what if this was going to be a best of 5. Realizing now that this is a best of 7, I actually almost think that the scoreline is going to be even further in favor of Heavy Panthers, to be honest here. I feel like once Heavy Panthers get on a roll, they're actually just going to kind of steamroll their opponents and just keep going through here. So while we said 3-1 earlier, I might now say 4-1. I don't even know if I want to call it 4-2, just because the unfortunate truth is that if games 1 and 2 go in favor of Heavy Panther and all of a sudden they're up 2-0, maybe Las Abuelitas can win one of the 2 games on their home turf, but realistically, I think that this is just one of these things where they're going to try their best to recover from the inevitable Heavy Panthers just, momentum that they end up finding throughout their series, and they're not going to be able to recover. They might get a game here or there, but win-wise, I still very much feel like this is a Heavy Panthers ball game.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, that momentum at the start, if you can get those back-to-back NA games under your belt and the way they've been performing on EU so far, Mektos and Mill could realistically 4-0. Obviously that's just based on what we've seen in the past, but Las Abuelitas now, I feel like we're still undermining them heavily going into this. They're obviously a fantastic team. They have beat some really good teams in the qualifiers to get here in the first place. And now it's just a case of how do they look on NA servers. That's kind of where we're at now, where that's why we think Mektos and Mill are going to do so good, because they did really well in the last 2 EU games they played. So now going into this one, looks like everyone's leaving again, trying to find a server. It looks like this is the 3rd lobby in a row we've been trying to find, but they're just trying to find a good ping, I guess, at this point. But trust me, in any EU, you're not going to find good ping. Just go. It's not. Neither team is going to have perfect ping in this one.
I also think to a certain degree, that's kind of the point. You're not supposed to have good ping.
Yeah, right.
It's supposed to be a disadvantage for you. So, as much as I do feel for Las Abuelitas, because they'd like to have, the best chance possible about this one, at a certain point, hey guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat this one. Suck it up and play. Like, that's just what it is.
Yeah.
Like, you have to start playing at some point. I've been in competitions before where they don't even give you the option of having, a server that you pick. You just get what you get, and you don't get upset. So I can understand why you'd like to have a ping that's in your advantage, but at a certain point, we do need this one to play out. We need to have these teams play, because I can guarantee you, Mektos, considering he has done this before, he's not going to start fighting for pings in EU. He's just going to say, hey, we'll play on whatever we get. And I think that's the fairest way to put this here, because if you guys get the choice to pick whichever NA server you want, Mektos and Mill should be able to pick their servers, and I don't think that they should be able to pick their servers either. I think this is just, you get what you get, and you move on, and you play through the competition.
That is how it is. It's not anything. There's not an insane amount of money. I mean, $350 is a decent amount of money, but it's not like you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars and you need to have the perfect scenario. We're just playing. You're just playing a nice tournament on a Thursday night. Like you're just gaming right now. So it is play as it is, and now it looks to be the case as Mektos and Mill start off with the ball here in their half, or on the other team's side of the half. Leoro and Jalading trying to connect here, and I mean, to be fair, since they're already complaining about ping, does that even heavily more edge towards Heavy Panther, considering Jalading and Leoro might not be used to playing at NA at all?
Yeah, I'd say that actually is going to give a little bit more favor towards Heavy Panther. They've had some experience on ping already here today. Meanwhile, Las Abuelitas seem very unfamiliar with this. Maybe they do know, at least from the fact that they know that they can, oh my word, I was going to say, get better ping, so maybe they do know at least a little bit about NA servers, but even though they're at a ping disadvantage, they are the first one to score here. 40 seconds into this one, Mektos gets bullied in the net. And Heavy Panthers, like we said before, they're a team that takes a second to warm up, but considering these first 2 games are on NA, they can't really afford to drop one of them.
Yeah, they can't. They have to be able to go fast here, and obviously that first goal going over in favor for Las Abuelitas here is very good news for them. Every time we talk about that server switch, if you can get that starting goal, get that momentum in your favor on the other side, it'll be perfect for you to go forward, as we see nice saves coming back and forth from Jalading and Leoro. And Mill and Mektos still putting on the pressure, of course, as they constantly do. So we'll see if they can get a goal to finally go in their favor. A minute and 10 seconds passed, so nothing to go their favor just yet, as they keep trying to go back towards midfield, get some more boost, and go right back on attack, because they know, I'm sure they've seen the last few games, they know how aggressive Leoro and Jalading are on offense.
Yeah, I've got to imagine they know. If they aren't aware of the aggression that they're about to face, they better get prepared and they better get informed, because it is 2-0 in favor of Las Abuelitas here. Apparently, I'm running out of ability to say their name either. Part of that might just be the shock of this game, because, Pib, neither you nor I expected this one to be in favor of Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, now they're up 2-0, and Mektos and Miller trying to see if they can shake off the dust a little bit here. Maybe that break did not help them too much in this case, but that can't be an excuse. Now you're going into the grand finals. You have to be on top of your game no matter what. You cannot say anything is stopping you there. Mill is going to be there to capitalize on that one, though. Getting right past it. Looks like a lack of boost and a little bit of misposition. Jaladine trying to go back in favor. Probably wasn't expecting Leoro to hit that in the corner as well, so made it a little bit awkward for his recovery. But that is now going to be the case. One goal apiece, or 1 goal apart between these two teams, as we see if Heavy Panther can try and take their first NA server. Good shot on goal right away, but Mill is going to be there in time. But like you said, if either one of these teams, whatever takes that first server difference, whoever takes that game on a different server, they're going to be in a great suit to try and win the series going later into the series.
Oh, 100%. Getting a win on your opponent's server is absolutely huge, and Heavy Panther know that already here. They're going to try and do that here in game number 1, or excuse me, they're going to try and keep the win in game number 1 and then try and do that where they steal a win in game number 3. But again, those first 2 games still could be very crucial. If they win the 2 of those, it's going to be absolutely momentous for them. But at the same time, if they lose one of them, it's not going to necessarily be completely detrimental, considering the fact that they do have the ability to win on EU. It's been proven already once. It probably is going to be proven again, at least in my opinion. I think that Heavy Panther will steal at least 1 game on EU from Los Abuelitas. But definitely a better performance out of Los Abuelitas than we were expecting here in game number 1. We thought that this one would still go pretty far in favor of Heavy Panthers, but when push comes to shove, Los Abuelitas can really step up. They're 3 minutes into this game and do have a 1-goal lead. It's not a lot of security, but it is enough to say they are winning for now.
Yeah, nice flick coming through Mill, but a great save from Leoro, able to stop that pressure once again. But now we're hyping up Heavy Panther on EU. What about NA? They got to find a win here in order to try and keep their pressure going forward and going into the rest of the series, because if you lose even one of these NA games and you have 2 EU games after, as Leoro finds that one in the top right, giving Los Abuelitas a 2-goal lead once again. If Heavy Panther loses the first NA game, do they lose momentum and lose morale going into obviously the second NA game, but then 2 more EU games after?
I don't necessarily think they're going to lose too much momentum here, for one reason only, to be honest, is that Heavy Panther are making the exact same mistakes they did in the last series. They are continuing to force themselves into these awkward 1v1 scenarios where they just leave their opponent, or excuse me, leave their teammate in a bad position and then just try to figure out what to do from there on out. The bumps that are happening out of Los Abuelitas are nothing special. They are about as standard as they come, and the thing is that they should be preventable. Similarly, this should have been prevented. Los Abuelitas finally get punished for trying to go for one of those bumps, because bumping plays are kind of all or nothing, especially in a 2v2 scenario. So Heavy Panther going to be up by, or excuse me, down by 1 here, but with about 80 seconds remaining, they definitely still have a chance to force this one to overtime.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of time that, like you said, on the clock to still try and score. This could even have been that chance if Mektos can redirect this one back towards the net. Almost gets past 1, but not able to recollect his air dribble at that point. So Mill with a good chance here. Nice angle, though. Gonna just barely miss that one off the crossbar to try and find the equalizer here. Mektos with a good challenge there, but Jaladine gonna hit him off the ball, and Leoro's gonna try and recover that one. Good save in the backfield from Mill, but that goes right past him as Jaladine with the speed able to find the 2-goal gap once again. It's really impressive so far how they've looked on this NA server here. As we talked about their ping disadvantage going forward, they were trying to find a good server for a while, 4 games in, and then now they're just playing, and this is what happens when you just start playing. You're doing real well in game number 1 here on the NA servers against Mektos and Mill.
Yeah, they're doing a great job so far here. With 50 seconds left, it's looking like they might even win game number 1. Uh-oh, some awkward play out of midfield, though, and Mektos is going to have a chance to try and punish here. Mill waits all the way out into the backfield, though, because he had just gotten demoed, and once again, it's the miscoordination. Heavy Panther, they're falling back into old trends, and while I'm not too concerned because this is only game number 1, if they don't recover in game number 2, this is going to be a very short series.
Yeah, I agree, especially with now that they're just leaking goals. This is what Los Abuelitas we talked about already in the previous series that we've seen, is they are constantly on the attack. Once they start to score goals, they will not stop scoring goals. They probably easily have the highest goal average in the tournament so far. Obviously, that's a little bit construed because of their last semifinals matchup, but they are definitely one of the teams that have been high scoring throughout most of their games. And we already talked about how good Selling Bread was in general, but for them to be beating them, I mean, even if it's like 6-5, 4-3, those are still some pretty high scoring games, and they definitely have a really high scoring potential here on this team. And that just means a 6th goal to come in and the first win on the NA server for Las Abuelitas.
And again, I hate to keep hammering this one home. Heavy Panthers are doing themselves no favors. I don't know how many double commits we've seen here in this first game, but it's enough that I've lost count of them. Heavy Panther continuing to just not find the coordination necessary when it comes to 2v2 scenarios. They, for some reason, love double committing. They love going into these really weird scenarios where they leave their teammate in a 2v1, and almost every single time, Las Abuelitas have come out with the win because of that. So, game number 1 going in favor of Las Abuelitas because of the fact that this is an NA server. This is a very important win, to put it simply. But at the same time, I've got to wonder if Las Abuelitas did set up this server and it ended up being one of these things where the NA team did not actually have the advantage necessary, we might end up hearing some complaints out of Mektos and Mill.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. So when you have any EU final, you're always going to get some complaints about some ping somewhere. Everything is going to be not as good as it may seem, but that's just kind of what happens when you have that crossover in servers and having that differential in ping. Obviously, it's almost always going to be 100+ in each case of switching servers for each side. So it is a lot of ping to deal with sometimes, but you do have to get used to it. And Las Abuelitas clearly don't care that the server switch went through, and like you said, even if it was a little bit of a difference in ping because they got a better server, they still dominated on an NA server. Even if it was a little bit better of a ping, they still looked really good. And let's go and take a look at the replays. Obviously a 6-2 finish on that score. How do Mektos and Mill come back in this one? Because it's, once again, they're on the back foot now, on the back burner, where if they don't win this second game, it is looking like a 4-0 series.
Yeah, I think the way that they come back here is that they need to start dictating the pace of play. Something we mentioned about Las Abuelitas was when the pace of play was very quick, they were great at keeping up that offensive pressure, and that was what they did in that last game as well. Like you said, the replays are going to be a really great way to see this sponsored and powered by Microsoft ATL here. You can just see when Las Abuelitas were doing well is because they were outpacing their opponents. They were straight up dusting them to multiple different challenges, and that's something that Heavy Panther have got to be aware of. If they can try and break down the space of play, force their opponents into their hand, I think they can take a win. But if they continue to put themselves in awkward positions, allow this speed out of their opponents, this, like you said, could be a 4-0 sweep in favor of the underdogs.
Yeah, it is, and really phenomenal scoring chances from Leora and Jalading. It's not like the counterattack thing that we've been talking about this whole time for either team, because you're on lower ping, so you're just trying to get good challenges and trying to go right on the opposition right away. They had some really strong solo plays and some good team coordination with some demos and bumps as well. So they did look really good in that first game, and I think they want to continue that, obviously, going into the second one. And like we were talking about, Mektos and Mill had a great defense against Smokes and Star, but they could not really figure it out in that first game, and we already talked about how much Las Abuelitas can score per game every time, so that is going to be the case here. Second game on NA after this one. Next 2 games in a row going to be on EU, and boy oh boy is that a Jalading Leoru start as they are back off to the races once again.
Yeah, already a lead for Las Abuelitas here is not boding well for Heavy Panther. Only 4 seconds in and they're getting scored upon. We said this before, we need to see a complete turnaround at Heavy Panther, not them falling further into the abyss of losing. This is not the start they were hoping for. Heavy Panther, like you said, they don't win this game, they almost do not win this series inevitably, but finally some team play starting to develop. Heavy Panthers score, and it's a great passing play.
It is. It's a very great passing play. Mektos there on that one. This is where we could see Mektos and Mill really start connecting with each other if they find some plays like that. Get past Jalading and Leoru on defense. Already early goal scoring. We already talked about how high goal scoring this series was going to be. We already knew both of these teams like to score quite a bit. So we'll see if Jalading and Leoru can get back into favor, or if Heavy Panther can have their first lead of this series. Would be a nice start for them. Obviously, we've already been talking about it. They need this second game desperately to make sure they don't drop down too badly in this series.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's looking, oh my word, like things might be going from bad to worse here as they are enduring a plethora of shots out of their opponents. But this could be the strategy. If they're willing to take on this amount of shots and just wait for an inevitable counterattack, that could be one way to break down Los Abuelitos. But one thing is for certain, we wondered whether or not Los Abuelitos would have the same sort of skill, would still play just as well when the pressure was on. I think we're finding out the answer. The answer is a resounding yes, and although they are down by 1, for them to keep this series competitive, this is a very impressive showing.
It is very good showing from both sides, obviously, at this point, but now Mektos and Mill have to kick it into gear, and now you're starting to see that a little bit. Start to get the cogs turning a little bit and start to see if they can perform. And like we said, we already know they performed pretty decently well on EU, so this is, like, if these are going to be this close on this, I expect it to be just a very close series in general at this point because of how everything has been developing. We already know Los Abuelitos has been obviously performed really well last game and is doing just about the same. But in this one, just obviously the scoreline is just drastically different, but they're still playing really well, still getting good challenges, and still showing no fear, playing really aggressive as per usual. Their normal play type, but there with a miss there is going to have to try and recover this one, get back on the defense here. No boost spawning for either one of them. So Mektos is going to have to recover this and try and see what he can do with an air dribble here. Decent flick, but an even better challenge from Jalading means that chance is wasted once again. Can Leoru tie this one up? Decent flip reset here, decent flick, does not get the flip reset. Mektos trying to get past the demo from Leoru. And now it is just 3 minutes left on the clock after a decent bit of scoring in the first minute.
Yeah, just not a lot going on here. Like you said, there was a lot of scoring in the first minute, but aside from that, it's now gotten to a really weird stalemate where both teams aren't, I was going to say, taking real shots on target. Apparently that isn't a real shot either, as Mill will not find the back of the net. I thought that inevitably was going to bounce back in, but apparently not. Los Abuelitos is getting a little bit lucky there. They should be down 3-1 right now, but as we approach halftime, they're somehow going to only stay down by 1. I'm a little bit surprised. I really did think that Heavy Panther were about to give themselves a little bit of safety.
Yeah, that 2-goal cushion is obviously what every team strives for. It's that opportunity to where if you get scored in the last 10 seconds of the game, you don't immediately go into overtime or you don't tilt too much. You still have that extra chance to try and get back out of danger. So, yeah, that 2-goal lead is what both teams are looking for here to try and go forward. Musty flick to come through, but Mill going to be there to stop that one, and Mektos immediately there for the second chance on the save. Jalading maybe going to try and get a second touch here. Does get that, but not going to have much of a follow-up hit as far as that touch goes. And now it is Mektos and Mill dominating a little bit of the performance and the possession on the other side of the field. Decent challenge coming out from Mill, not finding any luck on the other side is Leoru, but that third goal is going to come through from Mektos as he just slots that one in just rather easily. Not really too much to be catered for there. Jalading just went a little bit too wide, and Mektos with a great challenge finds that 2-goal cushion they were looking for.
I'm going to predict this here. This is going to be a very bold prediction, but that right there is the turning point for this series. We mentioned this earlier. Heavy Panther needed to start counterattacking whenever Los Abuelitos put themselves in weird positions on defense because they were inevitably going to do so. Now that Los Abuelitos have started getting scored upon because of their defensive errors, I think this is the downhill turn for them. Heavy Panther have been waiting to find that key to victory, to find that offensive efficiency once again, and now that it is here, and now that Los Abuelitos are continuing to play as aggressively but not finding the same level of success, I think that this could be the turning point. But they're going to have to score a goal here if they want to correct me, and they will do exactly that. Los Abuelitos do find a goal. This was a lot in part because of the fact that there was just pressure from Jalading, but the follow-up touch from Mill can also be blamed considering that needed to be cleared better.
Yeah, and that was even off a mistake from Leoro as well. He didn't exactly have the best flick there, so he messed it up a little bit, tried to get a pass potentially over to Jalading or a flick, but couldn't find either, and they got lucky, like you said, on the clearance. A nice save coming out from Jalading right there. Mektos with a very powerful shot on the goal, but this is potentially game tying if he can get a pass, and he does find that tie to get 2 goals in a row. That cushion is no longer suddenly there as Leoro finds a very good solo play here, pushing Mill into the corner, and nice fake to go through, able to get that one in. And now equalize it back up at 3 apiece with only 1 minute left.
There we go. Las Abuelitas finally finding some sort of offensive prowess that doesn't inevitably come from just overwhelming pressure. They actually have a really good fake in front of the net. It's extremely clever, and it's giving me a little bit more hope. I thought that Heavy Panther would all of a sudden just start walking away with this one, but now all of a sudden, it's looking like that's not going to happen. Las Abuelitas have come here to play. After being down by 2, they are up by 1 with 45 seconds, and we were critical of Las Abuelitas' defense. Now I got to be critical of Heavy Panther. 2 blown saves in a row that really should have had a follow-up touch.
Yeah, you can't let that happen as Heavy Panther. You're 3 goals in a row, 4 goals in a row in 20 seconds is unbelievable. How did they manage to slip that badly in this game number 2? And mind you, these are both the NA games. So now Mektos and Mill going on to EU servers after this, being down 2-0 on the unfavored side it's completely what we weren't expecting. Obviously, we already kept talking about how good Las Abuelitas was, and they're undefeated for a reason because of how good they were. They faced some really good teams to get here and had such a phenomenal performance so far today. But we really expected a lot more out of Mektos and Mill. We're just not seeing that in the last couple of games here on the NA servers.
Yeah, we're just not seeing what we were expecting out of Heavy Panther here. The good thing is that they're not quite out of this game yet. That being said, they're not doing themselves any favors, as once again, they just look very careless on the back end here. If they can score a goal right here, right now, there's maybe a chance that they can take this one to overtime, but no, the denial by Jollading, excuse me, out there on the side, I think is going to be the end of this one. Oh, especially when there's a bump on the other end. Las Abuelitas taking 2 games in a row on North American servers. This is not boding well for Heavy Panthers.
No, it is not. We kept talking about how good Heavy Panther looked on EU, but that's following the good job they did on NA servers. The fact is they're still going to be at a disadvantage nonetheless. That is always going to be the case here. They're always going to be at a disadvantage going to the next 2 games. And now they're down 2 games. Huge shot from Jollading, by the way, on another passing play. We saw that earlier into this tournament, I believe, the same exact fake kickoff, and they executed it perfectly once again to get that 7th goal and a 7-3 finish on the 2nd NA game, leading into next 2 EU goals, or 2 EU games, I should say, sorry, in the next 2 games. I mean, this is looking not what we were expecting, that's for sure.
No, this is looking a lot different than the outcome we were expecting initially here. The fact of the matter is that this was a game that we honestly thought at minimum we'd be going 5 total games. We'd see a 4-1 scoreline to where Las Abuelitas took a win. Now I'm wondering if we even see that game 5 for Heavy Panther, because they are not doing well. And as we're about to see here from the replays powered by Microsoft IATL, it's just one of these things where there were just so many mistakes from Heavy Panther that just continue to get capitalized upon. We mentioned how much their defense needed to step up here, and it just did not.
Yeah, and you cannot let 4 goals in 30 seconds. That is really, really rough from them, especially considering what we saw from them in the Smokes Star series. Their defense was phenomenal. Like, there was no way that Smokes and Star could be able to do that, and Smokes and Star is easily a top 3 team in this tournament. So to consider that Leoru and Jollading just went in and scored 3 goals in a row like that, and then kept going, to get a total of 6 straight goals in a minute and 20 seconds on the NA servers against Mektos and Mill. It's like unspeakable. That should never happen if you're Mektos and Mill. So now they really have to think about what to do going to game 3 and 4, both on EU, both potentially giving the chance for Las Abuelitas to sweep the series in general. So this is where Mektos and Mill have to find that. How do you counter what Las Abuelitas is doing? Their teamwork is incredible. They're extremely aggressive on offense. We've already talked about it. Counterattacking and capitalizing on their double commits is maybe the easiest of ways you can see, like, face value that you can get past this team.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest things, is really going to be counterattacking off of the over-aggression that we've seen out of their opponents so far here today. This is one of these things where Las Abuelitas just have not necessarily made a ton of glaring mistakes, but minor ones. And while to some players that might be enough that they can work with it, certain players it is not. You need a bit of a bigger opening if you want to try and sneak in here. But apparently through the littlest opening we could find, Mektos will find the first goal here. 2 defenders back, and still Las Abuelitas give up a very odd goal.
Yeah, not something you're expecting. Obviously, we've seen this same thing happen before. The team on the other side gets the first goal. We always expect it to carry momentum, but it hasn't yet so far, I don't believe. So we'll see if Leora and Jaladin can get back into this one. You see the passing plays going back through once again between the two, but Mektos and Will both waiting defensively to see where that is going. Now Leora with no boost back on defense. Easy enough shot to save though from Mektos. Jaladin gonna find the demo on Mektos as well. Mill's not gonna have too much to work with here. Speed to go into this one. Finds the boost as well. Fakes Mektos. Now just Mill left. Does get a good challenge though to get to the other side of the field. And nice challenge there. Leads it to a good chance back for Las Abuelitas. And somehow the redirect from Leoro. A beautiful redirect from midfield.
And once again, though, this is just miscoordination out of Heavy Panther there. They had a double commit, which led to that first shot. And then afterwards, they had both players still decide to hang around on offense. Someone has to get back there. We knew that defense wasn't necessarily going to be the priority for Heavy Panther, but it's got to at least become an afterthought or somewhere similar to that. Because as it stands right now, the defensive rotations are absolutely poor. The defense overall from Heavy Panther is poor, and it's just... This isn't what we expected. There's no two ways about it, Pib. This is an astonishing turnaround after Las Abuelitas had a lot of question marks about whether or not they'd be able to hold their own against some stronger competition. The question is can Heavy Panthers hold against the undefeated team?
Yeah, that's where we originally should have put all of our eggs in the basket. These are still an undefeated team, and they've faced Smokes Aqua, Galetti, Selling Bread. Like, they have faced some really good teams, and they're undefeated. So it's not like, obviously, a couple of their games today have been much easier, but Selling Bread barely lost to them 3 games in a row by 1 goal. And Heavy Panther now is trying to figure out how to figure them out. And now we finally see Mektos getting a second goal here for Heavy Panther. Now 2-1 that scoreline. Can Mektos and Mill keep this scoreline? Because we've already seen, like we said, that defense has been leaking in this series so far through 3 games. They cannot give any extra chances to Leoro and Jaladin to start their scoring potential once again. And that's right there is what I'm talking about, is basically off kickoff. Mektos and Mill are just caught out of position once again.
They tried to go for a little bit of an interesting kickoff there. I think it was a fake that just kind of got read by Las Abuelitas, and that's the issue right now, is that Heavy Panther are so backed into a corner. They're trying to go for kickoff strategies because they have no idea how else they're going to try and penetrate this Las Abuelitas defense. I don't really blame them for trying a strategy like that, but it's very interesting they show that hand so early. We're only in game number 3, and they're trying fake kickoffs that are nearly crucial in late game to try and surprise your opponent with. Now that they've not only shown that, but they've also been read on their fake kickoffs, Las Abuelitas really has them on the ropes. Heavy Panther have time to try and get back into this one, but again, they lose this game, Pib. I think that's inevitably going to be the end of the series.
Yeah, I do too. I think there's no way that Mektos and Mill come back in this one. As much as we like to talk about how probably strong mental this team is, I think after 3 games, especially going back to EU again, with the drop down, Leoru barely missing, I should say. Barely missing that shot there on the net. Good and decent pass, though, goes right to the net, but Leoru with a fantastic save off the speed from Mektos. But yeah, like you said, if this game goes the way of Las Abuelitas, I realistically see no way Heavy Panther can at least win the series. Maybe they win another game in the future, but if you're going into the 4th game down 3-0 and then going on to the opponent's servers as well, it's looking real rough at that point.
Yeah, this is definitely not what we were really expecting out of Heavy Panthers, and the fact of the matter is they weren't expecting this either, so you know that they are trying their hardest right now to just get back into this series. Oh my word. And they really are going to try their hardest no matter where they are on the pitch. 50-50 from Mektos will not go in the first time, and the second one will not either. Passing play on the backboard. Mektos wants the weird angle, but an easy save, and once again, Heavy Panther trying everything. They are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at their opponents, but just can't find the back of the net.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate. It's something, like we said, Mekto's really unlucky so far in a couple of those shots, but they just can't find the same chances Las Abuelitas has found. And I think Las Abuelitas as a team has looked phenomenal in their passing plays and their kickoffs. They've looked really good and have orchestrated that as such. Mektos with a great chance, but Lero with an even better save. Once again, Lero's just been the kryptonite to Mektos so far. Almost a good chance there as Mektos gets almost demoed to midair. No chance for him to get that one, but luckily goes off the crossbar. So another chance on the other side for Heavy Panther here to try and counterattack. Try and see if they can find the next goal here. As that one goes off the crossbar, or goes off the post here, and Leo tries to carry this one out. With 40 seconds remaining, wouldn't be surprised this goes to overtime, but also wouldn't be surprised to see a Las Abuelitas kind of late game finisher.
Yeah, if they end this one off within regulation, it really wouldn't be that surprising. Similarly, though, if Heavy Panther finished this one off in regulation, it wouldn't be surprising either. But instead, it's going to be the first one. You called it, Pib, there. That's going to be a caster blessing, a little bit different than the caster curses we've seen a couple of times here today. As Las Abuelitas, they're 23 seconds from being on match point. This is beyond astonishing. This is not what we were hoping for or expecting out of Heavy Panthers here. They've kind of dropped the ball, to put it simply.
Yeah, there's not an easy way to say it kindly. They really just have not played to what we thought they were playing, especially through that semifinals matchup against Smokes and Star, which we thought realistically was like the grand finals matchup. To see them play that well and to have a huge comeback in the last 3 games and a fantastic performance on EU, now to see them drop here, obviously they're trying to keep the ball up. They got to find something, but only 10 boost for Mill means there's no chance for him to get to that. And they're just going to carry that one away. That's going to drop down, and Las Abuelitas goes to 3-0 in this best of 7, going into another EU game right after this. And you realistically have to find where can Mektos and Mill save some goals or save some shots, because they clearly can't outscore Las Abuelitas. So now you have to stop them trying to score at this point.
Yeah, you've got to try and slow them down in some way, shape, or form. I don't even know if I have any sort of advice to give them on how to do that, because at this point, we've said it a multitude of times, it's going to be focusing on your rotations, less double commits, because, oh my gosh, have those double commits been absolutely detrimental to their abilities. But in addition to that, it's also just holding on to a more solid defense. They really don't have the prioritization of defense that they should here. And as we go back to the replays here, once again sponsored by Microsoft ATL, you guys are going to see exactly what we're talking about. A multitude of the goals that we saw in this game were because of the fact that there just wasn't a defensive priority. This one, an open net gone cross court because Mill was pushed too far up. The follow-up from this, Leoro just puts one on target, double commit out of both players, and while they don't get punished on that one, it's just sort of showing the trends of what happened to this team. They had the lead for a good amount of this series, Pib, and they threw it away at the end.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I was expecting. I was like, there was basically 3 minutes of nothing happening here. Lero had some fantastic saves on Mektos, though. Mektos is a kryptonite for sure in this game, as Mektos was super unlucky in a couple of these shots, and just this is what we're talking about. Because Leoro and Jalading had such a good defense, they were able to win on offense. Like that's literally why they won that game. They could have easily lost that by 2 or 3 goals because Mektos was banging shots, shot after shot, but Leoro had some fantastic saves and made it extremely hard for them to ever get back into that one. So that's what we're talking about, that Mektos and Mill now have to do going into potential series point here, is that they have to play on defense like they can translate on offense, because Las Abuelitas is clearly doing it so far through 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that there's just much better pace of play in the way that we're seeing Las Abuelitas play right now. It's kind of crazy. I very rarely expect a team like Mektos and Mill to start getting dusted and outpaced by their opponents, but apparently they are. Las Abuelitas, just something about them here today means they can beat whoever they want in the air. Jaladin coming through here like a strike of lightning. I barely recognized he scored until it popped up on screen.
That is one of the craziest angles I've ever seen. He's like still turning while trying to get that towards net. And obviously you're not going to be expecting that to realistically go in from that angle either. So Mektos and Mill going to try and connect on that fake kickoff that we've seen from the other side. But once again, like we've already been saying, the defense from Jalading and Leoru is why they have been winning this series. Not only can they score a lot, but they have immediately stopped all pressure from Mektos and Mill. And it's been a lot. Mektos and Mill have had some really great chances, some very good scoring chances on top of that. But they just cannot get it past Leoru and Jalading. I mean, they're constantly just getting saved, and it's by slim margins sometimes, but that's definitely the case. But Mektos finds a good angle off of a pass there to equalize this one back up at 1 apiece. Now we see if they can hopefully continue momentum. This is, of course, on EU once again, so back to NA after this one could mean back-to-back games if Heavy Panther finds the win here.
I mean, Heavy Panther, that's probably the best goal they have found so far in this series. I'm appreciative that they have found some momentum in their favor. Oh, my word. But they can't seem to find any more than just a little bit of momentum. They will not find the lead here, as it's going to remain 1-1. And listen, here's the thing. I want to give as much encouragement and as much credit, oh my word, to Heavy Panther here as they score a ridiculous goal number 2. But We said this before here, Pib. This is only game number 1 if they win this one. They need another 3 in a row. They have to reverse sweep their opponents in a best of 7. I mean, listen, you're up 2-1 with about 4 minutes remaining. That's phenomenal. This is a long road ahead of you, though, if you want to keep this competition alive.
Yeah, it is. It's a very long road, and obviously it's going to kind of alter back and forth NAEU in the last couple of games. So it is still another chance on top of this for Las Abuelitas if they lose this one to go back on their EU server and try and take it, even if that case would be 4-2 in that same setting. But they're not going to try and even let it go there, as Jalding just finds a pass from Leoru and scores on that one, equalizing the series once again. Mill just caught out of position. Once again, it wasn't fast enough on the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part. We keep mentioning how quick Las Abuelitas is here, and as much as we know that Mektos is a very quick player, Mill has shown that he's as quick of a player as well, as they do finally find the lead here. Heavy Panther going to go up 3-2. It's just one of these things where you don't really expect a team like Heavy Panther to ever get outpaced. Las Abuelitas are just really fast. They're just good. There's not much more we can say here, because the truth is that Las Abuelitas were a team we were singing the praises of before coming into this series. Now that the series has developed, we are beyond singing the praises of this team. I think we can both agree that this is just maybe the #1 seed. We just had no idea. It's just kind of crazy, though, that they make a team like Heavy Panthers look so flat-footed. This is, again, a team consisting of a bubble player who has had insane success the last couple months, and a professional player. So, Las Abuelitas, if you guys aren't already playing in a plethora of competitions and trying to get your names out, this should be a sign enough. Please start playing in more competitions.
Yeah, no kidding, because they have the skill, obviously, to pay the bills, and that is at least another goal, that 2-goal gap that Mektos was looking to find for Heavy Panther. Now let's see if they can keep that gap, because there's still 3 minutes and 7 seconds left in this one. There's still plenty of time for Las Abuelitas to get some chances and to try and get this one back in their favor. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Kickoff goes a little bit astray, but Mektos still has main control of it. As we see, good challenge from him as well. Gets that 5th goal to go through. And now we see a 3-goal lead, but I know we keep saying but. 3 goals is a lot, but 3 minutes still. There's so much time in this game to have a lot happen on both sides.
Especially in a shootout like this. The fact that there have been 7 goals in 2 minutes, that's one of these things where if it weren't this many goals, maybe. If it were 3-0 and Heavy Panther were up like this, yeah, I'd have a little bit more confident. Considering, like you said, there's 3 minutes left and there's 7 goals total, I don't think we've seen the end of Las Abuelitas yet here, especially considering they've got a flip reset. Mektos also has the save as well, though. So Heavy Panther starting to show some defensive prowess as well. Listen, I don't want to say that this is now looking like Heavy Panthers could turn this one around, because, again, 4 games in a row is beyond difficult, to put it simply. But if they're going to do it, it's going to be in this type of form.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they can play up to this level on the next few games, obviously we already talked about it, NA is going to be the next server, so they have another chance there to get back-to-back games potentially. Then they go back to EU, but they have to finish this game first, and now that's another goal for Las Abuelitas, bringing it to 5-3. Still 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, so a lot of time for them to try and create. And Leoru and Jalding are connecting. Like, that can be always said. I would say, look like the better team throughout most of this. I think they, as a team, their plays and everything has been much better, more coordinated. They're finding each other, and that has been the case throughout the entire tournament so far. Is they're outplaying teams by being a team, and while they both have insane individual skill, obviously same with Mektos and Mill, I think they've hit a lot more team plays and coordination in that way than other teams have.
100%. I think that this is the biggest thing that Heavy Panther have also struggled with in this tournament, is being able to find that chemistry as a duo. And speaking of which, Mill and Mektos colliding in the corner there, almost inevitably giving up a goal to Las Abuelitas as they start yet another attack. Maybe not, though. Mill gonna actually not find a touch out at midfield here, but instead Las Abuelitas will go back to the drawing board. But again, Heavy Panther, they've just struggled to find a good rotation here. The last goal they gave up was exactly because of that as well. They both came out of the corner. Neither one of them was ready for the save because they double committed initially. So, Heavy Panthers, listen, I hope you guys can hold on to this game and we can see a game number 5 to allow this series to continue. But at the same time, I'm really hoping that you guys are picking up on the notes that we are throwing down right now. There are many small errors that you guys have had that can easily be fixed, but if you don't fix them, this series is going to go in favor of Las Abuelitas.
Yeah, it is, and they've obviously been in control most of the time. Obviously, 3 games in a row make that 3 goals in a row almost as well. As 58 seconds left, Las Abuelitas brought this 5-4 now. This is what I'm talking about. They constantly find each other, and they have these kind of counter-attacking opportunities that are less forced. They're more so just created, and that's the positioning from these two players is really, really phenomenal. I mean, both of them are a lot of the time in the perfect place at the right time, and that's something really difficult to do, especially in something like Rocket League. Potential chance to equalize the game right there, but a nice save from Mill. Not a great shot, or not a great chance off the corner, but gonna try and bring this back to the other side of the field now. Still Heavy Panthers game to lose, but now it is just Las Abuelitas game to win as they find the equalizing goal.
I hate to sound disappointed by the fact that we have now got a Las Abuelitas goal, number 5.
It's disappointing.
It is. It really is one of these things where we were expecting a series that would have gone back and forth, but Heavy Panther, they just didn't seem to buckle down when the time came necessary. All the questions we had going into this one would be, what happens when Las Abuelitas faces a really good team? Are they going to buckle under the pressure, or are they going to play the same? We should have been asking that question to Heavy Panthers, because apparently Smokes was not enough of a competition. Hoovers apparently was not the level that they needed to be tested at, despite winning one of these Atlanta Opens before. Apparently none of the competition we've had so far here is any match for Las Abuelitas. Congratulations, Las Abuelitas, on just showing your prowess. You may not have won this series yet, but at minimum, you have definitely answered the questions necessary and shown how threatening of a team you are. Whether or not you get it done in 4 as we go to overtime here is not going to make much of a difference. But what is going to make a difference is whether or not they win this series altogether, and they are indeed. 6 seconds, or excuse me, 5 seconds into overtime, and Las Abuelitas, after being down by 3 goals in this game, have turned this one around and won 6-5.
There is no way. Obviously, we were like, man, the double NA games to start with, this is looking like a 4-0 sweep potentially for Mektos and Mill. And boy, were we wrong. It is quite the opposite on the other side. I was already thinking that I undermined Las Abuelitas going into the grand finals because of who they had to face in their qualifier to win. But to see that kind of a performance against Mektos and Mill, who had a fantastic series in the semifinals against Smokes and Star, it's like difficult to match that kind of pace that they were putting up, and their defense was phenomenal. And then Las Abuelitas just made them leak. Like, there's 4 goals in a row again in this game to win the series. Like, it is phenomenal what that team was able to do and how many goals they were able to score in a row. But that really goes down to Mektos and Mill. You gotta lock up on defense when you have a lead like that.
I mean, listen, as much as I do want to give compliments to Las Abuelitas and just mention how good of a team that they were, I can't help but feel that Mektos and Mill never got to that level we were waiting for. We knew that they were a good team. They knew that they were a good team, but the truth of the matter was they never showed that in this grand final. They really didn't. They had a couple of good goals here and there that were absolutely fantastic to see. When it came down to it, like you said, their defense was just subpar. There's no two ways about it. They just didn't have the defensive rotations necessary. When it came down to the saves that were necessary and crucial to winning, a lot of them were lackluster and left in front of the goal, where inevitably Las Abuelitas had a second player who would slam that home. Because again, Las Abuelitas also the faster team just overall. Heavy Panther, listen, you guys did the best you could. Well, maybe not necessarily the best. I think there was a little bit of room to grow in that one. But you guys gave a pretty good run for your money against a team that we had many questions about. And Las Abuelitas, all I can say is GG, well played. You guys have absolutely answered all of those questions and blown us away. And they're going to be able to blow away our audience one more time. We're going to go back to the replays once again, powered by Microsoft IATL. And we get to see what was both the crumbling of everyone on Heavy Panther, as well as the just victorious comeback out of Las Abuelitas.
And like I've been saying, it wasn't the fact that Mektos and Mill were playing terribly bad. Like, they still had some really great games, but Leo and Jalding on defense were phenomenal. Like, that is why they won this series. If they didn't have as strong as a defense as they would have against other teams, there's no way that Mektos and Mill lose this series. But because Jalding and Leo were so good on defense, it created so many opportunistic opportunities on offense that it really left Mektos and Mill kind of questioning, like, what's happening? How are these guys saving every single shot that we're shooting? and then scoring immediately after. It's like it's one of those really demoralizing things where you just feel like you can't score, and they're always in net and they're always saving everything. So it makes it very difficult to try and continue to score goals like this. A couple of shots in this game specifically where Liaru was just the kryptonite to Mektos, could not get past him, and it just showcases how strong a good defense is in Rocket League.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane what a difference it is between these two teams, and especially coming from a team like Las Abuelitas, where we didn't really know what their defense was made of. They had played such an offensive game here today that even against a team like Selling Bread, where they gave them a good run for their money, they still didn't really show a lot of defensive prowess. Now that they get to the finals, they show exactly that defensive prowess, and you can see the road they took to get there. Took a win against Selling Bread to start off the day, a team which pressed them to 3 games in a row where it was 1 goal difference. Went on to the semifinals where they just absolutely wiped the floor with Pretty Nightingale, and then get to the finals where we thought it'd be a close contest, but it was just as much of domination as the semifinals. Las Abuelitas with a 4-0 sweep to take down Heavy Panther.
Yeah, incredible final series, of course. But let's take a look at what they won for getting that first place up top. Of course, at $350, a little bit off of this one. $350 for first place, $100 for second, and then $50 for third place would be the finalized score. So $350 going over to Las Abuelitas. Still $100 over towards Mill and Mektos. So not too mad about that. But of course, they would have liked that extra $150 in this case. But that was an incredible series to go through. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at what's happening next month for the IATL series and what's happening with Skillshot. We, of course, have some more Rocket League. There's been a lot of good showing, a lot of fantastic showcases so far, and people still loving Rocket League. So same thing is going to be happening next month in July, where we're going to have every Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Each qualifier is going to pay out, and then obviously the final is going to pay even more. So some great opportunities next month as well.
Yeah, and as you guys can see on screen, there's just a little bit more money on this one, $200 per qualifier, and then like you saw with that final screen, about $750 going to the very end. Pib, we've got a lot of good Rocket League on our way, and thankfully we had a lot of good Rocket League today as well.
Yeah, there's been some phenomenal games today. We are blessed to see some great series in today's shows. But of course, my name, Troy Pib Caswelling. Next to me, the amazing Bass from the past. And of course, got a shout out Trevor Confused Caribou McNeil along the way. We've had some fantastic Rocket League with IATL featuring in partnership with CMG and of course in relations with Microsoft ATL. Thank you guys so much for watching the finals today. We will see you next month for another great month of Rocket League.